Hello, everybody, and welcome to chess.com's coverage of the Fischer Random World Championship presented by Brave. I'm International Master Lawrence Trent, and I'm delighted to be joined today by Grandmaster Artur Nekshans. Lovely to see you
Hello.
here.
All right, Lawrence, it's absolute pleasure to be here. And I actually joined it on the short notice because I know everybody is expecting Robert to join. Unfortunately, he could not come here due to the personal reasons. So either way, I think we are going to have a very, very exciting day ahead. And yeah, should be fun.
Yeah, an upgrade, if you ask me. No, but on a serious note,
Hopefully not a
Robert,
downgrade.
at least not a downgrade. We wish Robert all the best. He's a little bit under the weather, so he'll be back in the very near future. But today, what is it all about? Well, it's day 2 of this World Championship. It's Fischer Random. For all of you who don't know Fischer Random, what is it about? You've probably heard of it. You might not know what it is, though. Well, it is the chess variant that was coined, even created by the late great Bobby Fischer, where you have 960 starting positions. And the way it works is you are able to shuffle all of the pieces on the back row, and you can actually get 960 different positions by shuffling those pieces. Just like in normal chess, white and black is the same regardless of how those pieces are shuffled, and the standard rules of chess apply. Now, it's not a format I'm so familiar with. I've played a few games before. Artur, what's your experience with Fischer Random Chess?
Well, Lawrence, actually, I would like to continue on this thought that all the standard rules apply. Not really, because there's this castling rule, right? And sometimes this is
True.
confusing for the commentators and the viewers alike, sometimes even the players, meaning sometimes castling is done slightly differently. We're used, obviously, that rook comes to the king and king gets tossed over, or actually the right order should be that the king goes, then the rook is tossed over. But
Right.
in the chess 960, it's slightly different. So as far as I know, the only rule is that the king has to be in the middle of both rooks, and actually you can make a pretty long castle.
You can make an extremely long castle. As long as
Right.
there is air between the king and rook and neither piece has moved, you can then castle. So we might get some weird castling today, depending on the starting position that we'll soon find out. Let's see how this championship is organized. So the way it works is there are two groups, Group A and Group B, and there are 8 players, some of the greatest players in the world, including world champion Magnus Carlsen. We'll go into that in a little while. 2 groups, 4 players in each group, and each match is a double round robin, meaning that you play against your opponent with white and with black, and those are the mini matches. If you win that match, you win 2 points. If the match is a draw, you get 1 point. And of course, you win that match by getting to something like 1.5 points, or if you win both games, 2 points. From these group stages, the top 2 of each group advance to the knockout stage of this tournament. And the time control is slightly unusual. It's 25 minutes for each player. But after 30 moves, each player is then given 5 extra minutes and a 5-second increment. So theoretically, the games can actually go on for a fairly long time. A very, very novel time control, but interesting nonetheless. This is day 2. Artur, let's take a look at the standings for Group A after yesterday's day 1 action. And we can see here
Right.
at the top, we have got Nordibek Abdusaturov on a maximum 4 points, Wesley So and Jan Nepomniachtchi on 2, and the local grandmaster, good friend of mine, Hjopi, as he's better known, Hjorvar Gretarsson, not off the mark just yet. Artur Abdusaturov, he's not really, let's say, an unknown quantity now in the world of chess, but does it surprise you that he's top of the table?
Yeah, actually, I would say it's a bit surprising. Of course, Abdusatorov's strength can't be argued because not only he is one of the heroes from the past, the World Chess Olympiad. You probably, all of you remember that Team Uzbekistan sensationally won the gold medals, and also they're going to host the Olympiad in several years. But also he's the reigning world rapid champion. He's only, 18? Right? I think that's actually pretty much incredible. He's been showing his speed chess skills well before. But, I mean, to dominate the group just like that, to take down the reigning World Fischer Random champion Wesley So, to demolish the World Championship challenger Nepomniachtchi, this is really something unexpected. I would have expected he's definitely going to be a contender, but not to lead the group after the first day.
Yeah, exceptional stuff by the 18-year-old superstar from Uzbekistan. I've spoken to a lot of top players in the past year or so who say that this kid, well, he's already shown he's the real deal. Amazing performance at the Olympiad, amazing performance at the World Rapid Championship, and now showing his true talent by being able to play chess 960, which, let's face it, is the ultimate test of real chess talent. At least that was the theory proposed by Bobby Fischer, because the concept is, of course, that you eradicate opening theory because there are too many positions to learn opening theory. Therefore, it's just how you understand how the pieces work that allow you to become a great player. So Abdusattorov really showing the world that he is a mightily talented player. In Group B, we have got a very familiar name on top, but perhaps a slight surprise here, because it's not Magnus Carlsen on the top of the table, but rather his let's call it nemesis in inverted commas. I'm not sure there's so much animosity there anymore. Hikaru Nakamura, one of the greatest players, of course, in the world. He qualified to this tournament via the Open qualifiers, and he was actually the only player to defeat Wesley So during the 2019 Fischer Random World Championship. He beat Magnus yesterday, Artur, but it was a slightly strange game, which he won.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Lawrence, we're talking about a game where Magnus opened with G5. I think this was one of the most incredible openings in Fischer Random Chess I had ever seen. I mean, it's not a mockery. It's a completely legit move against Hikaru, where he sacrificed a piece on move 1. And it worked. It seemed that Magnus was controlling the match. And there was this huge blunder where he blundered the rook. And as he explained later after the game, he simply mixed up the order of the moves. He played the second move instead of the first move. He dropped the whole rook and thus lost the match. But I mean, Magnus is a bit unrecognizable, Lawrence, to be honest, because he has made a couple of heavy blunders so far.
Yeah.
But I think he still has decent chances to qualify, because once again, the tournament system is that the best 2 of every group qualify for the knockout stages, and they will play each other once again.
Absolutely, yeah. He can still get that second position. He can still win the tournament as well, theoretically. Depends how he does today. And let's have a look at those matches for today, because we've got some interesting pair-ups, of course. Or every single day is interesting. There's always going to be a big clash. In Group A, we've got Gretarsson against Abdusattorov, and we've got So against Nepomniachtchi. Artur's, I mean, Gretarsson, he's not quite been able to keep pace with the big boys, and given Abdusattorov's form, we can't expect anything less than a Nordebek clean sweep, can we?
Right. I mean, for Gretarsson so far, it's been also pretty difficult because he's a clear underdog of the entire tournament and the wild card of the organizers. But I think he definitely is going to surprise, at least in one match, one of the mini matches. I mean, he has to. He's a very strong grandmaster. I'm not sure is it going to be in this match, because Abdusattorov is definitely in a great shape. So I would still probably lean towards giving Abdusattorov as a favorite status. But again, let's watch out for Gretarsson. I'm pretty sure he's going to surprise somebody. Wesley So against Nepomniachtchi. Okay, this is quite unpredictable, but probably Wesley has a slight edge due to his past successes. And of course, Magnus Carlsen should be a favorite against Matthias Bluebaum. And I also rate Hikaru chances higher than Fedosev's.
Yeah, totally agree with you on all of those matches. We can see the players starting to settle in. Magnus Carlsen there, playing against Matthias Blubaum, one of Germany's top players. But again, big difference rating-wise, around 200 points in normal ELO. Of course, Matthias is a very strong player, and in Fischer Random, anything can happen. As we saw yesterday, Magnus making a huge blunder against Hikaru Nakamura, a very unexpected blunder. He also blundered, I think, earlier as well in the day. So Magnus not playing at 100% so far. Let's see if he regains that form today. And the players settling in nicely. This event, of course, taking place in Iceland, which is very significant for the Fischer Random World Championship because, well, of course, of Bobby Fischer's links to Iceland. He is buried there. We can see on screen Hjörvar Gretarsson, the local hero, one of the top grandmasters. Arturs, do you know if grandmasters are still paid a salary in Iceland for being a grandmaster?
To be honest, Lawrence, I have no idea.
Okay.
No idea. But Iceland definitely has great chess tradition, and Gretarsson has been the leading grandmaster for quite a bit years. Right. So I understand the games are about to start. It's something like 1 minute or less.
Yeah, we've got about a minute left, and want to make sure that.
Right, so I guess they're waiting for a ceremonial move. Well, let's hope nobody plays G4.
Well, we don't know. So the beautiful thing, of course, about Fischer Random is that when the pieces are set up, and we will get a clear view of how the pieces are set up today, and we can see the ceremonial move taking place there. Because the pieces are set up in a random way, a move like G4 could actually be the best move. So it's not normal chess. We're not playing the Grob opening. It just depends on how the pieces are set up, and we're going to get those pieces. And that looks like E4 from the side, Arturs, in this Bluebaum game, which is very interesting.
Right.
So
yeah, let's maybe start with Magnus's game. Magnus
absolutely.
Against Bluebaum. So here we go. E4 is on the board, sticking to the proven values, I guess, right? I mean, can't be a mistake. We have seen a fair share of different openings. One thing, Lawrence, I tell you honestly, I don't know much about the opening theory. I have pretty much limited experience in chess 960, which maybe I'm going to mention after a while. But one thing I notice is that at least at the club level, exactly, F6, I can't help but feel it's very easy to miss a pawn, for example, on A2, right? And I've seen a fair share of very funny stories. I mean, somebody plays very quickly the first move, then blunders the entire piece.
Yeah, absolutely. You can blunder a piece, you can blunder a pawn, a little move like F6, allowing the queen to attack a weak pawn. And I think that's what the top players do when they study the starting position, the elected starting position. They look for the unprotected spots. So Magnus already had A2 as a kind of key pawn to attack, and Bluebaum has replied knight B3, protecting that pawn. So curious to see what Magnus does in this position. Obviously, tons of moves and all kinds of ideas available. Shall we look at another game as well to see if there's been any other interesting openings from this starting position?
Absolutely, we can do that. Maybe we can switch to the game of, here we go, just a second, the Wesley So against Jan Nepomniachtchi. And actually, Lawrence, I have a question to you.
Yes.
I do understand you have also some experience in chess 960, right? It's not like completely blank. You have played chess 960.
I've played it before, yes.
Right. So now I have a question to you. So what do you do? Do you try to improvise, like going completely crazy, outsmart your opponent, or you're like doing the most of us, try to get a normal position as quickly as possible? What do you do?
I'm not strong enough to improvise, so I try to just get a normal position, make moves that look sensible. I don't try to win out of the opening unless there's a clear target. So, for example, what's happened in Wesley's game is exactly the sort of way I would play. Bring my knights out towards the center. Same rules apply. The knights are going to be useful, not on the edge, but towards the center. Put my pawns in the center, and you can still apply traditional chess rules or traditional chess guidelines to some 960 positions. So that's how I approach it. But again, I'm very, very inexperienced.
Right. This is, I think, at the subconscious level, everybody is trying to do, at least most of the players, perhaps the best of the players in the world, try to get the normal position as quickly as possible. And why it is, because we have been trained to recognize certain positions, certain patterns, certain pawn structures, and then we can play it faster. But when you have something like this, when every single piece is obviously misplaced where it's not supposed to be, it's quite difficult. And that's why I think the best players in the world, they are like trying immediately to trick the opponent from the very first moves and get an advantage.
Yeah. And also, the other thing about Chess 960, which is very interesting to me, is that, I'll call it Fischer Random Chess because that's the name of this tournament, is that the difference between black being white and black doesn't feel as great. When we play a normal game of chess in a classical game, we're black, our objective is to try and equalize out of the opening. But I feel like I want to be ambitious with black in Fischer Random Chess. Do you get the same feeling?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I do. Right. So,
Mhm.
actually, here looking at this position, I noticed that the black just played g6, which is pretty tricky. The way I understand it is that black is trying to limit his knight on g3, right? So that at least makes sense. I'm not really sure if the bishop h6 was the big idea. And then he plays knight
Yeah,
f7.
yeah, but it already looks like a position where I don't like what black is doing. For example, even if I just play d5 here as white to try to gain some space, and then even I could follow up with c4, looks very, very passive. Okay, you can always throw in the check, but I can block with bishop d2. I don't think the trade of dark squared bishops is such a big issue. And remember, white can still castle, right, on
Right.
the queen side.
On the queen
And
side, how actually would that look like? I
yeah,
mean,
I'm trying to work that out because I'm a bit confused with this configuration of the rooks. Even I'm slightly confused. And on the king's side, he probably can't in this configuration.
on the king side, obviously, you need to remove these pieces and then just short
Yeah.
castle. King goes to g1, rook goes to f1. But if the long side castle, I guess the rook simply gets tossed over, and this rook needs to go somewhere. I don't know where, to be honest. I mean, maybe not just yet.
Yeah, I
Looks pretty
will get
weird.
clarification on that.
Looks pretty weird. I mean,
Because
what can I say? I mean,
it's a bit strange here because you can't have two rooks occupying the same square. So we will get clarification on how that castle's long would work. But I'm not impressed in general with Nepomniachtchi's opening. So I think Wesley will be very, very happy so far with how things are going, and I think he's got a nice position already. There's been a lot of moves in the Nakamura game.
all right.
Perhaps we can go there.
Yeah, let's move. Okay, here we go. Same problem with a white king or the rook on b1. Still, white can't easily make a castle. So can we make our first conclusions from the position? Is that white has slightly better light square bishop? If that even matters at all, I guess it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Um, yeah, difficult one to say. I prefer white in this position just because the light squared bishop is arguably slightly better, but I don't think it's much. For example, compared to the Wesley So game, I think Fedoseev is doing very well. And I just want to just to clarify something about castles. So, for example, let's say, Arthur, the bishop on f1 moved to e2 and the queen moved to f2. So the back rank was completely clear in this
All
game.
right.
White could then castle kingside. So the king would move to g1 and the d1 rook would move to f1.
So is that a short castle? Is that a long castle?
Well, it's a short castle on the king's side, but it's quite a long one. But yes, it's an it's difficult. Yeah, that's a funny way to describe it. But that's how white would castle in this position. So I'm curious to see if we will actually get that.
I think it actually makes perfect sense.
Yes, they do tend to castle.
Right, in order to get some attacking chances, I think one of the best practices, at least at the competitive chess, is you want to position the king on the other side of the board than your opponent's king, so that you can just push forward those pawns in front of the black king. But again, I mean, you have to also think that black can essentially do the same, right? I think black also is entitled to the short long castle, or long short castle, whatever you call it. I mean, play knight e6, bishop f7, and there you go.
Yeah, and actually, I think it's one of the most dangerous moves in chess 960 because you forget that it's available sometimes, and suddenly you're attacking this king on the queen side, and it just runs to the other side of the board, and you feel a little silly. So we'll see if that happens. Let's move to another game. Let's go to the leader of the group A playing against the local hero Gretarsson. We've got Gretarsson against Abdusaturov, and already, compared to some of the other positions, I have to say I like black setup much more here compared to, for example, the setup that Nepomniachtchi has against So.
Right. Again, it's quite difficult to understand what exactly is going on here. But with g5, I guess black is following the strategy that you want to push those pawns as far as you can to gain more space for your bishops. And I really like how Abdusaturov is improvising right at the start. Also, after g5, maybe ideas like knight g6 become an option to fight for the squares on f4 and h4. Then decide where to put the dogs with bishop. Lawrence, I'm not really sure how at this level goes the preparation at chess 960. I'm pretty sure they have studied something. It's not like they turn up to the World Fischer Random Championship and they're completely blank. They have no ideas. The best players in the world, I'm pretty sure they recognize some patterns, some ideas, some structures. For example, let's say when you have the knight on a1 or you have the bishop on g1, bishop h1, I've seen that sometimes they're playing pretty much the same way. So is there some opening theory or it's just me?
I think you're absolutely right. I think there are some general ideas about how to approach 960. I think the real die-hard Fischer Random 960, I'm going to use those terms interchangeably just for everybody watching. All of the die-hard fans that play this or watch it have actually learned some theory in some of the positions. But I think you're absolutely right. Just for these guys who don't play it all the time, they just have an idea about general concepts. And there's absolutely no way that they're going into this tournament unprepared. So, yeah. So it would be an interesting question to actually ask them and get interviewed about. In this particular position after d4, I mean, things are still very, very close, aren't they, here? I liked f5, and I do like d4 as well by Gretarsson, knight f7. And now, again, what do you do here as white? Do you bring your pieces in? Bishop g2, knight f2. Makes sense.
Yeah, it's a fight for the space, as I understand it, right? So here, white played e4 to open the bishop on g3, and black says, no, I'm not going to open your bishop, and instead I'm going to bring my knight in the game. And I guess after something like d takes, ideas like knight e5 appear on the horizon, and I'm pretty sure that Gretarsson is not going to trade his dogs with bishop just like that. But he might have some problems with his knight, because now, Lawrence, I look at this position, I have a feeling that the black knight on f7, due to his, can I call it, slight minor space advantage, he has easier route to join the game, because this knight, let's say it goes to f2, black can just play e4. How do you bring it in the game? And he plays it.
Yeah. Yeah, he does. He does play it, and I do like e4. I think e4 is a very principled move. You gain that space. The knight on f2 becomes yucky, and black can then continue with all kinds of. He's got the c4 square. He's got breaks. He's got levers on either side of the board. h5, a5, all come to mind at the right moment. So I do like e4, and I think black is in the driving seat here. I like this position a lot.
Hmm. Yeah, I also would choose a black side because after e4, now if white wants to activate this knight on f2, it has to be something like 91, 93. Although black also has some weakness here on e6 and needs to watch out for knight c5, knight e6. I mean, the game is still a complete mess, far from normal. So maybe once again we make a full turnaround and go back to the World Champions game. Lawrence, what do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. And what we could do is we could actually have a bird's eye view of all four boards. If you like, there you go. Look at that. All four games going on at the same time. Tons of moves played in Wesley So against Jan Nepomniachtchi, which is uh, not totally unexpected. Jan Nepomniachtchi, extremely fast player. Doesn't matter if he's playing classical, blitz, Fischer Random, doesn't matter at all. The slowest game so far is actually Bluebaum against Carlsen. Those guys, yeah, I mean,
They're taking
which
it
is all
really, really slow, right?
taking it very, very slowly indeed. Although I do like Magnus's position, he's managed to trade and centralize his queen, which is interesting. But in the other game, the Wesley So game, it looks as though he's got a fantastic position there with a knight posted on c5, that space advantage. Jan Nepomniachtchi has castled, so he has castled on the king side, but
So
looks
that's the
looks
long short castle, or whatever you call it, indeed.
exactly the long
And
short
I
castle.
think we are going to see it once more, right? Because it's just so much fun to make it.
Yeah, you just play it because you
It,
can't
it's
normally do it.
it's
It's
for
just
style points,
enjoyable.
right? It's really for
Yes,
style points, right? I mean, you play g5 on the first move, like Magnus yesterday played against Hikaru. Maybe it's not the best move. You just play it for the style points, and the people notice it.
indeed,
I mean, you're an artist. You want to create something amazing,
absolutely. Should we go to that Carlsen game? Because
right?
actually, we've had an important moment here, and sorry, it was Bluebaum with black. I beg your pardon. Bluebaum was with black, and Magnus has just now played what looks like a very critical move. The move pawns at e4, trying to open up the position with the queen slightly exposed, let's say, on d5. But Bluebaum just says, I'm not worried. If you play d takes e5, I will play queen takes d1 mate, which is the sort of mate you could fall for playing online because you just expect the rooks to be connected, but they are not connected here. So
Mm-hmm.
what to do as white? Maybe you play knight f2 threatening d takes e5. That's maybe the way.
Right, I guess you need to include this knight in the game as quickly as possible. But then again, you play something like knight f2. What about the queen, right? So it's not only uh, including one piece in the game. You have to think about the entire picture. And obviously, in the classical chess position as we know it, it's easier because we have been trained, we recognize it. But here, it's easy to forget. It's easy to forget about one of the pieces, and I think that's also the reason why so many games are decisive because one of the players completely misplays the opening. It's like -2 or +2 in the computer language. That's completely winning for the other player. There's no solid chess. It's just pure inspiration.
Yeah, that does happen. And I do want to point out, apologies. I thought I was going insane. I'm not. Slight technical glitch. Uh, Magnus is black. He's not white in this game. So it's Bluebaum now who just played the move Bishop e2. And it's Magnus's move. And now the question is d takes e5 some kind of a threat? It's maybe not even such a big threat, but I expect Magnus to move the queen. And he doesn't. He plays the move knight to g6.
Knight g6. It actually makes sense, of course, because the knights on the edge of the board, as far as we know, they're not best placed because uh, they. I usually call them half a knight, really, because they
mhm.
don't operate on the other lines, which simply don't exist. So knight g6 makes sense. Also, previously by Magnus, knight b6 was to be played. Knight f4 appears to be an idea, and I can't help but feel that something is going slightly wrong for the German Grandmaster because his pieces look a bit awkward. The bishop on e2, the bishop on e1, the bishop on e2 is not really doing anything. If white includes the knight in the game, something like knight f2 or knight g3, what about the queen? While Magnus's bishops on e8 and f8, they just look awesome.
Yeah, I'm starting to like black's position a little more. I didn't like bishop e2. Feels a little bit passive by Matthias, but I don't think the position is out of control just yet. But we'll see. Let's move on. And let's go to Gretarsson against Abdusatorov because this
Whoa.
this game is really heating up. What have we got going on here? All of this tension in the center. We might have to calculate something now.
How did the knight get
Arturs.
on e3? It made me really curious. There you go. So it was knight c4 played, e4.
Yeah,
Now you can't take on e4 because the bishop is under attack. So white allowed knight e3 to be played and rook e1.
exactly.
Visually, I
And
like it for white.
feels as though the trades are profitable for white because the center white is a little bit more uh, developed somehow. So the center is dissolving in white's favor. So, for example, if knight takes f1, queen takes f1. Um, yeah, and I guess the point is, yeah, if ed4, now you actually have some. Yeah, knight d4 is of course the main move, and the knight has got a beautiful outpost on e6. And if you play the other way, d takes e4, then after knight takes e4, the f6 pawn is very, very limp, and suddenly the structure is actually starting to fall apart here for black. So this is actually
Right.
no, this is a bit dangerous for black, is it not?
It definitely looks like that, Lawrence, because I have a feeling that when we go back a couple of moves here, maybe knight c4 was with good intentions, obviously, because you
Mm-hmm.
spot a weakness on e3 and at your subconscious knowledge, your subconscious mind, you think that white should somehow keep an eye on the square and maybe play something like knight e3, etc. There you go, boom, Gretterson suddenly plays e4 and says, I don't care about weakness on e3. And after knight e3, rook e1, as you already pointed it out, Lawrence, I really like how white's knights are positioned. So it's quite amazing how the evaluation of the position from slightly better for black to just much better for white can change so quickly in chess 960.
Yeah, that's one of the things I have noticed is that there is a big swing a lot of the time in the positions uh, compared to normal, let's say, Super-Grandmaster chess, where things can be quite level for a long time. We can see the bar really go like a heartbeat monitor. And yeah, knight takes f1 played, queen takes f1 will be played by Gregerson, and a5 by Abdusaturov, who is clearly saying, I need to be quick and urgent here. But this looks incredibly optimistic. ED5, A4? Really? Oof. Do you believe
Wow.
this?
Mm. Actually, Lawrence, I would have to go back to this moment here. A5 is actually a pawn sacrifice, right? It's a
Mm-hmm.
great
Mm-hmm.
idea. Without the rook, knight A5, rook A8, suddenly black activates the rook, and white's pawn on A2 also is indirectly under attack. So here, that's why Gretterson took on D5 and clearly is eyeing for knight C5, knight E6, which was just played. So I'm not really sure. Uh, if black is happy, I guess he is. Bishop c5 and rook d5 probably is going to be played.
Yeah, he it looks as though that wasn't good. So the bar fluctuated. Let's just go back there because did White have something unbelievable? Because The bar at the moment is just really in white's favor. So it's e d5, a4. Is there anything there? Knight c5 is, of course, the human move.
I mean, we could, of course, discuss maybe knight a5 was a move. Knight a5, rook a8, and then play some crazy continuation like b4. But to be honest, I kind of don't believe it. Yeah, neither does the bar. That's completely ridiculous, I guess, because of b6 or something.
But I mean, even in the game position, it looks as though after rook takes d5, I mean, Hjopi is going to play knight e4 here. This is just a move you play. You protect c5, you threaten knight takes f6. And what is the evaluation there? Knight e4. You actually have to defend this pawn, no, with a move like queen g7. I don't think you can allow knight takes f6.
Probably not, unless, of course, Abdusatorov has some dynamic response in his mind. Queen g7 is something you don't want to play because it sort of shuts out the queen, but he might simply have to do it. And answering the question but how to properly evaluate this position, I think it's pretty obvious that it's white who is better. Mainly, I guess, because of the knight on e4, this weakness on f6. So black is probably wishing to play bishop c6 or rook d4 as follow as quickly as possible and get rid of this knight. So the fact that white has these double pawns, I guess it doesn't really play a role right now.
Yeah, and these double pawns can also be very useful. I mean, the pawn on c5 is an extremely important pawn because it prevents knight d6, which is a move that black would sometimes like to play. Indeed, queen g7 on the board. And now the question is how to advance here with white. There are a lot of moves that come to mind as white. One move, interesting move, is maybe to play b4 now. Now that the queen has left the a2 to g8 diagonal, we can try b4. And if a takes... Yeah, and if a takes b3, we just go a takes b3. I don't think we want to take with the c pawn. We now give a nice square on b2 for our king to just slide into. We could then challenge for the d file, rook a1 or rook d1, maybe challenge for the d file. White's piece is nicely centralized, and black's piece is just not really working. Probably black has to put a bishop on c6, remove the rook, and try and make something happen. But you take white here all day long, surely.
Right, and also it looks that the black king is perhaps slightly more vulnerable on c8 because the option to castle long, unfortunately for black, is gone. And maybe this is something he would have actually wished to have at some point. Yeah, b4, it looks pretty good. I don't think that castling long, please correct me, Lawrence, is it legal? Probably it's not, right?
I think, no, I think it is legal now.
Are you sure?
I think so.
It is legal, yeah.
Yeah,
technically it doesn't cross the d file, right? Yeah, you can castle long as well.
Yes, because your king doesn't walk through check, so you can castle long here. Castles long probably is actually a move, isn't it? Now that I think of it,
it's definitely a move. Yeah.
Yes.
So bishop c6 maybe to follow, and black actually can also do the same, toss the rook over to d8. So this is one of the things that long castling has been played. This is one of the things that I really adore, is that at a good level, you just treat castling as a move. It's not a requirement. I mean, why do we even castle at all? We castle first to bring the king to the safety, and second to connect the rooks. And that's it. And sometimes the king is just standing well enough in the center or wherever it was. So actually, I'm not so sure that this long castle, Lawrence, was so good, and I liked your b4 a bit more.
Yeah, and actually, this has been all right because now with black's last move, of course, black is trying to reduce the material because of the opposite colored bishops. And the problem white has got now is that bishop c6 comes versus anything, and the knight doesn't have a stable condition on e4. The knight will move, or black will have the opportunity to trade. And I feel as though black is over the worst there. So I think also Gretterson, he was probably very sort of artistically enthused by this move castles, because it's such a rare move to make. But actually, objectively, it doesn't look like it's that impressive. And Abdusatorov, I think, is all right.
I
Should
agree.
we? Yes. Should we move on to another game? And where do you want to go? I'll let you choose.
Maybe let's check that amazing game that Wesley has. He had this beautiful knight on c5. Now he adds
Hmm.
more to the position by adding also the knight on g5. And as far as I'm concerned, Lawrence, he still hasn't castle. Well, Jan did castle short, long, long, short side, whatever you call it. But Wesley's king is still on c1, and after knight g5, he's clearly eyeing for knight e6. This is a very juicy outpost on e6, and that's why Jan plays Queen e7. But what about the white king? It's slightly vulnerable, no?
Well, you can always castle. I mean, you
You can
can
always
just
cut. I forgot about that.
you can always, and there you go. You could just castle kingside, no problems at all. Connect the rooks, put the king on a safe square. You love to see it.
It's just
Great
amazing,
move.
yeah. Yeah,
Yes.
it's a great move, and now it's very obvious that white has a solid advantage because of these beautiful knights. The weakness on e6 is there, so Nepomniachtchi is trying to salvage the position, but this is already getting some sort of a normal position that the players are aiming for. Kings are where they're supposed to be, and black's weaknesses are pretty obvious.
Yeah. Wesley has to be very, very happy with this position. The e5 pawn looks very vulnerable to me. As you said, the knight, of course, landing on e6. These positions aren't Jan's favorites to defend, that's for sure. So Wesley in a comfortable position here. And another comfortable position looks as though it's for the world champion, Magnus Carlsen, playing against the rating underdog, Matthias Bluebaum. Let's go there, Arturs. And this is just a case of, in my opinion, Matthias has played very little chess 960 Fischer Random. Magnus played a lot more, and two bishops. What
Right,
more?
and if my calculations are correct, then the black is technically down a pawn, right? So was
Ah,
that a pawn
yes.
sacrifice?
It looks as though black is down a pawn. Let's see.
So yeah, so that was this sequence we missed after knight g6, d takes on e5, knight f4. Magnus once again goes for the style points. He sacrificed the
Wow.
queen. Rook d5, knight e2. I think this actually is already clear. Application for the move of the round, Lawrence, right? I mean, one of the coolest
Absolutely.
moves so far.
Yeah,
So
for
queen
sure.
f2. And there you go. Look at this. I mean, average players, you see like, oh, there's a pawn on e5. Why don't we take it, right? But then Magnus shows it's more than pawns. So you just trade the queens, make a long castle. What about this sequence?
Castle's queenside
And
check. Love it. And bishop
I mean, it's just
g6.
amazing. It's just amazing. I mean, I just love the sequence. So this once again shows the amazing understanding that the world champion has, that he clearly, more than anybody else in the world, knows the importance of piece activity. So sacrificing the pawn just to get uh, a lot of activity for Magnus, this is piece of cake.
Yeah, and white suffering. Bishop takes c2 is a massive threat. The knight on h1 has yet to get into the game. If you play something like rook c1, which is, possible,
It's better than knight a1, definitely, I think.
but now you run into all kinds of stuff, right? So it feels. I mean, in the worst case, you play f takes e5, but I feel as though we've got something better.
Maybe
We
knight
must have.
a4?
Knight a4 is a move. Knight d5 I thought was also interesting. To be able to play knight f4 check in some positions, but maybe not so precise. Yeah, and it looks
Yeah,
as
that
though the
was good.
position on the board is actually very, very different. I think we do have some moves here because it
So
went.
up, yeah.
He took on f6.
He took on f6. I guess he tries to clarify the position, and then now he simply has to acknowledge that he is worse. I mean, black has the bishop pair. The knight on h1 is just one sad knight.
It is. It's not going to stay there forever, though. I mean, what white? I mean, Bluebaum here is going to play King G1. There's just no question about it. To be able to then prepare Bishop G3 and Knight F2. This is the classic way to get his pieces out. I mean, you have to play King G1 here.
And Lawrence, we have an update. There's the first result. There's the first
Yes.
result. So Hikaru Nakamura, if you go very quickly to this position, Hikaru Nakamura against Vladimir Fedoseev. They didn't find anything really exciting in this game. They got a normal position as quickly as possible. Pieces disappear from the board. Rooks, queens, knights probably. So this was draw agreed. Both sides have mutual weaknesses on e4, e5. That's why they decided to call it quits, and they're going to wait for the next game. So do we go back to the Magnus against Matthias?
I think we go back there, because did Matthias actually play? No, he went knight g3 immediately, which is interesting. But now after knight a4, precisely. And is that correct that Matthias is down to 2 minutes? I mean,
that's what it looks like.
Magnus playing extremely fast, and they are only on move 17. No additional time until move 31. So Bluebaum under tremendous time pressure already. He might not make it. He's just getting slowly outplayed. Magnus doing Magnus things. It's hard to play against Magnus Carlsen. What can I tell you? He's not an easy opponent. And
definitely is not. And now I think that Matthias, he knows that he's in big trouble. He's not happy the way he played it. So big part of chess, of course, is psychology, and I think his body language, his mimics, it says it all, right? He knows he has to make this ugly move, bishop c3. He knows he's going to be tortured for God knows how many moves, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Of course, he's not very happy, but Matthias also is, of course, a very strong grandmaster. If I'm not totally wrong, reigning European individual champion, right? As far as if my memory is not totally wrong,
yes.
He won the European Championship last year. But I mean, of course, playing against Magnus, it's an entirely different challenge.
Yeah, it's a different world playing against the Norwegian. And the two bishops here really do decide who has got the advantage. Not easy, though. Still conversion technique required here. Matthias down to 1 minute, 33 seconds, and he's got to make about 10 moves. F5, knight ec5 on the board now. A move like bishop g7 looks incredibly logical, hitting the rook with tempo. Something like rook c2 can happen. Now there is a knight e6 threat, but now you could even go f4. Exactly, I love this move. You hit the rook with tempo again.
I'm looking if there's some forced material win. I just can't make it work immediately, but these bishops together, they just make a wonderful impression.
Yeah, this is just right. You can even just play slowly. Bishop f6 or bishop f5, bishop f6, bishop f5.
Actually, bishop f7 also looks pretty good, Lawrence, right? I mean, although there's this rook e7 threat, but bishop f5, you want to play b6 next. And I have a feeling that the best probably white can do at some point is give up the pawn on b2, right? I mean, just play knight e6, takes, give up the pawn on b2 and just pray. What else to do here? But black's two connected pass pawns eventually somehow should decide the fate of the game in favor for black. I'm a big fan of the bishops, what can I say?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, what
No,
happened?
bishop f7.
He did play bishop f7, king e2. Okay.
22 moves have been played, so clearly Bluebaum is in intense time pressure here.
Yeah, and he's been shaking his head for the past 5-10 moves. He understands the position is just very bad. Magnus will just play b6 here, I'm pretty sure, just to kick the knight, because, well, knight a6, you go c5, so b6 played, knight d3. And Magnus here will probably just play c5 anyway.
Right. So c5, I think it clearly limits white's knight's possibilities to jump. Also, it brings on the table some ideas like c5, c4. Black can always play c5, king b7, a5, a4. These pawns on a2, b2, they're juicy targets, so black is going to have really time of the life going after them. And I think, Lawrence, this game is Magnus is going to do it.
Yeah, king b7 instead. Magnus choosing the slow route. Absolutely no reason why not. And now he might even just play. I don't want to go c5 now. It feels a little loose. You can go a5. You can go rook e8 check. It doesn't look ridiculous to me.
And this is a trap, right? Bishop a2. I don't think it's possible due to the b3.
b3. Yeah, he's not taking that pawn. He's not taking the Fischer Spassky pawn. The irony of taking this pawn in this tournament.
Now, what would be the odds, actually, Lawrence? I mean, that in the famous Fischer Spassky match, game 1, was it, right? I mean, bishop takes on h2 was played by Fischer, and then 50 years later, somebody else plays in Iceland, bishop takes on a2, and traps the bishop.
Yeah, exactly. It would be a nice story. But Magnus coasting here, he's going to play a5 or c5 or rook e3. Also, Bluebaum 42 seconds. He's got to make about 5 moves. And yeah, if he goes, so now he probably has to go knight c1, right, to defend this pawn on a2.
But this is a move you simply don't want to make, because you play knight c1, knight on c1 might as well just stay until the end of the game. But of course, in order to keep the pawn on a2 alive, knight c1 is played. And again, Bluebaum is shaking the head. I mean, he's so unhappy. We know, Matthias, you're unhappy. 20 seconds on the clock, and move 26. Once again, extra time was after move 30, right? 31.
31. So he's going to make it. He's too good not to make it. He should. I mean, Magnus will now just slowly improve. c5, h5 look like moves. a5. One of these pawn moves, I believe, will be played. The rook on e3 is not doing very much either, so he might just come back with the rook. Let's see, but Mateus has got to play quickly, otherwise he's going to lose on time.
It's funny, Lawrence. You know, I just read in the chat that people say that Matthias is bad at the poker face. But to be honest, talking about poker faces, you know, I think there's a good idea to make a so-called poker face. I mean, not hiding your
emotions,
how you're feeling. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Your feelings. You're hiding it when you don't want to disclose, right? But I think this is not the case, right? So obviously Magnus knows that he's the one who is pushing. He knows that his bishops are far superior. And the so-called poker face, it's more common when you make a blunder and you realize you made a blunder, but maybe your opponent has not. And actually, I just recall this very famous episode of 2013 World Championship match, Carlsen against Anand, game 6, right? When Magnus made this terrific blunder, king d1 instead of king d2. I think it was king d1 instead of king d2, whatever. And he made a very, very big blunder. I think he realized it pretty quick, and as soon as Anand didn't notice it and responded with something else, Magnus just collapsed on the board. So that means no time. There's no need for the poker face anymore. And of course, I think also for Vichy, it was pretty obvious that he missed. And while I was talking about poker faces,
yes,
there's an exchange.
Yeah, he sacrificed the exchange. I mean, Mateus trying a cute little idea. He wants to play king d2 and trap the rook on c3, but can we just go c4 here as Magnus? King d2, and in the worst case scenario, I play rook takes c1, king takes c1, c takes b3, and that ending with the two connected pass pawns. No, c4, Arthur's not f4.
Yeah.
So if you go c4, king d2, rook takes c1, king takes c1, c takes b3, e takes b3. I don't really see a better move.
Yeah, I think this is a win. This should be a win. I don't see how white can ever save this. And after knight f1, now Magnus is choosing 5 seconds on the clock, 1 or 2 moves to be played for white. It doesn't matter. But still, I think it's a pretty cool idea that Bluebaum came up. It just doesn't work.
No, a very, very cool idea, actually. And, fair play to Bluebaum, because, he tries to find a resource in a position that is very, very ugly. But Magnus will find this, or he'll find another idea. He's got a lot of time on the clock, and Bluebaum. I mean, Bluebaum is going to make the bonus time for sure, but his position is just not good enough. Also, like another move, like you could go b5, king d2, b4, knight e2, and now even bishop takes b3 might be winning for black. I think it's a little bit more convoluted. Well, otherwise we lose the whole exchange. If knight takes c3, b takes e3 check, and bishop takes a2, feels like a worse version because the pawns are disconnected. And if you play instead a takes b3, and after rook takes b3, 3 connected pass pawns and the rook is going to be too much in real terms. So looks as though Magnus is winning. And another player that looks like he's got a great position is the leader of Group A. Let's also go there. Gretarsson against Abdusatorov. Oh, we did see a move actually from Magnus. Where did he go?
Yeah, he did play your c4, so I think he just evaluated he has no other choices, and this is looking a technical win, and pretty sure that Magnus is going to do it. So you're right. Let's jump to the leader, Nodirbek Abdusatorov, and that's an extra exchange, right? The bishop on g8 is looking towards the pawn on a2, so White's only chance to try to salvage the game is the pawn on h6, but the bishop on g8 is... Wait. So there's knight f6, and there's also the g-pawn running.
Exactly. And the knight actually blocks the check on the back rank. It's a very cute position, but looks as though that just doesn't hold ever. Knight f6, g3.
Without the g-pawn, I would actually say that White is doing really much all right because of this knight f6 is being such a monster threat, but probably the g-pawn is going to decide the fate of the game for black, and it's also confirmed by the bar. This is potentially one pass pawn for black. This is potentially another pass pawn for black. And I don't think the white king can do it. And most likely White will try to run towards the g-pawn to stop it. And then somehow keep his chances alive with the threat of knight g5, knight f6. Get rid of the bishop so that he can promote his own pawn. But I don't think this is going to happen.
Yeah, this looks bad for Hjopi, and the form player in the world, actually, I would say, Abdusatorov, possibly has a claim for best player of the year 2022. It's between him, Gukesh, Erigasi. Really, those three have been the standout players for me this year. He's going to win this position. Bishop h7 also a nasty move, because you can now take on c2 with check. And then
I think this does it.
Yeah, this does it. Yeah.
You take on c2, you take the pawn on h4, so this pawn is not going anywhere. Black is going to bring the king closer. The pawn on a2 has a weakness, is not going anywhere, so bishop h7. Very, very precise move by Abdusatorov. So this means that he is stepping closer to win the match, because once again, to remind the format of the tournament, they're playing mini matches, right, Lawrence? It's 2 games in every single mini match, and scoring a victory with the black color obviously is a huge step winning another mini match.
Yeah, exactly. 2 games. So, Magnus, if he wins, which I think he will, and Bluebaum, I mean, he's going to try and put up a bit of resistance here, but unsuccessfully. 2 games, you win that, and then they play each other again, so it's a bit different compared to yesterday. So there will be another 2-game mini match between Bluebaum and Magnus. Of course, this match isn't over yet. Bluebaum still can, if Magnus wins today, Bluebaum can still win with the black pieces, but his odds of saving this game are looking slim. We've got another game which we haven't spoken much about, which is So against Nepomniachtchi. We haven't looked at that for a while. Looks as though it's a pawn up here for Wesley So. So he's free rolling, but his king is very, very open.
I mean, probably you're gonna agree
Yeah.
with this, Lawrence, is that normally these games are drawn, but there's also such thing which engines don't understand. It's the practical part, right? And in praxis, I think these endgames are very, very difficult to hold
Hmm.
because you just miss the queen trade from the black's perspective, and that's it. White is going to win the pawn endgame. They're very notorious. I mean, the queen endgames, right? One of the craziest endgames I recall, Lawrence, is this. I think it was with the h pawn and the g pawn, queens each, and the engines announce it's a draw. Yet
Hmm.
in the practice, of course, the stronger side most of the time wins, right? Because it's
Yes.
so difficult to show where exactly is this draw.
Yes. No, I know exactly what you mean. That ending. Yeah, and it's a different world when humans play it compared to computers. It's one of the hardest end games to really master. John Nunn did some work on it, to actually publish some theory on it. Some theory is known, but it's such a difficult endgame to master that I think a lot of players, even strong grandmasters, have big problems.
So talking about
Um,
this position, Lawrence, I'm trying to
yeah,
figure out how White wants to win this game. Most likely, his big idea is try to get the king towards the queen side, and that's why queen d2 check is played. I mean, Nepo obviously is dreaming to trade a couple of pawns, the b pawn for the c pawn, everything at the king side, while White is looking for the possibility to trade queens, and that's why g4 was played, trading a couple of pawns, preparing king f4, king g5. One slip, and black is losing this.
yes, still work for Nepomniachtchi to do. We'll come back there because it looks as though Carlsen is on the verge, and indeed, it is over. Magnus Carlsen defeats Matthias Bluebaum with the black pieces. A very, very nice victory by Magnus. That lovely pawn sacrifice to generate that piece activity worked brilliantly. Abdusaturov also has won that position. So it is only Wesley So against Nepomniachtchi as the remaining game. But Wesley
Wait,
So's king is a bit exposed here. No, there's a lot of checks from the
right.
side.
Is this a perpetual check? I'm thinking maybe Wesley slightly rushed with the idea to play g4. The idea, I
Mm-hmm.
think, was right. But it seems that Nepomniachtchi has found the right way to give the checks, because this is how you try to make a draw from the weaker side. You try to, uh, at least according to the rules of chess, make 50 moves where none of the pawns are moving. There's no captures. Then you call the arbiter. There's no progress. So here, essentially, what the World Championship challenger is doing, he is trying to give perpetual check, right? And I think that White is going to have a hard time to bring the queen to guard from the checks, because then the pawn on b4 might become vulnerable.
Yeah, White's king is just a little too open here. It looks as though Jan is gonna save. Sorry. Yes, it looks as though Jan is gonna save the position. Jan is with the black pieces, so Jan is gonna save this position. I believe. I think it's very difficult to avoid these checks. Queen f4 played, but there's going to be queen b3 now, and we're going to get a repetition of moves. And now the king really has got no squares because it can't go to the
Mm-hmm.
fourth rank. So you can just even king e2. You can check on b2. Oh, c2 is so queen c2, queen d2, queen e4 is of course the way to check here. Wesley So is going to do it, and
It just
yeah,
amazes me, Lawrence, how he does it. I mean, it seems such a difficult endgame, and Jan shows it flawlessly. He knows what he's doing. He has almost 11 minutes on the clock, and it's like, I don't need this time.
well, Magnus Carlsen said that he believed Jan Nepomniachtchi was the best player in the world with heavy pieces. So with queens and rooks, Magnus said nobody in the world plays like Jan, and I believe that. I remember seeing a few games of Jan's where he just finds maximum output for these pieces, resourcefulness, everything you want, and this game is going to end reasonably soon. There's going to be a bunch more checks. You can never block the check successfully, as you said, Artus. It's just the pawns are hanging, and Wesley's face there also just says, "Okay, I'm kind of ready. Kind of ready." Queen e4,
Right.
Queen e4 check already wins a pawn, or what is this? Queen e4, King g3. Ah, so he wants to sacrifice the b4 pawn in order to then land on f7. But yeah, very clever stuff by Jan. He's just not even taking the pawn. He's just giving the continual checks. Queen f4, Queen e1 will now be played, and yeah, you just can't escape these checks. It's just
Right, that's what it looks like, and of course, the body language of West also says he knows he has missed his chance if he had it. Now he tries the last chance. Look at this, Lawrence. He sacrifices the pawn on b4 with the idea to play Queen f7 check with some tactical ideas, but Jan doesn't fall into this, and he just keeps giving checks.
yeah, exactly. He just doesn't need the pawn. He can just give the checks. King g2, Queen e4 is probably already threefold. King h3, Queen d3, and the
And we have
story.
Lawrence, we have an update on another
Yes,
result.
yes,
Abdesatorov managed to win his game against
yes.
Gretterson, who had a great start in the opening phase. I loved his position, but then I have a feeling that Gretterson, not Gretterson, but Abdesatorov simply switched to a different gear, different speed, and just outplayed his opponent in the endgame. And this means that the World Rapid Champion is so far winning all the matches. Of course, still this match is still to go, but I mean, it's just absolutely stunning performance so far.
What can you say? He's incredibly strong. He's young and hungry, and all of those words that you use to describe a potential champion. I mean, he's already World Rapid Champion. He's got a great chance to win this. Imagine being a double world champion, Arturs, at the age of 18. World Rapid, Fischer Random, and let's face it, the Olympiad, which is the World Team Champions. He's already writing his name in the history books, and he's not even really the finished product yet. He's got plenty of improving left.
Right. But I'm looking at this position, Lawrence, and I can't help but feel that Wesley has managed to find some progress. I mean, he did put the queen on c3, so there's no perpetual check anymore. And maybe Wesley is once again ready to try to journey with the king towards the queen side, because his only chance to win the game is, I mean, of course, he would love to trade the queens, but it's not going to happen. But get the king towards the queen side. And that's why, of course, Nepomniachtchi plays queen e4, but there's no more perpetual check. And the bar says, listen, I mean, this is not so obvious anymore. What about something like h5? Can I do this?
Yeah, fair play to Wesley, who has managed to somehow find a configuration which doesn't lead to an immediate perpetual check. I still feel as though the position, and he's finally played the move g5 as well. I still feel as though this position has to be a draw, because Black's queen on e4 does a tremendous job of just protecting g6 and c6. So even if you just move the king here, let's say king to g8, I don't see how White makes progress. If you play queen f3, I can once again give the checks. I can probably take on b4 happily as well there. And after queen takes c6, you should never be winning this position as White.
Right.
2 versus 1.
Right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. But to be honest, I slightly don't like this g5. Maybe there was nothing else. I was looking at queen f3. Okay, the bar says queen f3 is not a move, but my idea was to revisit whatever Wesley was planning before. Once again, I'm hitting the pawn on c6. After queen b4, I wanted to give a check. King h6 is going to be a mate threat. And after king h8, probably this is some sort of perpetual check. But
yes. Also, queen e1, I can also take on h4 at any moment, right? Queen e1.
Oh, right, queen e1. Yeah, that's very clean. Right.
Yeah.
Probably, I mean, I'm sure that Wesley saw this, so that's why he played g5. And now he's running towards the queens, and look at the bar.
Wow. What?
Chances.
Incredible. What has happened? The bar just went completely insane. Queen e5. He's allowed the king to cross over to the queenside, and now the problem you've got as Jan Nepomniachtchi is a lot of checks can be blocked by the queen and sometimes there's even a check. So after queen e6, king d3, for example, then queen b3, you go king d4, the king comes to c5. Goodness, has Jan actually made a huge blunder here?
It definitely looks like a blunder because I think it was pretty obvious you don't want to allow the white king to get towards the queen side. He's doing exactly that. This is the only chance that white ever has. The pawn on h4 doesn't really matter. I think Wesley has forgot about his pawn at all. He needs to get the king towards the queen side. He needs to get the king toward the pawn on c6, which gives him some chances. And that's why I just don't understand, Lawrence. Why do you play queen e5, just in white, the white king to be pushed towards the queen side? I think he just hallucinated something.
Quite astonishing. And Jan, wow, if he loses this, he will be sick. He will be absolutely sick to lose this position because it's just not a position you should be losing under any circumstances. Total. Yeah, no, I mean,
I would lose it against Nepo. Not against Nepo,
yeah.
But against Wesley, I think. It's just, I was telling this from the practical perspective, right? It's just,
yes.
Okay, it's a draw. I mean, there's supposed to be a draw. And then comes the actual practice, the practical game, the nerves, hallucinations, etc. Because White is not risking anything, and he's just pushing and pushing and pushing. He's like asking you, are you sure this is a draw? So you find it first time, the second time, for the fifth time, for the 10th time, but for the 20th time, you make a mistake.
Incredible. And now this king sitting on c3, doing a great job now because you can protect it from the checks. You can do everything. The king can be an active piece, an attacking piece. I mean, this is a disaster for Nepomniachtchi, and you can see in his body language as well. He hasn't got the best poker face on the planet, that's for sure. So this is, I mean,
okay. I mean,
if Wesley wins this isn't just winning 1 point. This is like this is a 2-point full swing because you're not supposed to win this. So.
Right. But Jana's made this mistake before Kaznaki, right? I mean, he's very, very fast, and sometimes he just does it a bit too quick. And Magnus also pointed it out, I think, was it prior or after the World Championship? But sometimes this happens to Jan, right? He's a very fast player, a brilliant player, one of the best players in the world. And sometimes he does it. I mean, he just plays a bit too fast in those critical positions. Something happens like we just witnessed it, and there you go. I mean, this is not a draw anymore. I'm not even sure if this is salvageable because I don't see an easy way how black is going to stop the white king's march towards the queen side.
I agree, and this king can use the c pawn as a shield. It can go to c5 and then b6, and it can dance around that c pawn a lot of the time. And you're right, I don't see how you save this now. I just don't see how you save this.
Yeah, so king c5 cannot be allowed. I think this is immediately, if black loses this pawn, I mean, with such an exposed king, with so many checks, with the pawn guarding the king, sheltering the king from checks, the queen as well, the pawn h4 doesn't matter at all, don't you even think about it. I don't know, something like queen g1 probably has to be played. White is gonna most likely centralize the queen, something like queen d3, queen e4 something, and the king is pretty sure gonna make it to c6.
Yeah, absolute catastrophe here for Jan Nepomniachtchi in game 1. Wow. I tell you, if you would have told me, Arturs, when the king was on h3 and it was getting checked, if you would have said to me, you can have a lot of money on this position being a draw, I would have sent you a lot of money to make that bet. But because it just seemed so unlikely that Wesley's king was going to get out. But now we have this incredible position where,
it did seem like a forced draw, right? It did seem like a forced draw because
really
there was just no way how White is going to make a progress. Then Wesley made his What I felt was improvement. King on h3, the queen on c3. Now there was no perpetual check, and just some kind of a brain lag, mostly for Nepomniachtchi allowing the king to get to the queen side. And now, I'll just say this is lost. Yeah, and
I think it
easy,
is just lost.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just lost because the king is going to march towards the pawn on c6. Queen c4 check is immediate threat that black needs to be worried about. Queen g6 is also a threat. King g7 is queen c3. King h7, most likely h5. That's it. You just resign here, no? I mean, how do you play here?
I think resigns is not premature here. G6 is too weak. As you said, queen c4 is a threat. It's just a catastrophe. And I do believe we will. I mean, Jan is not one to resign early. That's actually true. Yeah, Jan is not the type to resign early. However, I have no doubt that Wesley's going to convert this position. It's just there are just too many routes. Even here, King h7, h5.
Yeah,
does that win?
So.
Because nope. Queen g5, Queen g. He went Queen d. Did h5 win? I mean, that's the sort of stupid move I would play and lose. But actually, King g6, King c4, King f6, King c5.
Oh,
actually,
look at this! He wins the pawn with the check. I mean, this is an amazing technique, right? So Queen e7, Queen f6, Queen f7. You always win the pawn with the check. King h8, Queen f8, King h7, Queen h6 check. You win the pawn with a check.
Ah, yes.
Great technique. Yeah, so he just collects the pawn on g6 with a check, and now, of course, Jan is going to play for a while. You can always resign. Nobody has made points by resigning early, but he can only blame himself.
Yeah, he's going to be extremely angry if he does lose this, because he, of course, knows that this was a game. And now we see the shaking of the head. Yeah, this is just the king is protected here. I now actually expect resignation by Jan, because the two pawns really are too much. No, he carries on. Okay. Let's see. h5, two connected past pawns, no checks. Queen g5 tried. And, well, a miracle is required here for Jan Nepomniachtchi.
So I'm trying to set up the position here. So this is the actual position.
Yes.
Queen f3.
Queen f3. Any move is good. What about h6? Do you like that one? You played Queen f2. H6 with the idea of Queen takes h6, Queen g3 check, and g7 also looked particularly strong, but everything is good. Now, so... Yeah, Queen f2, Queen c5 is obviously very good as well. So Queen f2, King a6, Queen c5 is on the board as well.
Right.
Queen g2. Okay, just need
I guess King a4. Oh, Queen g2. Obviously, you don't.
King a4. King a4 is one way to not do what you want.
This reminds me, Lawrence, some notorious checkmates, having up two pawns in the queen's endgame, missing checkmates. It's of course possible. It has happened before, so white needs to be careful.
I like Queen c4 because you cover the a2 square. Yeah, I like it. Okay, King d7, I guess. And Wesley now playing with his left hand. Do you notice he switches hand? He plays with his right during most of the game, and then he plays with his left. Yeah, now he's just going to go g7. And
so what does it mean? I mean, when he plays with the left hand, it's like showing super confidence. I'm going to do this, right?
Yeah, exactly. Super confidence.
Queen b3 check. So the g-pawn is one step away from being promoted, so white needs to make sure there's no more tricks, I guess. King a4, queen, okay, Queen c3, Queen d1 check, King a3, and unfortunately for black, there's no checks again.
Notice how Wesley's done that twice. The king on a3, queen on c3, king on b3, queen on d3. It's a very cute way just to cover the checking squares from behind. I like it very much. And Wesley, this is going to be resigned. I think now.
Now he resigns. Yeah,
now,
H5, H6. That's it. That's it.
Yeah.
This is where you resign.
Yeah, this is resigned.
Now you resign, as Mr. Scheibel would say, right?
Yeah, exactly. Now this is resigns for sure. No. Okay, he's C5. Okay, one last throw of the dice. C5. What is that move? What am I looking at?
He wants to activate the king, I guess. This pawn doesn't matter. I mean, you're losing anyway. B takes, king C6. The king's exposed. Some minor chances. But
you could just go H6, of course. Yeah, this is of course the classic.
Lovely. Just ignoring the pawn.
Yeah.
Take it, I guess. Queen B4 check. Something like king C8 could be played. King C8 is queen F8, king C7. This queen on F7 is not in the spot to deliver a lot of checks to the king on A3, and actually I'm not even sure that white could save it if the white king makes the H8, so it's just a matter of time.
He played king takes before, curious. Yeah, this is good enough. This is easily good enough.
I think he's just simply going to run towards the king side. That's it. I mean,
yeah.
Just goes to king G4, king G5, tries to hide the king on H8, H7. These pawns are definitely going to promote. I think he realized this is the easiest technique, and I think also Jan recognizes it. But you always have to fight it out, like right, Lawrence? Because
of course, yeah, sure.
You never know. Maybe there's a mouse slip, some brain lag, something happens. While there's still a chance to save the game. So queen B3.
Crazier things.
That's the last move. Yeah, that's the last move. Now there's going to be discovered check and G8 queen. Yeah,
that is actually going to be the last move, because you queen with check and two queens is going to be a little bit too much, even for the great Jan.
I don't see Nepomniachtchi making a move here.
No, I think it's.
I think Wesley was already expecting it. Yeah.
Yeah, he's trying
in these moments, they recollect what happened in the game. Sometimes before you stop the clock, you try to figure out what happened.
No, he's surprising me, Jan. I have no idea why he's carrying on, but it is his prerogative. He can continue to king C3 check, king A4 check, whatever. It's just winning.
Queen B4.
Yeah, and that is enough for today's first game. A little discussion between these two. A bloody first round, Arturs. Let's have a look at the results very quickly.
Right. So 3 decisive results out of 4, just 1 draw. To be honest, it's not really surprising. The only draw was in the game of Hikaru against Fedoseev. Here you see the score sheets. Abdusatorov, as we already predicted prior to the match, Lawrence is a favorite in the match against Gretterson, so he won his game in nice style. Magnus Carlsen shows why he's the world champion, and Wesley So shows why he's the reigning world Chess 960 world champion.
Indeed, and we're going to go now for a very short break. Yes, but first, before we go there, of course, this is Chess.com's coverage of the Fischer Random Chess Championships presented by Brave. And if you want to know a little bit more about Brave, well, Brave is private browsing. If you're interested in being secure online, it means private browsing and so much more. By default, Brave blocks ads and trackers on every page. And of course, even on YouTube, there are no ads, and it means that you have 3 times faster page loads, faster streaming, faster playback. It means 35% longer battery life on mobile data, internet bandwidth, and so on. Available for Android, iOS, and desktop. Get yourselves acquainted with Brave. We'll be right back, though, with more coverage of the Fischer Random World Championship. Brought to you by Brave. See you soon.
Run for my life. Okay.
What's up, man?
Hey, just solving some puzzles.
Get my coffee.
Oh, shoot.
Which one is that? Is that our new one?
Yeah. I can't get this one, man. Oh, shoot. What's wrong with you, man? Oh, this is hard.
You sure you're feeling okay?
One. Got it. Ah, shoot.
Fischer takes C1.
The only thing better than chess is more chess. So don't miss a moment of the Fischer Random World Championship or the women's candidates. We will be squad streaming.
And welcome back, everybody. This is the chess.com broadcast of the Fischer Random Chess Championships, brought to you by Brave. And we can see there a shot of the playing hall while we wait for game Number 2 of day 2, Arthurs. We've just seen a very, very interesting first game. A lot of blood on the board. Any thoughts from that first round, let's call it, of today?
Right. So we have at the moment 6 minutes until the matches. So there's a little break. Still some time to go. So throwing back what happened, I was really impressed, at least by the opening part. It was difficult as usual, which is quite common for Chess 96 to figure out what's happening in the I loved absolutely that in the game of Wesley So against Nepomniachtchi, both players made the so-called long castle, short castle, long castle. But then again, did anybody else make it? I don't recall. Right, so
yes,
it's Wesley
Wesley So.
tough.
Wesley, and there was, I think, one more player did as well. But yes, it was cute to see the, as you call it, the short long castling, or what was the words you used? Something to that effect.
Very, short very long nice castle, indeed. Long short castle, yes. whatever you call it.
Very, right. Very nice. Yes.
Very, indeed. Very nice indeed, and a lot of inspirational play. And again, I have to give proper shout out, so to speak, to Gretterson, because despite the fact that he is an underdog in this event, it's very, very difficult for him to face the best players in the world. I loved what he was doing in the game against Abdusatorov, but probably something happened when Abdusatorov tried to launch this queenside assault with a5, a4, and he just didn't properly evaluate his position. And probably, Lawrence, you're going to agree with me on this, is that at this level, I mean, the best players in the world, the grandmasters, professional chess players, they pretty much rarely they make blunders, but the problem is usually the evaluation. So let's say from afar, you see something, you think it's great, right? And then you play something like 5-6 moves, and then you just realize it's not great. It's just pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean, that tends to happen a lot as well, of course. And yeah, we've got an interesting moment now in this round, because there are a lot of players who also need to actually win to stay alive. So with 3 decisive results, Matthias Blubaum, one of them, had a horrible game against Magnus, got completely outclassed. Of course, he's a great player. He qualified through the open qualifiers, and he's on his day a very, very competent, capable player. But you're living in Magnus world now, and it's no fun when Magnus is concentrated and he's determined. And Magnus values this title very highly. This is not just a random tournament for Magnus. So Matthias absolutely must win. Of course, if Matthias doesn't win and Magnus wins this mini match, they play another mini match. So this is game 2 of 4 today. So we've got a lot more chess to go, which is, of course, wonderful for all of us. And do give us your ideas in chat. We've got Artur's. He's watching everything very, very closely. So if you've got some good feedback, please do, and we'd be glad to hear from you. And thank you for supporting the stream, of course, by being here. It's great for so many people.
And actually, Lawrence, there's one thing I wanted to mention is that I see the qualification path for Fedoseev and Blubaum. They beat a lot of strong grandmasters in the qualifications. But do you know that also I was taking the part of the qualification?
Oh, you took part, did you? I didn't know that.
Sure. I was trying to qualify. This was pretty much my only experience in Chess 960. I had never played it before. I played in one of the online qualifiers, and well, let's just say I got tilted. So it was very tough. The field was very, very impressive, and there was a lot of exciting games. But still, I definitely enjoyed it, and I see that, of course, that Fedoseev and Bluebaum made it.
Yes, they did. I didn't participate. I just Chess 960. It's a different world to me still somehow. So yeah, I don't know. It's it's one of those ones. But I'm curious by it. I am interested in the variant. I think it's a very, very interesting game, and well, I'm curious how this tournament
right. But
ends up.
I mean, Chess 960 is definitely developing, and it's amazing to see that it's finding its place in the chess world, right? I mean, I still remember when was this, Lawrence, you're probably gonna correct me, it was something like in early 2000s. There was this one unofficial world championship tournament in Mainz, Germany, right?
Yes.
They used to play it, and then
Yes.
they stopped it. There was like a quiet period of several years, and I'm very happy they rebooted it. And I think the Chess 960 and various ongoing chess variants, they just add some richness to the game of chess, and I think they're gonna find a way to coexist together with the classical chess, which I still believe is not dead. There's so many ways to explore it, but of course, Chess 960 is just different beast.
Yeah, it really is. They will coexist. I don't think 960 will ever take over traditional chess, but I think there's certainly room for it to grow. And with the endorsement of the world champion Hikaru Nakamura, the likes of Jan Nepomniachtchi, of course, could be world champion. Let's remember, folks, that Jan Nepomniachtchi will be facing Ding for the world championship title as Magnus steps aside. A lot of these endorsements mean a lot, so it's certainly an interesting time for 960 as the second game of this mini match gets underway. So
yeah, so F4 has been played.
Yeah, one of my favorite moves. It's not the bird's opening because it's not a starting position, but F4 by Magnus Carlsen.
I think actually,
and look at this. He blundered the pawn on move 1. Look at this. F4 d5. You can't take on a7 because of knight b6. This is very curious, Artis. I think we have to show this.
So Magnus always goes for the cheap tricks, right? He plays f4, and also the first game he played c6 with a black color going after the pawn on a8. And here he opens with f4, queen a7, I guess, knight b6, and after rook a8, black instant activates his rook. So this is actually not a blunder; it's a trick.
It's a trap.
It's a trap. But you know, Lawrence, I have to go back. To be honest, I'm disappointed in Magnus that he wasted this opportunity to play g4. You know, I mean, he started the game yesterday against Hikaru with g5, and I think actually g4 here is pretty normal move.
Yes.
Right? You gain space, you activate the queen, then you want to play f4. So f4 is just a bit too normal to me.
Well, and look at this, f4, d5, d4 optically looks ugly as you like, giving up this e4 square, but there's no knight that can get there. There's no bishop that can get there. So Magnus,
it just doesn't jump to e4. It's impossible.
No, it just doesn't get there. Not quickly anyway. So f4, d5, d4, e6. Okay, well, also makes a lot of sense.
I'm trying to figure out what is this. Probably some sort of a knight move, knight g3 or knight f2. I would say knight g3 makes sense to play e4 next, because I think this sort of resembles the Marozzi bind. Let's say if I manage to play e4 at some point, d takes and knight e4 recapture this pawn, and these pawns like horns, they're limiting black's potential to do something active. And he plays, now he plays g4, but this is not the moment when you should play g4.
Wow. Very, very interesting stuff. This looks a bit random to me. This looks like Magnus having a bit of fun. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I'm a fan. He's trying to gain space. He's saying, okay, the black queen is still on g8. The black knight is still on h8. The black bishop isn't doing much, so I'll just gain some space. Very interesting. My goodness, we have to go to the Nepomniachtchi So game, because what on earth is going on there? Can somebody explain to me what this position is?
Oh, I assume we don't go the opening phase, right? I mean, probably it's not really necessary.
You're
What
right.
is very obvious that Wesley, like in the previous game, Blue Bomb doesn't care about opponent a7. It's the same trick, right? Queen a7, knight b6 again. The knight
Yes.
jumps out, rook a8, trying to capture the queen. The bishop on c4 on bonuses. Also disconnected. But look at the queen on g8. How is it going to join the game? That's why bishop c4 was played by Nepomniachtchi, because Nepomniachtchi also has doubts that this queen is going to find the game, a way into the game so easily.
Yes, yes, a valid point. I guess knight b6 is coming though, very quickly hitting this bishop, right? So that's kind of an important point. That's why he plays a3 to bring the bishop back to a2. This is very, very interesting stuff.
So he wants to keep the bishop on this diagonal, but if he would, for example, here play bishop b3, this would accomplish the same thing, but the knight on a1 has certain objections, right? And that's why he plays a3, so that he can play bishop a2, and after knight b3, maybe there's a way to activate the knight. Well, I think also
looks
Jan is
difficult
having
though.
fun.
Yeah, I think a lot of these guys are having fun playing this. These knights in the corner make quite the impression, don't they? All the knights in the corner to start. It's an interesting starting position. Of course, I imagine there are lots of starting positions where there are two knights in the corner, because there are 960 positions, right? So,
Right, you can't study them all.
You can't study them all, precisely.
And
So-
bishop c6 makes sense, right? You want to play bishop
Right.
d5, kill this bishop so that the black queen on g8 can find a way to join the game. Maybe even bishop d5, trade the bishops, apply f5, get the center, and get the queen out.
I like it. I like it for black. If you get bishop d5, knight b6, f5, all this energy in your position, this looks just really good, no?
Yeah, I like it. I like it as well. So I think that Nepomniachtchi didn't get much, if there's even such a thing, in the chess 960 opening theory. All right, what do we do? Do we move
Very
on?
nice.
Let's check another
Yeah,
game.
let's move on. Let's check another game. I have to say, Fedoseev against Nakamura, the first game was just a snooze fest. It was just dead draw from very early on. But this one has got potential. Let's go to Nakamura's game.
Mm-hmm. And just before Fedoseev played knight c3, I wanted to add there's a potential to blunder something. For example, you play, let's say, knight c5, which is a very normal looking move. Suddenly, boom, bishop h5, and you're losing in exchange, just like that. You can only get this in just 960, right?
Unbelievable.
Right, so yeah,
Very,
that cannot
very
be
nice.
done.
No.
So knight c3 keeps an idea to play bishop e2, protecting the e2 square, just in case black is thinking about bishop h5 ideas.
Right.
All right.
Okay.
I mean,
well, yeah.
There's a million ways to continue, right? There's g5, activating the queen, activating the bishop, and it's played. Look at that.
Look at this. This is Hikaru in Hikaru in Hikaru mode. F takes g5, bishop h5. He's saying, "Give it to me. I'm ready to play an active game." And I kind of optically I like what black is doing, but the bar is saying something completely different. So I clearly know nothing about chess, but this looks good for black, and I don't understand why it's good for white.
maybe the bar says that this is better for white because black has slightly worse pawn structure, right? Because white has not done anything wrong. I mean, okay, the knights on b3, c3, they are taking care of a lot of squares around them, right? I guess they should be good pieces. White can always play bishop e2, while black will have to prove what exactly he has for perhaps slightly ruined pawn structure at a king side. Maybe that's why. That's why the bar says it's slightly better. But to be honest, I wouldn't like come into this position and announce that white is so much better.
Yes. An interesting one nonetheless.
Queen g5?
Strange. Yeah, bishop e2, queen g5. He took first. Also knight e2, queen g5 again. Don't understand. The bar has actually come down quite a bit now, so... No. Should we have a look at Abdusaturov, perhaps, as well? We should probably look at his game.
This is pretty normal. Okay. This looks sort of familiar to one of the previous games. I can't recall which one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a little bit more classical it feels, doesn't it, with the center as it is.
Right. So white has taken the center, black is trying to counter it and trying to find some weak spots in white's position, like knight f4, maybe h5, h4.
Exactly. Yeah.
And again, the problems, right, Lawrence, we discussed it in the previous games that white has issues with a castling, and this is something he probably can't find an answer to immediately. I guess normally what you want to do, you want to fight for the center, you want to bring out your most awkward pieces, and I think in this choice with the knights on a1 and knight on h1, it makes perfect sense first to activate those knights, try to get the center, and then see whatever happens.
Yeah. Totally agree. Okay, let's leave this one because it's a little bit quiet. Let's go back to... Maybe we should stay with Fedoseev, because, I mean, that's a lot of action. We spent almost no time on it.
Right. Actually, we almost missed the entire previous game,
yes.
Right? We quickly checked it, and then they had a very quiet position, and somehow they found a draw. Bishop g3, knight g6. So this is a fight for the central squares, essentially. So Fedoseev wants to block them, and Nakamura, on the opposite, wants to not allow them to be blocked. So that's why knight g6, bishop g7, e5 is something that he probably is thinking about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's interesting.
Knight e4.
Yeah,
I guess that knight goes to f3.
Look at this weird looking move. Knight e to d4. Again, the bar is just straight down the middle here. The bar is
okay, Lawrence, what about this one? I mean, obviously there's a fork threat, but how do you stop, for example, knight b5?
You just want to jump like this, huh?
How do you stop it?
Yeah, it's weirdly awkward.
How it's equal even, I don't understand it, because I see two very difficult to parry threats. I mean, for example, the bar says this is nothing for whatever reason. Like, I don't know, e5, knight a7, king b7. Okay, nobody plays like this.
You're right, nobody does play like this. Very, very strange. I don't understand this position at all. You know, and I think that's the problem sometimes with 960 or Fischer Random, of course, we're using these terms interchangeably, is there are just some concepts that, even though they are chess concepts, are just, for me, this is so alien to play like this, you know, to play e5, knight b5. I mean, these are moves that I don't even, you know, I don't take, it's not that I don't take seriously, but they're difficult for me to conceptualize. But I will say one thing. Vladimir Fedoseev, who's an extremely strong grandmaster, I've commentated a lot of events in my life, okay? And I can tell you this. He is one of the players whose moves I never guess. I can't guess any of his moves. I don't understand how he plays chess. I've got absolutely no idea what he's doing. He's a player who's a complete enigma to me. So it doesn't surprise me at all, actually, that these sorts of positions are coming up. And I think Hikaru, though, has got quite a good record against him, if I understand correctly.
Speaking about Hikaru, I also
Yes.
wanted to add that also Hikaru, in my eyes, is one of those players who is incredibly difficult to predict, right?
Yes.
At least I used to play against him many games online. And I still remember the thought process. I mean, I've read here on chess.com, obviously. And when you're calculating like a normal human being, the first move, the second move, the third move, he just fires out the fifth move. You're just not looking at that. He's just thinking completely differently.
Yes.
It's just very difficult to adjust to it. And I have a theory that he simply has trained to think differently, right? Maybe specifically for online chess. And he's such an amazing credit player, but just for the average grandmasters, for standard grandmasters to adjust to it, it's incredibly difficult.
Yeah, totally agree. And a lot of these top players, the creative guys, the guys who've got good spatial awareness as well. That's another thing that I find with 960, they really excel out. It does show the difference in class interpretation of positions. It shows, all kinds of, how they see the interaction of pieces. It's very interesting stuff. Very, very interesting.
I love this move, knight e4. I mean, it's a very creative move. It comes with direct threats, knight e6, knight b5. I think actually Hikaru is more concerned about knight b5. So I would think that he's in a very deep think. Either he parries the knight e6 threat or he's calculating some even deeper stuff. I mean, there's a room for that. I could even mention something as crazy as f4. And you try to be super creative with knight e6, queen f5, knight e8, takes on g3, and what on earth is this? Right? So the knight on d8 is trapped. There's definitely room for improvisation here.
No, absolutely. Should we move to another? Let's go back to Magnus's game.
Let's do it. So what is this? I mean, white's space advantage is considerable, and I think that one of the things that sometimes at the club level, I think we probably have to explain a bit why space advantage is so important. It just allows you to do a lot of good things behind you, meaning you push forward those pawns, and then you have more space, more loft to do something good. And when you look at the position, I think that for white it's a bit easier to do things, because when I try to understand what black is supposed to do, probably not c5, because this weakens the king, probably not e5, and maybe something like f6, e5. So white is a bit enjoying this space advantage, I have a feeling. Maybe there's even something like, I'm thinking something like h4. h4, knight h4, queen h1, push away this knight, queen h7, and I'm not going to be very original. I like white.
Yeah, totally agree. I think this is one of those positions which, that space advantage, as you said, is going to be really important for Magnus. And I think he's going to be very happy with this position. I mean, in general, I think you have to be happy here with such a position.
Yeah, he has every reason to be happy.
Yes, every single reason to be happy. No fireworks just here yet, though.
Right. But there's definitely ways to improvise. I'm even looking at some crazy ideas like knight c5, Probably totally unnecessary. Knight c5, sacrifice the pawn, then limit this knight with b3, bishop c3, activating this bishop. But Magnus instead played something more classical. What did they play, by the way? I don't see it.
I don't see it either. Let's see. No, nothing has really happened. But let's go to Fischer Nakamura, because we've got absolute action over there. Incredible action over there. So let's go. Have a look at that.
So after knight d4, what happened? Nakamura did sacrifice this pawn. Look at that.
Yes, he did sacrifice the pawn, indeed. And now we've got just an incredibly sort of random position here. The bar loves white, though.
A random position in a Fischer Random chess. I like that.
Yes.
So
Random
the knight at
position.
a7 is clearly struggling to find a way back in the game, and this was clearly Hikaru's idea to sacrifice it. That's why he played f4, so that the white knight cannot easily find a way back, and also somehow combined with rook a8 and some space advantage in the center. This is what Hikaru wants, but it just brings the question, what if I play something like some human move, like a4? And I want to play knight b5 next, and I try to imprison your knight with c6. Is it ever going to get out?
It might not, but then again, you might not be able to win it. So can I just say, okay, so what? Then again, what am I supposed to do here with white? Because my pieces, they look a bit strange.
You know,
Very.
I'm looking at this. I'm not even sure what is black's threat, because this knight is like double protected here.
Yeah, it's very strange. It's very strange.
Very, very strange. And imagine on top of that, you are the top grandmaster. You're trying to give this a fair evaluation. I have a feeling that most of the time they're just guessing, really. I mean, it's just impossible to properly evaluate this. You look at this position, and I think the only thing which comes to your mind is, okay, this is fun. This is crazy. Let's try this, right? There's just no thing as you're controlling whatever happens here.
But I mean, look at this last move, rook e4. I mean, this is such a Fedosseyev move. I mean, this move is so alien. He wants to go rook a4 and knight c6 check. The guy's the biggest genius in the world, basically. I mean, it's just that simple. I mean, this is just brilliant. I mean, I love this move. What a brilliant move.
So I think they're pretty much, so far in this mini round, the most creative players who are not striving for the normalcy, because Lawrence and me, we discussed this in the first game today, when the most traditional response usually is that you try to get a normal position as quickly as possible so that you can apply your knowledge, you can apply your patterns. But here, this is just insane, right?
Yeah, this is just I mean, this is have you ever seen a chess position like this in your life? And the answer, it has to be no, right?
No.
This is just,
I mean, the only thing I can think of, Lawrence, here is you have to respond with something adequate, which is very close to rook e4's quality. Maybe something like king e7.
Yeah, that would be really nice, just to play king e7. I mean, if it's the best move, I give up. But it feels
that is the best move.
Is it the best move?
Oh, okay, wow. Maybe not the best move, but the bar doesn't hate it, really. I mean, it's a playable move.
Oh my goodness. Goodness me. I mean, he's not playing king e7, right? I mean, it's just too...
Why not?
Even for Hikaru, this is just too much, surely.
I don't know. Okay, maybe he wants to play bishop d6 and then king e7. Maybe that makes sense. But then again, when you have a very deep thought that the bishop at f8 actually is going to be activated, the king on e7 is weird. But I don't care if it's weird. If it works, right? You get a king towards the king side. And has this guy castled, by the way? He can't castle anymore.
Oh, no, he can't castle because he's moved his king already.
So you play king e7?
Yeah. Maybe you're right, but you're not worried about some... Well, if the bar doesn't hate it, then it's probably not losing, right? That's the point.
I'll just play it for the style points, really. You know, you can play rook e4, I can play king e7. Let's have a good laugh together. You know, but again, on a serious note, I mean, what do you do with this knight on a7?
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know.
It's a weird one. It's very, very odd. It's all very, very weird, to say the least.
Really weird.
Yeah.
All right. What do we do? Do we look at this weirdness, or we?
I think we look at another game, actually. Let's have a look at the Nepomniachtchi Wesley So. Remember, Jan Nepomniachtchi needs to win in order to stay sort of in contention for this particular mini match. What's going on here? What on earth is going on here is the question.
I'm pretty sure that black is going to sacrifice the pawn on b6. I mean, the point is, let's say I'm going to make some random move, let's say g6, which is completely ridiculous move, and maybe this is what Wesley would be thinking about, because now the pawn on b6 actually shelters the king. But then you think about how Jan Nepomniachtchi is thinking. He's not going to care about the pawn on b6. No, he's going to play a6 to expose the king.
I like this. This is very nice indeed. Very, very nice indeed. Yeah.
Except for the bar, of course.
Except for the... I mean, every move we like, then the bar goes crazy. I mean, well, so what happens? So it looks as though there was a move.
Yeah, there was a move. A5, bishop b4. Yeah, and this is what happens, right? A takes on b6 and a6, except of my prediction skills went slightly wrong. There was no a6. And
he took on b6, right?
Just took it. I mean, a pawn is a pawn, right?
But then a6, and at least now for the moment, Hikaru has, managed to... sorry, Wesley, I beg your pardon. Wesley has managed to stop the action down there,
Just a second, Lawrence. What is
Tell
this?
me.
Can I take it? There's a fork.
Wait, what? There's queen c5 check.
Oh, there's queen. Oh my goodness, you just ruined it. I thought there's gonna be a queen sacrifice of some sort, something like b takes on a7, knight e2 check, king b1, knight g1, promote another queen, and then we play a normal chess. But okay, queen c5. You're right. Yeah. Unfortunately, just queen c5.
Yeah, and that wins. So that's good. Rook a4. Look at these rooks today. They're all on the 4th rank. Rook a4. Wow. Okay. Makes sense.
It definitely does. I mean, it's a bit odd move, but after rook a4, white activates the rook at a1, bishop c3, b takes on c3, all right. I really like white's position. You know why? Because I have a feeling that white has excellent chances to conduct some sort of a queenside attack. At least, I mean, in ideal world, right? I'm going to play c4, c5, remove the queen, knight a5, and c6. If that happens, black is busted.
But the bar is loving black. So is there a tactic here that we're just not seeing, or what's going on here?
There could be some sort of a knight e2, rook c8, knight c3 ideas, and the rook on d1 perhaps is unprotected enough. I mean, I don't know. Can we do this?
So rooks... Oh, you want to go knight e2 first? Okay.
I'm not really sure, to be honest. And then I want to play knight c3.
Okay.
Well, wait, actually it's a fork, no?
No, it is. Yeah, it's just... it just wins. Yeah, it's another fork. Unbelievable.
Oh my goodness. Okay. So, it's actually a pretty legit idea, no? So b takes, knight e2 check, king b2, rook c8. How do you stop
Wow.
it?
You don't? I don't understand.
But the bar says it's equal. How it's equal?
I have no idea. I don't understand at all.
There's no queen g1 to protect the rook
queen
b1.
And queen anywhere, knight takes c3. Why is this equal? This is completely bizarre.
Maybe there's some exchange sacrifice, like I have no idea.
Exchange
Maybe
sacrifice?
something like this.
This just looks... What? And the bar says this is win... No.
What is this?
What? Queen
no,
F...
no, queen a6,
whoa.
no.
Yeah, no, that doesn't work.
How
I
is
don't
this
get
winning?
that so much. I don't get that. Do you understand anything?
Oh my goodness. Look
you understand? So this is the first time I've ever commentated on Fischer Random, and it's doubting my ability to read chess positions at any level whatsoever. You're looking at this, it's saying white is winning, and
it's insane.
This is insane. Rook takes a6, queen e7. Is that real life?
Yeah, but
Like
93 check was played. But once again, let's check this. But this is too much fun. 92 check can be it here. It makes sense, right?
yeah,
It makes
of course
sense, and it makes
sense.
perfect sense. So how do you
Of
stop
course
knight
it makes
c3?
sense.
You are cool as a cucumber. You play knight c3, queen a3, and apparently this is a big mistake.
Wow, that's completely insane.
Yeah, this queen is completely disconnected. Rooks are disconnected. There's no defense from queen a7. Wow, okay, but this wasn't played because there's another cool move, knight e3 check.
Wow, another. I mean, this is so much fun. Queen takes b3, and what's going on here? But this feels a little bit more. But even here, I would be worried as white, right? Because my king, whose king is weaker? Whose king is weaker?
Well, white has a
That's
pawn,
a
that I
question.
see.
That's
White
a
has an
question
extra
for you.
pawn, and this pawn on h4 also is under attack. It's
Another one
still-
that I just can't really read at all.
We've got the
Another
word
one.
actually, Lawrence, that there's been a blunder in Fedoseyev's game. I
Ooh.
guess we have to show it.
Let's have a look. Let's
this
go
game,
straight there.
let's just call it unclear.
What is this? Fedoseev Nakamura. Look, this is what is this a real position? It feels as though this is what's happened. Okay, I have a nephew. He's
Okay,
1
where's
year
the
old.
knight on a7? It's gone, right?
Well, the knight on a7 is gone. I've got a nephew, 1 year old. Okay, and this is what he's done. He's taken the pieces and he's just put them randomly on the board. That's what he's done. He's just taken the pieces from the bag and put them. This is the most crazy. It genuinely feels like I just haven't really seen something like this before, to be brutally honest. It's very, very, very crazy.
This is not a blunder, Lawrence. I mean, definitely, and also the viewers. This is intentional sacrifice. I mean, there's no way that Fedoseev decided to drop a piece just like that. I think he just declined repetition. I mean, Rook a4, knight b6, Rook a5, knight c4. Maybe this already was a draw. I mean, as weird as it looks, it's a draw. So that's why he played Rook b5. He sacrificed the knight on a7 so that he can play Bishop c5. Now, there's some various tactical motives like Bishop b6, Bishop b. Okay, maybe not Bishop b7, but Bishop b6. The queen hangs. So Hikaru just plays King c8, which maybe, just maybe, was missed by Fedoseev because it dodges any checks and any Bishop a7 and Bishop f8. There's always Queen b5, and White still is down a piece. So he plays Rook b4.
Right.
And knight e2, look at that. Wow.
Wow.
Wow, knight e2. I'm just stunned, to be honest. You know, I can't even fathom
what I'm looking at. I honestly feel like I'm playing a new game looking at this.
Okay, what
you know what I
take
mean?
it? No.
It feels like I'm playing a different kind of chess. Takes? He wants to go f3 check, or what is this stuff here? What are we looking at here?
You told me.
I don't know. I've got no idea.
Okay, f3 check. So there's like
the point is
maybe...
that the king goes to c3. I think we're happy, and if it goes to e1, can we now do so? Let me just see here what we can do. Can we even play something like?
How is this winning?
Bishop takes c5, queen takes c5, right? So.
Oh wait, there's some queen e5.
There's some queen e5 and queen e2 is coming, right?
Maybe this is the
queen
entire sequence.
Wow, you've got that intermediate check. Oh, that's so beautiful.
How do you even see something like that from afar? I mean, just I would never look at this. This is alien chess to me.
Yeah, no, this is completely alien.
I mean, this is clearly when Hikaru played knight x on d2, right? He sees this.
Yes.
It's just insane.
Oh, no,
okay, I can understand knight e2 is bishop c5, and I guess after rook c4, let me just put it on board. Bishop c5, rook c4, there's probably some very cool move like whatever, I don't know, b6, b4,
b6,
and Hikaru has figured out whatever.
95.
What? Oh,
95.
95?
95 here?
95, rook c3, and some sort of a follow-up, which is still not very...
Rook a3? I mean, I'm just having fun now, right?
Yeah, that makes two of us. So okay, whatever. So he has figured out something here, and but the craziest part is here. I mean, King D2 F3 that you have to see from afar. All of these jumps, like King C3, is this still so clear? By the way, I
Feels
have no
bad
idea.
though, right? With the king on c3, it does feel like the king is kind of in some weird net there, but who knows for sure, right?
And this is winning, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean,
I
so
mean,
far,
this is just so beautiful.
this is a move of the round so far. I'll tell you.
Yeah,
I'll
knight
tell you-
takes d2 is just stunning.
Stunning move. I mean, the entire game is like a gem. You just want to print a book. The best games of Chess 960, top 100 games. I don't know. This is going to be one of them, definitely.
Yeah.
We're watching history
Absolutely.
here.
Wow. So f3 is on the board. This is exactly the sort of position you don't want against a calculator like Hikaru Nakamura, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just somebody who calculates as good as anybody in chess, basically, especially in these open board positions. This is a catastrophe. This is not what you want.
Right.
Okay.
So what
Wow.
happens after King C3? Is it really so bad? Yeah. it's
Okay, so
bad.
let's try bishop g7 check.
And I play bishop b4.
Yeah, and now we need a really good move. Now we need a really good move.
Something like knight f4, maybe. Oh, there's so
Wow,
many
that's a very
traps.
nice move. Wow, knight e2, knight d5. Wow, knight f4 is so pretty. Goodness.
I think
this
Fedoshev is losing this.
No, for sure. If he goes king c3, I think it's just...
Yeah, but how do you play? Oh, queen e3. There's also this move.
Yeah,
which-
queen e3, we saw this. This is what we saw, no? With
No,
rook
no,
d8 and...
not with king
we
e1.
didn't see this?
King e1, queen e5.
Queen e3 here, sorry.
Right.
And if rook d8?
And now the big point is if I play king e1.
Now can I go like queen... Can I start sacking things? Queen takes g2? Yes, queen takes g2. Because bishop a7, bishop b4. This is losing, apparently.
No, there's some counterattack with queen e6. Yeah, the black king is a bit weak.
Queen e6 I blundered. Sorry, yeah, no, this is...
Yeah.
Sorry,
But it's still somehow winning.
Okay, so king e1, huh?
Oh, wait, you just take on e3, what I'm talking about. Yeah, just take on e3. And then you grab the rook on b4 for free. That's it. So black is up a rook.
Yeah, this is just winning, right?
Yeah, this is just winning. I think rook e8 check. King e1 loses. King c3 most likely loses. After king c3, you can play bishop g7, and after bishop d4, you play queen e3. If you're really creative, you can try to run forward and hope for the best, but I don't think it's...
If we see king c4 on the board, I will be just...
Yeah, but what to do else, right?
Yeah, I mean, if we see this position on the board, I'll be in shock, to say the least. I mean, it will be incredible.
Okay, I mean, the king walk
Okay,
is not
yeah,
going to end
this
well
is
for white.
just- No, it can't.
No, it can't. Yeah, sure.
Uh,
Okay. But rook d8 is probably going to follow, so Hikaru is
in
going
great shape. What about Magnus? Let's go to Magnus. We haven't gone there for a while. Let's scoot over.
Of
to
course, it pains
Magnus
me to
Carlsen.
go away from this game, but
Yes, we'll just have a quick look at Magnus, shall we?
Yep.
Just a quick little look. So, a much more calm affair, at least at the moment.
Magnus is doing Magnus things as usual. I mean, he has two bishops, he has more space, his king is more safe.
Yep.
He just understands this position a bit better. There's also this idea of playing h4, h5, which I tried to make work a bit earlier. Actually, how do you defend from the check? You know, maybe let's start with this, because it's not easy.
No. I've been looking at this position, trying to figure out, like, none of the blocks look good to me. Like,
Yeah, but they already have played something else, don't they? Okay.
oh, there's been a few moves
Yeah,
actually.
there's
right.
been a few moves, so just try to figure out what they
Yes.
were.
Wait.
There was some kind of a breakthrough, was it?
Wait, Bishop. Ah,
Right. I think there
this
was
is
some
very
sort
strange.
some sort of a breakthrough in the center, so he managed to activate the bishop, gain space.
Yeah, let's come back to that one because that one
Let's do it.
I can't really work out. But Jan Nepomniachtchi, is Jan doing the business? Let's come back to Magnus because this position is a little bit too advanced.
So all of this
Jan,
ended with nothing for Wesley. All of this beautiful sequence of knight e3 check, queen takes on b3. It looked really great, but I think I did already say the pawn is a pawn, right? And it looked really nice.
absolutely.
But yeah, exactly. Jan just took the pawn, right? He's like, okay, so where's your mate? I'm just gonna take the pawn on h4, and this is how they got
And
here.
he just won a pawn. Yeah.
You just won a pawn.
Pawn's a pawn.
My bad.
Pawn's a pawn. And rook h5 threatens rook h8 mate. So you don't have time to collect b6. And if you go king c8, I can at least go check rook h7. And then, yeah, even though you win the b pawn, I think it's quite an easy win, right?
Yeah, this
king
should be a
rook
win.
h7.
Yeah, this should be a win. You're right. You're right. So these
Yeah.
two connected pass pawns. White is going to drop the pawn on b7. Most likely, let's say king c6, rook g7, king b6. I don't believe this is holding.
Rook g6, rook g6, rook d6, and then
some sort
either
of
g4 or h4, or just h4 is just easily good enough. There's no way you hold this ever.
Right, so Nepomniachtchi is looking really good here after
Yeah.
rook h. But what do you do? I mean, what do you do? You definitely don't play
You just
rook
don't.
d4, right?
You can't do anything. I think it's just over. I think it's just clearly a losing position, basically. Just
Right.
clearly a losing position.
I mean, maybe you have to play rook d8, but one of the things that I definitely have understood from studying various rook endgames is that you don't want to play passive. So it's very important to have active pieces, the king and the rook, because it's pretty obvious they're your only pieces on the board. So if you play something like rook d8, it's just incredibly passive defensive. You're already down a pawn. So I guess you have to try this, king c8, king d7, king c6, and might as just well be lost.
Yeah, and of course, if Jan wins this, that will tie the match. Now, remember, guys, that at the moment they do not play an Armageddon, so they will get 1 point each for the standings if Jan Nepomniachtchi does indeed win this very winning endgame. So they'll just get 1 point each. And then there's a second mini match that will come up in a very short while. Abdusaturov, is he going to continue steamrolling this field? It looks like it to me. I mean, this is just Abdusaturov's world at the moment. Look at this position.
It looks exactly like Nakamura against Fedoseev game 1.
Right.
No? I mean, this is pretty much the position they agreed to draw, right? I mean, they didn't have the pawn on a6 and about something like this with the knight on g3, knight g6 or something like this that they agreed to draw.
But it was a bit different, right? Because,
yeah, sure.
You know, here White has got the outpost. Black's king is in big danger. So this feels like a completely different situation.
You're right.
To compared to that first game. Queen
f3.
Queen f3. Okay.
Yeah. I think the big idea is queen h5 or knight e5. You just open the space for other pieces. The queen is getting ready to jump to h5. So Abdusaturov is just not even showing any signs to slow down.
Yeah, he's just a beast, basically.
That he is.
He's just far too strong.
Do we go back
for an 18-year-old?
Do we go back to the game of the round so far? I mean, this craziness.
Yeah, absolutely.
Against Nakamura.
Of course we can.
Oh, how did this happen?
Wow. Okay. Well, the bar is in the middle, so Bar thinks that this is holdable.
Let's just slowly enjoy it. Where was this? Here.
Yeah.
Check. Oh, there's rook d4. Obviously, we missed that. That's how they got here. I have no idea if it's good, but that's how they got here.
Well, it looks as though Fedoseyev's actually done particularly well, right? It looked as though he was in incredible danger. And now this doesn't look worse for white. I mean, knight f4, can you just go... You've got lots of moves. You can even go knight d3 here, and the pawn ending is probably... The rook and pawn ending is probably holdable here, you would think.
Probably, yeah. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, so 93 c-dex, although black is still a bit active, a bit more active.
Yeah, like you want to, like you're not in love with it. I mean, you can go king g3. This is the other move.
No,
G1 queen. Sorry, G1 queen.
I was saving this. Trick to show you. Yeah, you noticed it.
This is beautiful. This is beautiful. No, because here I was obviously I was looking at knight e2 check first. Always look for the knight e2 check, king takes g2 was okay, but g1 queen I blundered. Which is
knight e3 of course is played.
Yeah, no, of course this is played, and I don't see a real like rook a4, king takes g2, rook d4. I have rook e1, very important, activating.
Yep, probably for the save.
Oh no, actually, I go rook d1. Sorry, I beg your pardon. I go rook d1 there.
I think Fedosey most likely is just going to drop the pawn at some point to activate the rook, because once again we have this discussion about the piece activity which we started in the game of Nepomniachtchi against Wesley So, is that you always want to have your pieces active. And I don't think that Fedosey is going to keep the rook on b1 just to keep the pawn on b2. So he's too strong to do that. He's just going to drop the pawn on b2 if he has to, but activate it, and at some point it's going to be a draw.
Could very well be, yeah.
Or I think b4 probably also is a playable move. So why give up a pawn when you can keep it?
Yeah, this is going to be a draw. Let's go back to Magnus.
Let's do it.
And what is going on
it seems to
in
be
Magnus Carlsen's game?
Seems to be we are only getting one position. Yeah, on the camera. 6 seconds for a blue bomb.
Wow. Okay, 6 seconds, and he's got 4 moves to make. He's not going to make it. I mean, he's dead lost anyway.
Yeah, the queen is missing, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's got this pawn on a3, which is the only thing keeping him alive at the moment. But yeah, you would think that if this pawn is taken, then he's got no chance. Move 29. Let's see here. I think he's probably going to make it. Just
4 seconds. Okay, probably Blue Bob is not going to flag. He just needs to make one more move, but it's not going to help him. Queen a3 probably is not very good, but I think something like bishop b5 or bishop c4. This should be
interesting. King f1
position.
King f1 looks good. Just holding the bishop.
Yeah, but again, I mean, Magnus is probably making sure that this pawn on a3 is not going too far. Then he would love to king f1. That's nice.
That's true.
And some bishop e1. That's it. Bishop e1, you eliminate the knight on b4. Bishop e1 is on the board.
Yeah.
Some final checks. No, this game is over.
No. Queen takes a2 and he resigns now. No, Mateus does not continue here. Because
resigns.
Yeah.
Just one more check.
Blowout. Yeah, just one check though. And a blowout victory for Magnus against Mateus Bluebaum in their first match of the day. And if that's anything to go by, big problems ahead for Mateus. He needs to find a way to regroup real quick, because wow, he wasn't even close in those games. He was not even close to getting somewhere.
Right.
Let's go back to Abdusatorov. This game looks
Abdusatorov,
like it's...
all right.
Yes,
I
let's
was
go back to
looking
it.
at Nepomniachtchi against Wesley So, but okay, we can go to Abdusatorov. Abdusatorov has a great position once again. Nothing has changed. Extra pawn. G5 seems to be a desperation move by Gretarson. I think you can just take on f7, take on f5, and this. Wait, can I win this? By the way, there should be many ways to win this. Take
on f7. Take on g5, maybe, no? Ah, no, f4. Sorry, I'm blundering f4.
I tried to calculate this. I'm not in.
blundering
No, I should be
everything.
winning this. Yeah, I should be winning this.
I'm blundering everything, of course.
Outside pass pawn should seal the deal for white. You trade the h pawn for the f pawn. This king is gonna take everything at the queen's side.
Yeah.
So I think for Abdusatorov, this is a piece of cake. I mean, he's just choosing between queen f7, rook f5, queen f5, maybe. Yeah, queen f5 also is pretty much the same as queen f7. So you just calculate the pawn in game. He's gonna do it.
Yeah. Very, very good stuff. And let's go to that Nepomniachtchi game, because you said it was interesting. Doesn't look interesting to me. Looks like the easiest win known to man. You can even just win this b3 pawn. You have 2 extra pawns. h8 queen next is... Sorry, I'm looking at the board.
Oh, there's already a different position, yeah?
Yeah, there's a delay, but actually I think it's just going to be over. I think Jan is going to take this one straight away. And Wesley So unable to just make a draw to win. Sometimes that's the hardest thing to do, right? You only need a draw to win a match. Psychologically, very, very tricky just to make a draw. So,
right. So I mean,
really only... Yeah, sorry.
My apologies. This mini round was a bit even more exciting than the previous one. I mean, with all the excitement that happened yesterday, I think we got off a bit slow start in the first round, although 3 decisive games, but then things just exploded, right? Yes. Nakamura's game against Fedoseev and these crazy lines of Nepomniachtchi against Wesley So. Here you see that Wesley has resigned. Really difficult to choose from. Game after round, but so far I was most impressed, Lawrence, by this knight x on d2 move by Hikaru.
Well, that certainly moved the round. We're going to come on to that as we wait for the for that game to finish. Let's go to Fedoseev against Nakamura, because I think the Abdusatorov game is just absolutely clear cut. And yes.
So Hikaru is still pressing because the rook on b4 is really applying serious pressure on the pawn on b2.
Yes.
And I don't think we have to be fooled that this is a draw just because the bar says it's equal. There's an equal amount of pawns. Black can easily apply pressure. So the big question is, can you play king g5? Trying to activate your king, trying to get to the pawn on h5, but after king g5 there could be h4. So this rook does a wonderful job protecting the pawn on h4, attacking this pawn, and white always needs to carefully calculate, but probably this is just a draw. Rook g4, rook b2, rook h4.
Probably, but yeah, probably. Probably being the right word, right?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think king g5 should be played. I mean, suddenly king e3, I think it's risky. When you start to play passive, usually a lot of trouble starts when you start to play passive. So whenever you have a choice,
go active.
Play active. Try to play active. King g5. Come on, Vladimir, of course.
By the way, if Fedoseev magically wins this, 4 white wins will be the result in this round. 4 white wins. A clean sweep for white, which is very, very rare.
But it's not going to happen, right?
It's not going to happen. I wouldn't have thought so. Nakamura is far too good. far too good. Unless he gets way too optimistic here, I just don't see a universe in which he does this, basically.
No, for the save, you can see by his body language, he's just double checking the endgame. He's making sure he can enter the pawn endgame, because after rook g4, you have to carefully calculate takes, and king e5. This also you have to calculate, right? Can I do this? Maybe by some miracle,
Really?
maybe black can do this. By some
King
miracle,
g4,
right?
king f4. King
For example.
g4, king d3, king f4. You put the king on. Oh, wow, I blew it. What a surprise. I thought h4 and I'm queening with check, but actually, yeah, you're just king f3, king d3, and you're in time, right?
I mean, whatever. But the big point is, of course, you want to calculate this. So when you're entering the pawn endgame, and that's why you see that rook g4 is what Fedoseev, he already raised the hand. He wanted to make a move, and this is, by the way, a very common thing at the professional level. You raise the hand, you don't touch the piece. It's like a double check. I mean, are you sure? Are you sure you can play rook g4? So I'm pretty sure that he's going to play. I think he does.
Yeah. And Fedoseev looking very confident. These guys have played a lot online as well. Let's also remember a lot on chess.com, Title Tuesdays, other events. I'm not sure how much 960 they've played against each other, but for sure they aren't both understand that this should be a draw.
Right. So both sides have passed pawns, maybe some practical chances for black, because he can try to get to the pawn on d3, something like king d5, e5, try to attack it, but I don't see how white is ever gonna risk to lose this by just pushing forward the h-pawn. Even if the pawn drops, for example, I push forward this pawn, I drop this pawn, I trade the h-pawn for the b-pawn, and we enter just a theoretical rook endgame where the sole e-pawn in the rook endgame is not going to help black. So at this level, I think this is not even a queen's endgame, right? In the rook's endgame, it's much, much more easier to make a draw.
Yep, totally agree. I think this is one of those ones which, I think just Fedoseev is just too good to ruin this one effectively. King e5, I like this technique by Hikaru because he's hiding the king from checks, but it does feel like it's not going to be enough.
He's shouldering the king. It's a nice showing of chess understanding of the chess endgames. For example, something like a check and king h6, and he achieves something which is not even clear what exactly he achieves, because, like you said, Lawrence, the pawn on b4 is too far away, right? I mean,
yeah,
there's just nothing to be done. So he's just looking for some final tricks. Being such a resourceful player. I'm not sure if Hikaru suspects that he was winning before.
I think he probably does. I think he's probably going to be a little upset with himself, because when you play knight takes d2, the king is open there. You do feel as though there should be something here, but alas.
Can I show it once again? So for the audience,
absolutely.
So we have the live position here. So this was the moment, all of this crazy opening, which started with Fedoseev just sacrificing the piece just like that. King c8, what a stunning move by Hikaru, and after rook b4, another blow, knight x and d2. It's just absolutely incredible chess at the highest level. After f3, queen e3, apparently there was a win somewhere for Hikaru, rook d8, rook d4, and I guess queen e3 was the wrong direction, and yeah, Fedoseev was very accurate to hold this to a draw, and now, despite the American Grandmaster's best efforts, this position can't be won.
Yeah.
But who said that draws have to be boring, right? They're not boring.
Of course they're not boring. Especially when Hikaru's involved. And look at this, king f6, but I think we might get a repetition here. Rook f8, king e5, rook b8. We could get a legitimate repetition in this position here. Could, being the operative word, of course.
Right. I think also king h7 is a move. I don't see how black is going to make a progress here. So maybe his
Yeah,
idea
king
is
h7.
to go after the
Is he
pawn.
playing for a win here for the save, do you think?
Nah.
No?
No.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, maybe both of them are playing for the win.
Yeah.
Could be. I've seen stranger things.
They're both
happen.
very optimistic players. So
Yeah, sure. I mean, you
possible.
need a lot of optimism. And also, I think, Lawrence, this is a battle of psychology, right? You need to make a draw. I mean, if you're making a draw, you're making a draw from the position of strength. It's like, I'm the one who is calling the shots, not you, right? And we are
Right.
going to agree to draw under my terms, not under your terms. And
Exactly.
things like this sometimes remain in your head and you're thinking about it. And having some sort of a psychological dominance is quite important. Because, I mean, in chess, who was it? I mean, maybe Judith Polgar or somebody else. I mean, many experts said it. Chess is something like 30, even 40% percent psychology. Right? So you need these moments like this. Even this feels like a dead draw. This is a match situation. So you want to apply as much pressure as you can on your opponent so that maybe he falters, not in this game, but in the match later.
And is it even more than that? I mean, look at this position they have now. I mean, they're really fighting here. I mean, this is fighting stuff. I mean, this is
long,
real.
Right?
Well, I mean, probably not, right? But at the same time, I'll be honest with you. I'm kind of surprised at the position. I mean, the game is still going on. I thought they would have repeated a lot earlier.
I think the game is going to finish as soon as Hikaru is going to start to shake head. So that's a good sign.
Yes, that's also possible. That's also possible.
Yeah, Fedoseev looks incredibly relaxed. Checking final tricks. Probably it's a good idea for white not to take the pawn because of some back rank issues, which can't be done. I think he's just checking h7, some checks, maybe something like this. h7, check it here, just making sure, is my king not being cut off? Maybe something like king f6, and he knows it's a draw. But I think he's just looking for the most clean way to draw this. That's it. So he's not looking for a move, how to make a draw. He's just looking for the most clean way. So I think he found it, king of 8. The king has to escape from the corner anyway.
But Hikaru, if you look at the video, I mean, he really is kind of trying here. It's quite impressive. It's quite impressive. I mean, he's not just. I mean, I think he understands. Yeah, king. He's going king f6 now. So I mean, it's kind of done. But
just king g8.
I think I think we get the repetition now. So I think it's
one of the greatest games so far, Lawrence. Right?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes. I mean, a very nice game. A very nice game.
If I would have to choose a game so far in this tournament, of all of the games, I would name this one. It doesn't matter it finished in a draw. It was really amazing. And it just doesn't take one player. It's two players. And it was Fedoseev, right, who played 94, 95, 97. It was Hikaru who sacrificed the pawn. Then it was Fedoseev who sacrificed the piece. Then it was Hikaru who sacrificed the knight. You just make a popcorn, you watch it.
Yeah. Fantastic stuff. And I think we're going to get a resolution. King g5, though. So actually, Hikaru is saying, well, your king is cut on the back rank. If I can somehow magically get close, but I just don't see it. King f5, king e8, and then actually rook b5 and rook e5 will exist. So there is no serious chance here.
Some small moral advantage. Small moral advantage. That's it, and nothing else.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, rook a7, and now he's going to play like rook b6. Yeah, and he threatens d5 now. And if king f5, then you go rook b5 check and rook e5.
Or
There's
rook
just no
b6.
chance.
Yeah.
Or rook d6. I mean, it's just...
As
And
long as
Hikaru
Fedor
shaking
said-
his head. Mm.
There comes the shaking, yeah.
Yeah, the shaking is now...
That
very
means
much,
the game is about to finish, yeah.
Yes, exactly.
No, but okay, I mean, Hikaru is such an amazing fighter, right? Normally,
Absolutely.
A professional player probably would agree to draw something like, I don't know, 20 moves ago. He keeps finding these resources, and that's why he's one of the best players in the world. He finds these resources, he sets some problems, and sometimes it just works.
Yeah, totally agree.
No. Also, Fedorsev is slightly low on the clock, and that's also one of the reasons why Hikaru wants to try his chance. There's no risk for him, of course. The White King is slightly disconnected, but okay, let's just watch it.
Yeah. I very much doubt this is going to go on for much longer. Even the great Hikaru Nakamura, I think, is going to struggle to find resources here. And yeah. Rook d6, the move you said. Good enough, for sure. Absolutely good enough.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah. Rook h7.
Doesn't change much. You can play pretty much any legal move here.
King d8, just rook d7, also good enough. Calm. I wouldn't have ever played that move, but it's probably good enough because you get the king off the back.
It's a bit weird move, but I guess it doesn't
Slightly
spoil
strange,
anything.
yeah.
I mean, you
Slightly
could just
strange.
wait and do nothing, but okay, I guess there's like a million ways to play it. Rook h4, king e7. You just can't get to the pawn on d4. I think even white can just play d5, right? At some point. Okay, there you go. It's
Okay.
going to be kings. It's
He's
going to be
done.
kings, right?
Yeah, just he's thinking about e5 or king e4. I don't know quite why, which one he's thinking about. Which is
Look at
better,
what I say. Look at that. There's
yeah,
a
that's
smile.
funny.
You're smiling. What are you doing
Yeah.
here?
Exactly.
Nice.
All right. That brings us to the end of game 2. Let's have a look at the scoreboards and see how these matches, the first of these matches, have finished up today. And we can see here that in the first match, Abdusaturo blows Gretarsson out. 2-0. Easy work for the reigning Olympiad and European Rapid Champion. Nepomniachtchi salvages miraculously a very, very precarious situation against Wesley So by winning game 2 on demand. Carlsen breezes through Matthias Bluebaum. Matthias never really in it. And Fedorsev Nakamura ended in a very entertaining 1-1 draw. But it was, yes, it was very, very entertaining indeed. Lots of action. And what we're going to do now is we are going to remind you guys, of course, of another important tournament going on. It is the Chess.com Global Championship taking place in Toronto. The live finals beginning on Wednesday, November the 2nd. $500,000 on the line. Who will win it? The biggest prize in chess history from an online tournament, as far as I can tell. We've seen tons of upsets in the tournament so far. Could really be anyone. Who is going to win it? And we're going to have special commentary and streaming right here on chess.com with the legendary World Championship runner-up, somebody I used to work with, a very dear friend, Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana. Remember to check that out. We are going to be back for the second matches of the Fischer Random World Championship, brought to you by Brave. And if the first round's anything to go by, we're going to see a lot of great action in the second round of matches. See you all very soon.
See you in a bit.
The only thing better than chess is more chess. So don't miss a moment of the Fischer Random World Championship or the women's candidates. We will be squad streaming both events, so you don't have to pick just one. Simply click this button at the bottom of our streaming panel to watch multiple events at once. Click again to switch back to a single screen. Don't miss a moment of top-level chess with squad streaming on twitch.tv/chess.
Welcome back to Chess.com's coverage of the Fischer Random Chess Championships, brought to you by Brave. We've just seen the first set of matches, and the second set of matches are coming up in a moment. Before we go there, though, we're going to bring you the Brave move of the day. And Arturs, which move have you gone for today?
You know, Lawrence, actually, I would love to rename it as the bravest sequence of today, because it's not just one move, it's entire sequence of the move. I mean, it's king c8. I mean, actually, it goes before when Fedoseev sacrificed this piece, but okay, technically, it's the very beautiful knight takes on d2. And again, it's not just even a move, it's entire sequence, what happens after it, because I think it's pretty obvious that knight e2, bishop c5 is bad news for white, but the big idea actually is revealed that after king d2, f3, white has limited options to respond.
Yeah, because the king is in the middle of the board and in big danger, basically. So what actually happened? Because we kind of missed it, didn't we?
Right. So we were only discussing king e1.
Right.
And after king e1, there was this amazing queen e5 resource. The big point is black is threatening with a checkmate. And if you play queen e3, bishop takes on c5 is a very classical intermezzo check, because the white queen on e5 is still under attack. But of course, Fedoseev was able to pick up the best defense. Queen e3 check, rook d8 check was played by Nakamura, and after rook d4, here apparently queen e3 was a mistake by Nakamura, because the mighty engines say that bishop takes on d4 had to be played, and after bishop d4, queen g2, black is enjoying a very large advantage, if not winning.
Right. So a miss there by Nakamura, but still knight takes d2. The vision for such a move. I mean, it's truly special, isn't it? It's just it's just very, very. I mean, Hikaru. It's a Hikaru move as well. A shame he wasn't able to use it to finish it off, and he only draws the first match. He'll be looking to improve on that in the second game. Let's have a look at the results from the first round.
Right, so here we are seeing that Abdusatorov swept away Gretarsson, who was putting up a decent resistance, at least in the opening phase, but then the skills of the young Uzbeki Grandmaster appear to be higher. Magnus Carlsen also won a very convincing match against Matthias Bluebaum 2-0. There was little that the German Grandmaster and the reigning European champion could do. Wesley So, Nepomniachtchi. I don't know about you, Lawrence, but I felt that this was probably a deserved draw, because Nepomniachtchi blew away, which appeared to be quite drawish queen endgame in game one, then came back and won the rook endgame, and finally the very exciting game we just talked about, Hikaru Nakamura against Vladimir Fedoseev. The first game was not really exciting. The second was one of the best I've ever seen in chess 960, still 1-1, and a deserved equality in the match.
Absolutely, couldn't agree with you more. It was a very, very hard fought bout, and we're expecting much more of that. Let's have a look at the standings. Those are the scores, but here are the standings for each group. And we can see in Group A, Abdusatorov absolutely running away with things at the moment, just blinding chess, crushing his opponents left, right, and center. Wesley So, Nepomniachtchi way off the pace. It looks as though there's going to be a battle for second there. Remember, the top two go through to the next stage of the competition. So it looks as though that is where the action is really going to take place in that group. Gretarsson, the local favorite, great guy, very talented player, just not good enough to keep up with these guys. And in Group B, well, this is a real dogfight. Hikaru Nakamura on 5, Magnus Carlsen on 4, Fedoseev on 3. Again, the bottom seed, Bluebaum, just not really able to keep pace. He's got blown out by Magnus pretty seriously today already. I expect much more of the same in the next portion. Magnus looks focused. Magnus looks good. Bluebaum is just not able to deal with the fresh positions and deal with Magnus's genius. So in that group, it really does look like a battle for second. Fedoseev still very much in it, of course. So, we'll see what happens there.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty tough for him, because Hikaru Nakamura is 2 points ahead, and essentially for Fedoseev to try to qualify for the knockout stages, he has to overtake the reigning world champion Magnus Carlsen. very, very tough group, but it is what it is. And actually, Lawrence, if I would have to choose, I would say, obviously, which is pretty obvious by looking at the rankings, most likely it's going to be a very big fight for the second qualifier in the Group A, Wesley So against Nepomniachtchi, because Abdusatorov, he just can't be stopped.
Yeah, Abdusatorov is just incredibly strong. Here are the matches again. Well, it's just a rematch of the first set. So Abdusatorov, Carlsen, Nepomniachtchi, Wesley So, Magnus Carlsen, Bluebaum, Fedoseev against Hikaru, Nakamura. And with all of that said, I believe now we're going to go for another very quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere.
There's going to be a new position, right?
And there's going to be a new position that we're going to have a look at in a moment. But join us in just a short moment when we see the new position for round 2.
Have you come to play? Pay your $5 and get in the chair. How are you? My name is Jude Akers. Chess has given me a life, and that chess table, which evolved to a place where no one wanted to be, has totally given me a world. You might cry about all the things that happened to me as a kid. Don't cry. I sailed through everything. The moment I found the first book of chess by Joseph Fleming, I was gone. And I bought a plastic chess set in a drugstore, ESLO company, with a little manual by Frank J. Marshall, the legendary Grandmaster. I put it on my bedspread and it gave off rays. I was gone pecan. And it literally will keep you alive if nothing else is going right. Chess has the power to, literally, as Taras said, make people happy.
Let's go see.
Hello?
Hello. I'm gonna say welcome back to chess.com's coverage of the Fischer Random Chess Championships, brought to you by Brave. We are back now for the second set of games today. Before we go there, though, we're going to get a live shot of the playing hall because it's now time to do the big reveal of the position for the second round. Oh.
Right. So we have a position where I'm not even properly sure how to announce it, but it looks quite close to the previous round, except the oddity here you see it on the screen is now the white king is stuck, the king side, right? So we have once again the rooks on every side of the king, so it's not going to be easy for white once again to make a whatever castle, right? So again, we are going to have an option to make a very short, long castle or long castle short, whatever. No, wait, it's actually a long
you can
castle.
Always castle.
A long castle even longer.
Yeah, the long castle will be very long. The king will go from G1 to C1, a very, very long castle indeed. So what do you think about this position? What else kind of screams out at you here as a...
I think it's pretty interesting that probably one of the players is going to play something like H4, H5. Well, I'm not a big expert of chess 960 starting patterns, tell you honestly. But I think this is an interesting way to bring the rook in the game because it also allows you to apply some pressure, and also black can't sort of immediately challenge the rook. At least I've seen some positions like this when the rook is on in some Fischer random positions on A4 that sometimes they start by playing this A4, A5, rook and A1, king on B1. I've seen that this is a very common thing. Probably B4 or B3, C4 could be a choice as well to activate this bishop. So
yeah, I was going to say B3 looks like a very natural move to me to activate the bishop, or B4, as you said, yes.
But B4 would leave the C4 square unprotected. Maybe there's something like D5, knight E6, and you're going to have some problems to follow up with the C4. So most likely it's going to be C4, B3. So that will be the normal continuation. But then again, I mean, probably you can play in the center something like D4, knight E3, or E4, whatever. F4 probably is not going to happen because that weakens the king for no good reason. And maybe at some point white indeed is going to, or white or black is going to include this H4, H5. That would be my best guess, really.
Yes, I can see an H pawn being lifted. I can't see an early knight move. Doesn't really make sense to me. I think C4 is actually the move I would go for as white here, just to activate the queen. And as you said, I like C4, B3 because then I've got that kingside pressure. So that's very interesting.
Let's put it this way. I think at least 2 games are going to start with C4. That's my prediction.
Yes, that could very well happen.
Maybe one of them is going to play B3 and another one is going to start with something like E4 or D4. So C4 makes perfect sense. At least to do it immediately.
Now, of course, the players also get a chance to review this. I believe they have 15 minutes. I believe that's the time allotted they have to study this position. Do you think they put it on an engine? Do you think they discuss it with a coach? Like I know, for example, Peter Heine Nielsen is there with Magnus Carlsen. So it would make sense that they're having a juice or a water and discussing this position, or do you think they use a computer?
I'm not sure if it's allowed to use any help during those 15 minutes, to be honest.
It could be.
Could be, but I don't think it really will matter. Because, again, you can't really prepare for a lot. So, for example, you switch on the engine, we see the bar says for white is 0.4. And the best move, at least according to the engine, is B3. I don't really know how it helps you, right? So maybe just some generic ideas. I think that what they're trying to do during these 15 minutes, Lawrence, as you said, they're trying to milk out all of these typical maneuvers. I mean, with which pieces I'm probably going to start. So if I play something like b3, c4, how exactly approximately I'm going to develop my kingside pieces, I'm pretty sure that all of the players already have noticed the idea to play h4, h5, or h5, h4 from the black's perspective, and then they're just trying to, gather all of this in one package so that it's immediately there for an immediate use.
Totally makes sense to me. What do you think about the actual chances for some of the underdogs, Arturs? We've seen some players really have a very tough time, right? Do you see any hope for the underdogs in this round?
No hope for qualifying, but I do see hope for at least a decent mini match. I mean, they should strike at some point because they have nothing to lose. They have no probably false hopes that they're going to outplay Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru, Nakamura, and qualify for the knockout stage. They're just enjoying their time. And also, I think that, for example, Bluebaum was completely outplayed, but he knows he's playing against the best player in the history of chess, right? And he's doing the best he can. I'm pretty sure that him and my apologies, Gretarsson, that they're going to show the best they can do and at least win a game. So that would be my prediction, that definitely they're going to win one game at least.
Okay. I'm going to say that I don't think Gretarsson is actually going to win a game. I think Abdusattorov, I think the confidence that he has, I think that the level he's playing at, I think Hjopi, as he's more commonly known amongst friends, I think he's in big trouble, like really serious trouble. I also see absolutely no chance for Matthias Bluebaum to even get half of. I actually don't think he's getting half. I think he's feeling totally overwhelmed with Magnus. Magnus looks like he wants to secure the top spot of this group because he's not top yet. He understands he has to do a bit more. So, I actually feel just by watching that first round, Bluebaum, Gretarsson with the big 0. As for the other matches, total coin flips to me. I don't see it clearly whatsoever. Nepomniachtchi so too close. Fedorsev Nakamura also. It looked as though Hikaru just got a little bit, but Fedorsev so resourceful. So could go either way. Group B is extremely interesting to me with this dynamic at the moment with Nakamura, Carlsen, Fedorsev all fighting. If Fedorsev wins, it's going to be absolutely huge, by the way. If Fedorsev wins, it's going to be massive because, suddenly he's got real chances. So we can see that Group B.
And I think definitely him against Nakamura, this is going to be one of the most exciting matches because we already discussed this. They're some of the most creative players here, and it just doesn't take any special invitation to go for a really crazy game. So that's definitely something that we should look forward to. And here we can see, as we already discussed before, the group standings. Abdusattorov, 3-point lead, which is pretty huge. But again, to remind you, dear viewers, the tournament regulations is that they're the so-called mini matches, and every mini match gives the winner 2 points, right? So you win one match against the leader, and essentially the margin is not so great anymore.
Absolutely. And let's just remind everybody what they're playing for at the moment. It's the group stage of this tournament. 2 groups. Tomorrow will be the final day of the group stage. The first 2 qualify for the next phase of the tournament, to the knockout stage of the tournament. Also, remember, guys, this is not small fries. $150,000 for the winner. That's a lot of money. And that's a lot to fight for these guys. So, I see real fight going in here for for the remainder of this. Yeah, or I mean, even all the prizes. Exactly, all the prizes are very, very substantial. So we'll see what happens, but certainly a lot to play for, and you can see their prize distribution. Look at this. Even a nice payday for, you know, somebody like Bluebaum or you know, somebody like Gretarsson, the local. We were talking before about, you know, do Icelandic players get a stipend, etc., etc. This is, you know, a lot of money to any, let's say, not to put this politely, non-elite grandmaster. I mean, how often does somebody like Gretarsson get to play for $30,000-$40,000 in one tournament? It just doesn't happen. So a lot to play for. A lot of yeah.
I'm sorry. Also,
Yes.
what I wanted to add here is that these are not the
Yes.
only prizes. There were also some prizes, although of course significantly lower, for the qualification path, right? So there were a number of ways how everybody could participate in order to fight for this tournament, to play in this tournament. So two of the qualifiers are playing here, and I just love this, right? So it wasn't really like predetermined that these players are going to play. Everybody had a chance, so it was pretty difficult. But even I took a part, although not very successfully, and it was really fun and went to play.
Absolutely. Alrighty, just a minute or so left. We can see a shot of the playing hall just there. Players, a bit of a spectators as well, of course. A lot of local interest. Chess being an important part of Icelandic culture after the influence of Bobby Fischer there in the islands. Of course, you know, he played the, let's call it the second world championship against Boris Spassky there, if I'm right, or am I going completely insane? I'm pretty sure he did. Maybe I'm going nuts. No, I am going nuts. What am I talking about? He didn't play it there, but he certainly spent a lot of time there after his release from prison. Was it Japan, I believe? That he
You're gonna know it better, to be honest. I know.
No, I
He has connections with Japan.
I think when he was released from, well, let's call it, he was at least being detained in Japan, that he went to Iceland. They took him in. Of course, there's famous videos of him getting on the plane, bearded, and talking about Fischer Random Chess, actually, about random chess. This is what he was doing at those times. So it was very, very interesting indeed. Big connection.
Maybe it's actually going to become a thing, you know, Lawrence, that it's going to be always in Iceland, right? So it could become a tradition. So
could be, and it would make a lot of sense as well,
right?
That it would be like that. So, you know,
have you been in Iceland yourself?
Yes, I have. I've been there on holiday. I saw the Auroras Borealis, the famous lights. It was a very special holiday, actually. Now that I remember it, it was a very, very nice time.
Right.
And a beautiful country.
I was playing there in 2015 European Team Championships. So one of the best team championships, pretty much ever. Yeah. So great country, great nature, fun to play chess. So perfect place to honor Bobby Fischer and great hospitality. So you can see the players are at the board having a power sip. I guess it's water.
Yeah, this is water. They have good water there. I'll give you a quick clue before they start. I've got a nice story for you very, very quickly. The first day I arrived in Iceland years ago, there was a huge storm, and the only way to get any food was a takeaway. I ordered a Chinese takeaway. I ordered 2 boxes of noodles, because I was with my partner at the time. 2 boxes of noodles and some spring rolls, 2 like crackers, and 2 Diet Cokes. If you can guess how much that cost, remember it was the middle of the storm. Nobody could go out. Nobody could get food. Nothing. If you could guess how much that costs, I'll be very, very
a lot. Am I close?
Cost me nearly 80 euros. 2 boxes of noodles and a can of Coke. Welcome to Iceland. Well,
It's pretty expensive over there.
Pretty expensive over there. Yes, it is. Absolutely. Right. So it is what it is. Okay.
All right. You can see once again Matthias on the screen. Once again, he's facing the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. They just did. And again, they're playing again. C4. I was right.
That's
the first move.
C4. You got it spot on. Well done. Absolutely well done. Yeah.
Fedosea plays A4. Yeah. I could have never, ever in my life predict A4.
Wow. A4?
Yeah, Nepomniachtchi C4 and Abdusatorov C4. So what did I say? At least 2 players are going to play C4. I'm standing corrected. It's 3, not 2 players.
But what is A4? I mean, can we just pull that up? Because I'm looking at this position. If you just go to the first move and just take it back 1 move here. So yeah. just A4. So wait, that's a normal chess position. We're gonna have to refresh that.
Oh,
because that's not the position.
My apologies. Yeah, my apologies.
A4 on the first move in a normal chess position is also quite dubious, but in this particular thing here, this looks crazy to me.
So I don't understand it.
No.
Why do you need to do this? Because first, you have to normally fight for the center. So this is the center, your imaginary center, right? So everything happens around the center. A4 contributes nothing. I mean, there's not even the rook on A1, right? So you could argue that you want to play rook A3, whatever. Very big idea. There's just nothing. So I have a feeling this is just Fedosea trolling a little here. And again, sending some sort of a psychological message over to the American Grandmaster. Come out and play.
It might be trolling, it might not be, but I simply don't understand the move, basically. And as I said, just before we were talking about they're playing for, a lot of money. There's a lot at stake, a lot of pride. And I simply don't understand what's going on with A4. Okay, but we've got a position here. So Queen C8, I mean, I'm really... I don't know. I don't think I can be a chess 960 player. Have a look at what happened here, Artus, because there's another move that Hikaru just played that I simply just don't understand.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, the idea, I guess, to play C5, because with the queen
maybe,
on B8.
Yes. Okay, the queen was pinned. I do understand it.
The queen is pinned, so you play queen C8. I mean, it does break sort of a rule that you don't want to move your queen early. You're supposed to move it only when you're totally sure, because are you sure you want to put the queen on C8? Okay, B5, C5. What's going on here?
I don't know, but I quite liked C5 there, I have to say. I thought that was quite a good little move, actually. I thought that was a decent attempt, at least, by Hikaru. And I kind of like black now, somehow. I mean, I don't love black, but the queen on A2, I mean, queen A2 is being used to defend this pawn.
I don't mind white. I mean, white.
You like white? I like black.
I mean, you like black. I don't mind white. I mean, the bishop on A1 is pretty good. White has some healthy pieces here. Okay, I'm not sure about the rook on H1. Pretty sure Fedosea, if he started with A4, he's probably going to continue with H4 as well. Exactly. Knight B3, Knight E4, Knight E5. Very good control of some of the central squares. I think it's pretty okay for white.
Yeah.
Bishop A6.
Let's have Bishop A6. I mean,
let's just move on.
Just move on. Yeah, let's just carry on. I'm not getting close to the moves in this one. Like Bishop A6, D3. I don't know. I mean, it is looking right, but look at this. There are 2 games with queens on B4 here. It's very interesting to see. Have a look at that. So let's start with Carlsen against Bluebaum.
Let's do that. Right. So that was an actual gambit. Look at that. Oh wait, no. Sorry, that's no gambit. My mistake. So c4, c5, b4. Yeah, the queen on b1 protects the pawn on b4. Well, queen on b1 protects the pawn on b4. Queen b4. Okay.
Looks interesting enough.
Yeah. Lawrence, I was looking at this and I was thinking, can you try to play a gambit here? But probably you don't have to.
Not, right?
Yeah, probably not. I mean, there's some funny ideas like bishop a4 at some point, some problems to defend the pawn on d7. But okay, I mean, queen b4 is pretty normal. Bishop f3. And Magnus is neutralizing the bishop on a8, I guess. Moves like d4, knight e3. This looks pretty normal to me.
Yeah, Magnus kind of, taking it slow. Magnus with the white pieces here, it should be pointed out. It is not Bluebaum with the white pieces. A slight issue there with the graphics. Let's go on to the other game then with the queen. In fact, they have an identical position. Is that a potential error, or what are we watching here? Because I'm kind of curious.
Oh,
am I looking at the same game?
I think it's highly unlikely. But let's confirm that a bit later. So it appears to be that Abdesatorov against Gretterson have the same position as you said, Magnus Carlsen against Matthias Bluebaum. I don't believe
it's all theory, Arturs. It's all theory.
I mean, okay, it's possible. It's possible because you can always gather information by looking at the board next to you, and this is what I did once, right? I was.
Go on, carry on.
Yeah, I was playing a league match, and I got really curious about a certain opening, a certain line in an opening I had never played before, and I thought, okay, I can also try to do this, right? So it was a team event, and I decided to play it, although I had zero understanding what I'm going to do next, right? And I think that if you see something like this happening on another board as well, you might think, why not me, right? But I don't think they have a lot of time to really pay attention to what's happening on other boards. For example, do you see Magnus looking left and right?
I don't really, but I can tell you that they have played two different moves now. So they were the same position for that long, which is obviously incredible. Which is just incredible. So
that is pretty much incredible.
Yeah, it is. It is incredible. I've never seen that in a tournament like this. Let's go to Carlsen against. Let's go to Abdesatorov against.
All right, Abdesatorov. Okay.
Yeah, let's have a look here.
And compared to Magnus's game, instead of what was it? Instead of bishop e7, bishop f6, d4 was played in Magnus's game. Right now, here, bishop f6, d4. This is the game Carlsen against Bluebaum. And here Gretterson says, no, my bishop belongs on e7. So after bishop e7, queen a4, now we have a different unique position.
Yeah. And what do you think about this position? It looks very calm at the moment, doesn't it, basically?
I think that this is a success for White because White is sort of winning the fight for the center. I can easily imagine White playing d4, knight e3, recapture on f3 with the other knight, and then just some sort of inspired either castle, rook b1 and short castle, or bring this rook in the game with h4, h5. So White is going to have a very nice control of the center, while it's not sure. Well, it's not very clear what Black is going to do. First, the pawn on d7 is under attack. What do you do?
Well, precisely. You probably don't do very much. It's a weird one though, right? It's kind of strange. How
do you protect it? Because after knight f6, I might even actually take it. I mean, whatever. I just take it, I understand nothing of chess. I see a pawn, I take a pawn. So queen e7 and prove your thing, right? So what do you have?
Yeah. Why not?
Absolutely. I mean, this is definitely a move. And bishop. What? Oh, so in the Carlsen against Blue Bomb, bishop f6 was played immediately, and now he pushed the queen on a4, and now he played bishop f6.
Yeah, I don't know if what the tempo does there. Slightly strange.
No idea.
No idea. Yeah. Okay, let's go to the Nepomniachtchi game. We got something a little bit different, a little bit more spicy there, for sure.
Oh, let me refresh. So very quickly, I'll start from the starting position. C4, B5. Look at that. So Wesley had different ideas. Now this knight is not going anywhere. And White builds an entire strategy to keep the knight on c8 where it belongs.
But I do like it, what White is doing. You know, one of the things that I've been contemplating here, Arturs, is space, right? This is a theme I start to see a little bit more in a lot of the games. And it looks as though certainly somebody like Jan, Magnus, they believe that an early space grab is quite a crucial one somehow in this particular variant. Do you agree? Have you noticed that? Again, it's a very small sample size, so maybe I'm just going slightly insane. But it feels as though an early space grab it seems to be the way forward. I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe.
Strange one, huh?
Yeah. But I love this move by Jan Lawrence. I mean,
yes.
There was a mention in the chat in the beginning, which I didn't mention. There was a suggestion to play Rook f2 and castle short. And I love this move. Why? Because after f4, Jan's idea is the follows. To take Rook f4, and after the short castle, there's actually a very nice pressure on the pawn on f7, because the bishop on b3 is conveniently applying some extra pressure as well. So that being said, it makes perfect sense for Wesley close the position with e4 so that the rook on f1 is staring at a pawn. But, I mean, there's definitely a room for improvisation here. Oh. Okay.
Very, very strange.
Okay, I guess knight e6 is bishop f6. So I think Nepomniachtchi is just securing the queen side so that in this position, he doesn't have to worry about creating a pass pawn for black. C takes, C takes. And now, Lawrence, this is the moment of truth. Do you play g4 or you don't?
You're asking me?
Yeah.
I probably do. Well, maybe not.
Maybe not.
Knight e2 is much more. I mean, I love White's position, though. I mean, this just looks like White has got all the trumps in this position, all of the advantages, basically. I don't know if you get the same feeling. That's my feeling here.
I do, because I have the great respect for White's bishops. I see that White can create something interesting at the king side. Okay, maybe not g4, right? But actually g4 makes perfect sense because you free the knight on e1 to g2 and presumably it goes somewhere after that. But of course, you can always just occupy the d4 square, something like knight c2, knight e4. But again, we are going to be back to g4, I guess, because the rook on h1 is not doing anything.
G4 looks completely natural to my eyes. I really like it. And I'm sure it's on Nepomniachtchi's radar as well. So very interesting stuff.
Do we move on?
We can move on. I'm a bit let's go back to Fedoseev against Nakamura, because that could get interesting.
Oh, this is a very normal position where White has a perfect normalcy achieved and Black is slightly suffering because the knight on e8 is not doing anything. There's just no good squares for the knight. There might be some issues with its pin. So e4, I think, already is a direct threat. And maybe also c4 some sort of what is it? English opening ideas. I think Hikaru here is slightly suffering. I don't care what the bar is saying. I think he's slightly worse here.
Mm.
Just by looking.
Yeah, maybe slightly. It doesn't feel like a lot, though. Yeah, it doesn't feel like a lot, right?
But it doesn't feel like equality as well. So I would definitely choose white. So e4 is a threat. The queen queen needs to be protected, I guess. Knight c7 is the idea. So how do you play? Maybe rook c8, maybe rook c6. And maybe that's how black claims equality.
Yeah.
Queen f7, okay. That's what I told you, Lawrence. That's what I told you. I mean, when I've been playing against Hikaru, it's just impossible to figure out what he's thinking, right? So again, I'm looking at this position. Imagine I'm playing against Hikaru. I'm thinking, okay, rook c8, I'm going to play queen b3, I'm going to play e4, I'm going to play something. Boom, he plays queen f7, right?
Yes.
And you just don't expect it. So that's what I said.
Yes.
I really meant it. I mean, he just thinks differently. Well, it makes sense. It makes sense. Perfectly makes sense. Protects the queen.
Mm-hmm. The Nepomniachtchi match is really shaping up to be very, very interesting. We're going to leave it just a short while longer, I would say, because I think it's gonna explode pretty soon. Magnus got everything under control for the save quite. After Saturov, also very, very. I like how he keeps control. Against these guys, it's very, very impressive. So I'll let you decide where to go. Where do you want to go?
I sort of already chose Magnus's game against Bluebaum because that's the one what we have on the screen as well. And now Bluebaum just decided to play knight e6. Again, I think he has simply a worse position after the opening.
Mm-hmm.
Because, I mean, okay, it's a great original placement of the pieces. But then again, you need to have some sort of a pawn play, and he doesn't have any. So you look at the position, White has managed to grab the center, and he has some support with the pawn on e3, while Black has what? So e5? No. Maybe b5. Maybe that's why he played knight e6 to play b5, which should be... maybe he goes after the pawn, knight a5. But I definitely prefer white. Absolutely.
No, it just feels a lot more natural, right, for white. The central control, the three pawns there, c4, d4, e3, are nicely restricting the black pieces. I can imagine Magnus slowly improving here. I don't think this is a position where you go completely, insane. I can imagine moves like,
c5.
C5. That one I'm slightly surprised by. I have to say, I'm slightly surprised by it.
So
but
I guess
it doesn't. Yeah.
So he wants to get the knight on c5. The other knight goes to d3. So Magnus plays very logical chess. So I mean, he is just seeing things further than we are. And he spots that the pawn on d7 potentially makes it a target. And if black is going to play knight a5, why don't I play c5 immediately? But, Lawrence, I was looking at this. I tried to make work knight a4 because I felt that knight a4, knight h5 with a bishop on a1 is pretty decent idea. But I tried to figure out what happens after g6, right? And maybe there's nothing, but I was looking for some knight e3, d5 idea.
Yes.
Yeah, that was my thought process. But c5 is a very logical move. But strange, maybe. Maybe knight a4 was a bit more energetic.
Can we go back to the Nepomniachtchi game? Because a knight has landed on f5, and we love it when a knight lands on f5. I love it when a knight lands on f5, that's for sure. Is it as threatening as it looks, though? Maybe it's just not. Maybe this is just not that spectacular for white. I get excited when I land. I mean, maybe it's because I don't know how to defend, and actually, the truth is, when anybody puts a knight on f5 against me, I just lose. Maybe that's the truth. I just get excited when I see a knight on f5. But Still looks a little bit tricky. Now, the Black King has not castled yet, but the Black Rook has moved. So the move castles short still exists, right?
But I think even h5 is looking extremely reasonable, because I was looking at g6, try to secure the g7 square for the king and push away this annoying knight. But after knight h6, king g7, I'm a bit too lazy to calculate. I mean, maybe there's some craziness with g4. I mean, I don't know. I mean, g4, king h6, g5, king g7, and somehow I capitalize on this pin, right? I mean, I was very quickly to suggest it with some f5, whatever. You know, I can't properly calculate. But then I see that the problem is knight h6, and my idea was to play h5, which stops white's intentions to play g4, g5 at some point anyway, because this is where we have the queen and the knight, and then I play g6 later. So I look at this, it makes absolute sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
But Wesley plays something else, yeah, rook c2.
Yeah, rook c2 going active, just not doesn't care.
He
Just
doesn't
says, actually, if I win this d pawn, it's good news for me, which makes a lot of sense. Now, does Jan actually have anything here?
Yeah, that's really interesting. I mean, there's at least an easy queen d4. Maybe that's the big point. After queen d4, queen. Okay, here we go. Knight e7, king f8. There's, I guess, nothing. We can try to show it. Maybe queen d4, you protect the pawn, but after queen b6. Oh, wait, there's also rook c4.
Yes, rook c4 is a very nasty move. That's a cute little idea, actually. Very nasty move.
Yeah. Okay, if you can't play queen d4, you can...
What do you do?
Can I play g4, or it's too much?
Wow.
I know I'm fixed on the idea. I'm pretty sure this is under Jan's radar. He sees this. I mean,
G4, you open up the second rank? You're not afraid at all, huh? You just don't care.
It's not my game, so...
It's not your pieces. What do you care?
I don't care.
I love it.
So I can suggest funny ideas.
Yeah, of course you can. Absolutely.
And it actually sort of makes sense, because the idea is to get to the pawn on g7 after knight g3, g5. There's some ideas. Actually, the bar says it's actually not so bad.
Wow. And by the way, I'm being informed that Gretarsson, you know, I said he had no chance.
Right.
Look at this. Let's go to his game. Apparently, he is completely winning. Is that true? Because I'm looking at this position and I don't see why. Why is the bar down there?
So,
okay.
So what happened here? He sacrificed the pawn. This is voluntary choice by Abdusatorov.
Right.
He didn't blunder this. He sacrificed it. I mean, his idea is to go for this checkmate, and this is the idea which I mentioned in the Carlsen's game, this knight f4, knight h5. I would be looking at this, but not at the expense of the pawn on c4. I guess it's nothing. But of course, Abdusatorov doesn't know it. He doesn't know it's nothing. He thinks it's quite something. Maybe take f3. Queen goes here. Or maybe just take it. And if you take with the bishop, I play knight f6. There's definitely always some attacking ideas. There has to be some direct problems. Maybe just go away with the bishop, right? Bishop e7.
Simple as that, huh?
Yeah. But I wouldn't say it's winning. I mean, take f3.
Like this looks unclear to me, so I don't understand. Maybe bishop g6 is a problem right here, actually. But even this, winning? Come on.
Yeah, white is not ready for the attack, right? I mean, the knight on e1, the rook on h1 don't really help. Yeah, so whatever happened here, the big question mark maybe goes to Abdusatorov here. The knight f4, because this was a sequence that he wanted. I mean, he sacrificed the pawn. And this is what we talk about, Lawrence, right? That
yes,
the professional players, they tend to overestimate. They tend to give the wrong evaluation. I mean, Abdi Sotoro blundered nothing. He just treated this position as it's a good position, apparently.
Right.
And then after a couple of moves, he's going to figure out, oh my goodness, what I'm doing here.
Let's go to Nepomniachtchi So, because action is on the board. The bar has gone berserk.
Oh.
Let's go straight there. Queen e6. Oh my god, he blundered Queen a8. He blundered Queen a8.
What?
Did that just happen?
How is that even possible? I mean, how do you blunder just a piece just like that?
How do you blunder Queen a8?
This is so weird. This makes no sense. I mean, this is a pretty normal position. h5, g6, or g6, h5. What on earth is queen c8? So queen c8, knight e6, you give up a pawn for a tempo. Now the pawn on e4 is under attack. What? Did it happen?
This just happened. In Nepomniachtchi,
sure?
Wesley So has had a glitch in the matrix, one of the most reliable guys. And he's there, and Nepo's like, well, what do you want from me?
I think Nepo is just, what? Why did you give me a point here? I don't get it. What?
Wow. Absolutely insane stuff.
So there's some discussion.
First result.
What the heck happened?
And interestingly, what we now have, Arturs, is we have the reverse of the first set, right? Jan Nepomniachtchi had to win game 2. And now Wesley So has to win game 2. Extraordinary.
Some total brain lag. I mean, I don't understand it, but I don't understand what the arbiters are doing there. There's some kind of an assistance from the arbiters. So what they're asking there, I don't understand.
Me neither. Maybe we can get some clarification on that a bit later on.
Very strange. Very strange moment, because, I mean, this entire sequence, it just makes no sense, right? Did he accidentally release a hand or something? He wanted to play queen d8 and the piece dropped out. He landed on c8 or something? I don't get it. I mean, it just makes no sense.
Let's get some clarification maybe from our team. For the moment, though, Wesley So making an inexplicable blunder. And we're gonna find out. Let's go back to Fedoseev Nakamura, because this has also gotten completely out of hand, it seems.
Fedoseev is definitely pushing, so we left it. When was this? After this queen f7 odd move. So Black is slightly struggling with the coordination of his pieces, because the last rank is normal, what you want, where you don't want to position them. Take, c4, so we have some sort of a, what is this, some sort of a Sicilian great position for white? Whatever, right?
Very strange.
Yeah, now Hikaru is trying to hold on, and wow. d5, rook e4. Now Hikaru is going to be suffering here for a long time, but I guess he is now probably thinking how to escape in some endgame 4 against 3, maybe, I guess. Rook e4, rook d5. Even if white wins the pawn on b6, it might be not enough. But either way, it's quite clear that Fedoseev is the one who is pushing, and so far he's playing brilliant chess. I'm a big fan, tell you honestly. I mean, it wasn't only Lawrence, it wasn't only Hikaru who played this amazing 92. It was the entire sequence, the entire game by Fedoseev. Amazing flying of imagination from both players. So it was an absolute pleasure to watch.
Absolutely fantastic play. And shout out also to the Chess Bras for the raid. Thank you so much, guys. And everybody coming from the Chess Bra channel to watch this. Absolutely fascinating day of chess here at the Fischer Random Chess Championships, brought to you, of course, by ourselves, chess.com, and by Brave. We'll talk a bit more about them as well as the stream continues. For the moment, though, we've got this Very interesting position now. Fedoseev against Nakamura. Pure suffering, as you called it, Arturs. I tend to agree. This looks like just a position you either win as white or you make a draw.
I missed
absolutely
actually this
bizarre.
very cute shot. Yeah, it's
Show
very
me.
nice.
Yes,
It's very
show me.
easy, very nice at this level. I mean, I missed it. I was concentrating on rook e4, rook c8, of course, easy puzzle rush. So white has two connected pass pawns, and Hikaru, the best he can do is try to go for some perpetual check. Yeah, queen g6, queen f5, or queen h5, and pray that it's going to be enough. Maybe it is actually.
Maybe it is. I mean, the more I look at it, I'm not that convinced by white's position because how do
Wait,
you
but
hold
there's queen
everything?
g3. There's queen g3. Yeah.
Because, queen g3 here.
Yeah,
okay.
Because king h1, queen h5, you have amazing difficulties to protect this pawn because queen f4, queen g3. Oh, wait, I just dropped the rook. Oh my goodness, what I'm doing. Okay, I see nothing. So even king h1 is a move. Yeah, but queen g3 looks pretty logical. Queen g3, e4, rook b1. Doesn't look good for American fans.
Yeah. What about German fans? Magnus Carlsen has got a rogue rook on h5. Excuse me, sir. What is that guy doing up there?
So he did play h4. He did play h4, but it cost him a pawn. So that's a positional pawn
sacrifice. He sacked up. It felt like a position where he didn't need to sack at all. So it's very curious that he decided to go for this.
Right. Very interesting moment, right? I felt that somebody might play this h4 moment at some point, but when it costs a pawn for a tempo, okay, that's a bit odd moment. Rook h5. I think Magnus is just having too much fun here.
You think he's enjoying himself, huh?
Yeah, too much. Way too much.
His position might not be that good, though. But difficult to say, right?
I was looking at this funny idea, knight e4, but I see that it's not working. Knight e4. Some bishop e4 ideas, but I probably... I'm going to lose this knight, right? Queen a8. And this knight on e2 is lost. No? No. Oh, wait, my bishop on a1 is on. Oh, okay. Let's include this. I saw that. I just tested you. Yeah. Okay. Now it's correct idea, right?
Yes.
So even something like this could be considered. To be honest, Lawrence.
Yes.
It makes no sense. Sorry, Magnus.
It makes no sense.
It just makes no sense. I mean, why?
I have no idea. I don't get it.
I mean, okay, I get the idea to sacrifice the pawn at some point, but for when you lose even a tempo, just to put the rook on h5?
Maybe we just don't understand chess, Arturs.
Yeah, we don't.
That's the problem.
I just don't get it. I just don't get it at all.
You know, just have no idea what's going on. Quite spectacular.
Maybe he's just trolling a little here. I don't know, but some really inspired chess. And
possibly.
Okay, maybe Magnus is thinking deeper. You know, when black is going to castle short, that the rook at h5 is actually where you want it to be because there's going to be some whatever big attack, which I don't believe it's going to be there.
Okay, what else have we got going on? Wow, Hikaru is trying to force the draw here in a pretty sort of direct f5. Again, a move that makes a lot of sense because he's trying to rupture this structure. He's a tricky guy, is this Hikaru Nakamura. He's very difficult. So what do you do against rook e1? He wants to play something like queen d2. Is that what and just molest the rook? Is that what he wants?
Could be, and also he has the outside pass pawn, right? To apply some extra pressure.
You don't think he's being super optimistic here, do you? Hikaru. But then again, we saw it in the last game where he's just trying to win at all costs, it seems.
But he has to do something, right? I'm not sure what else, because the passive defense here is... Okay, maybe f5 was not necessary. He could have played b5. But f5
Right.
also
Yeah,
makes
F5
sense
is
because he's exposing the king, right? Somehow
very,
try
very
to get
strange.
closer. Yeah, queen e5 maybe. Some check ideas, rook f8,
Queen
e6.
e5 I like, yes.
Yeah, but there might be no decent follow-up. Pawn on f3 is still under attack.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Very,
Maybe queen
very.
d6.
I don't know, Queen
It's
d6.
difficult to tell. Difficult
really,
to tell. Yeah.
really difficult position, huh? To even assess.
Right.
All right.
Right.
We'll come back to that one, I think. Let's go to Abdusattorov, because we have got absolute carnage on the board.
Oh my goodness, look at that.
What is this position? I mean, it looks like one of my 6-year-old students is playing here with white, but actually,
I think black is completely winning, Lawrence.
Completely winning, right?
It's it's very obvious that black is completely winning here. I don't know.
Whoa!
Why.
Knight takes f2.
What is that?
That's a nice move.
What is this just again?
I think he just wants to go like takes, and fg4. Is that what he wants? And just claim.
Why do you need to sacrifice the knight to take on g4? I don't get it. I mean, why don't you just take it right on away?
g4 first?
So
That's
we
true.
missed some sequence, right? So
okay, let's have a look.
Yeah, he went for a desperado attack. There was some sort of oh, there you go, knight g7. Some sort of a big attack. I'm not sure why this is even necessary. And if I play king f2? Just take it. So why do you need f takes on g4? I mean, why can't I just take it?
Maybe he was scared of some queen d4? Knight b5.
Queen d4 is bishop f6 always.
Oh, queen d4, bishop f6. What about...
Looks pretty okay to me.
E6.
I mean,
yeah,
knight e6 and even something like queen c4. You know, simplifying the position, killing the attack looks very legit. But okay, but there, I mean, engines approve as well. So knight f2, rook f2, and now a take on g4, I guess, is also great. Like this, right?
Maybe he wants to go knight e4 check first. Is that possible?
Oh.
Maybe this is his grand plan, because queen c1 check and queen takes e3 is winning. That's
wow,
what
that's a
he
brilliant
wants.
point. That is a brilliant point.
That's what he wants.
And now I take it.
Now king e2 fg4. Now the king is on e2, and it's bishop b7, bishop a6 is coming, and all kinds of stuff is happening here. This is not fun.
So all I can calculate here, Lawrence, is that now it's material equality compared to that position where I had an extra piece.
Yes.
Okay, maybe this is somehow winning due to bishop b7.
Yeah. Bishop b7 looks crushing. Ooh.
Wow. So that's a brilliant sequence, and after rook d8...
Wait, what has happened?
Rook
What
d8, a big
on
blunder.
earth has happened? What on earth has just happened?
So
Rook d8.
don't tell me...
Wait, what?
Don't tell me there's not a fight.
Rook
wait,
d3, knight
97,
e7.
right? That's it. Wait. Okay, knight f5 is a big move. And if I take it, oh my goodness. And this is just...
Knight
Lights
e6,
out.
king e8, bishop h5. Even, or something. King d7, rook d1, bishop d6.
this is just lights out. You just take on d8 at the right moment.
Yes.
Extra
at the very least.
exchange.
Wow. Poor.
Wow, this was...
Poor Hyopi. Just
No, Gretterson, you blew it. I mean, he had such a great game.
Wow.
I mean, okay, knight f2 is a great move. So, I mean, why don't you just take the piece on g4, right? Okay, I understand this entire sequence. Knight e4 here. I guess the cold move f takes on g4 had to be played. But, I mean, to be honest, to spot Lawrence from afar, bishop b7, bishop a6, for example, in this position, f takes, knight e6, and you have to see from afar that, chill, it's bishop b7, right?
Yeah.
You can easily miss that.
No, for sure. I mean, it's very missable, but even still, it's
Something like this.
it's kind of I'm kind of in a state of shock here. Wow, look at this. I mean, this is just brutal stuff. Absolutely brutal stuff. Chess is such a brutal game. Really is.
Yeah, there's no forgiving. So you make a mistake at this level, that's it, you're done. So when you enter tactical complications, one mistake, that's it. But again, Gretterson was very close to score a victory, and now he's just down a piece with exposed king. This game is not going to continue for long, and also he's down on the clock. But what a major turnaround. And for Abdusatorov, another great moment to score more points, and it just adds to the feeling of invincibility, right?
Absolutely. When you save dead positions, it's a fun feeling. It's a fun feeling, especially in a big tournament like this. Poor Gretterson, I do feel for him. He's a dear friend of mine, but ultimately, you can't give these guys a chance at the top level. You just cannot do it. Otherwise, they will just punish you.
All right, what do we do? Do we move on? Because there's.
I think we go to Carlsen. Yeah, let's go to Carlsen, because I think the Carlsen game is very, very interesting. Very, very tense, and we've got here a close up of Bluebaum and Carlsen. So, what do we make of this position? B takes c5 on the board.
I think I saw knight c5. And Magnus just continues to play like nothing happened. So he gave up the pawn h4 and just played like nothing happened.
Yeah, it reminds me of the time I played in a European Youth Championship. I remember I blundered a piece very early on, sort of moved 10 or 11. And I just said, okay, I'm just going to carry on. Like nothing has happened. And I did. And I ended up making a draw. He was a very strong player. It's actually Yuri Borisek, Grandmaster now. And I remember I just gave that's okay, just carry on. And that's what Magnus says. Okay, it's a pawn, a piece. What does it matter? Just carry on. Just carry on.
And he is carrying on after bishop a8, queen a8, knight c5, queen c6. This is the actual position.
Yes.
I find it a bit odd that black hasn't castled yet.
Yes.
So the king is still on g8, rook on h8, so black has the option. I guess knight c6. You don't want to create a weakness on c6, right? You take with the knight.
Oh no, he does take. Interesting.
Whoa.
d5. What is this?
d5.
d5 is very strange.
I guess bishop a1, rook a1.
Could be, and then knight c somewhere, e5 or e7. I don't know. But knight c5.
You also have to calculate d-takes on c6, so when you're in time trouble, you start to see ghosts, right? For example, d-takes on c6, and you could easily miscalculate the d-takes on c6. There's going to be something, but there's nothing. I see nothing here. The knight on d2 is under attack, so if you take on a1, I take on d2. So this is not how Magnus is going to play. I guess bishop a1, rook a1, and some sort of whatever move. Knight e7, e5, something. Maybe knight e7. No, Magnus is slightly overdoing things here. I don't like what he's doing. I mean, we have to give him a lot of credit for this very inspirational pawn sacrifice, h4, bishop e4, which I kind of don't understand why he did it. I guess he was in such a deep level thinking that rook on h5 is compensating the absence of the pawn, because the rook in some cases can be lifted toward the queen side, and then you're going to get back everything in interest. But it doesn't look like it.
Wow. Crazy stuff. And you were right, because I said Bluebaum, I didn't think he had any chance of making a draw, but he's favorite now not to make a draw. He's actually favorite to win this position. I mean, a pawn's a pawn, and I see no danger for him anywhere. So it's very curious.
Oh, and actually, Lawrence, we have an update of why Wesley So resigned. And after Queen A8, you remember this crazy game just go very quickly? He thought he can actually castle.
Oh, but he's in check. That's a very strange...
he's in check, and you can't castle. So that was Wesley's idea. And he thought he can play rook f8 and castle. And apparently there was no castle at all. And that's why this was not a blunder. This was not a brain. Like whatever. I mean, he thought that here after Queen a8, rook f8 is a legal move. But apparently, I guess he made it. I don't know. But then arbiters kindly explained to him that rook f8 can't be played. This happens. So
it does happen.
I've seen stranger things happen.
But it's kind of unusual. I mean, I'm slightly surprised that Wesley didn't know.
It is surprising.
No, it is surprising. It's not that normal. I would say it's not that normal. Okay, let's go back to the Magnus game and some action. There's a pawn on d6 now. So what's going on here?
I guess there's some sort of a compensation for white because the pawn on d7 is under attack. I guess you can play 4 at some point. But here's the thing. Black is going to sacrifice it and play rook d8 next. And then your pawn on d6 is under attack. And the more moves are being played, the question is, what do you have for the pawn, Magnus? Not much.
Yeah.
Not much at all.
Okay, but he can go... Yeah, go on.
Yeah. No, you go on.
No, I was going to say, you can go f4 and take on d7, right?
You mean f4?
Yeah.
f4, and I play knight g4, and after rook knight e7, you play here.
Knight c4 played. And again, Bluebaum in terrible time trouble. 24 moves. He still hasn't adjusted, it seems, to this.
Rook d8. So I guess Magnus wants to play knight b to c5. I guess he also realizes his only chance to win the game is try to surprise his opponent in the time scramble. But actually 50 seconds, that's not so little. It's quite a bit.
Well, it's 6 moves. It's still a complicated position, so I'm not sure how happy it is. Knight e5? This is an extremely unusual move.
Rook d6, black just collects the pawn. Now black is still up a pawn. I guess Magnus is just hoping for some counterplay.
But now he can take rook a5. Very difficult position to win. I think.
Yeah, I don't think Magnus is gonna lose this, to be honest.
No, me
White
neither.
is still active.
I think Bluebaum missed something here. Actually, it feels like Bluebaum missed a shot. I don't know exactly what, but in that little sort of melee there. But okay, the game is still going on. The game is still going on. Let's see.
This is what the engines were saying, actually, by the way. The pawn drops. So, but I mean, this knight g5 is not very human. It's not very human because your first thought process in a time trouble is to eliminate the pawn on d6. I think in classical chess, of course, Bluebaum would pick it up if he would have something like a couple of minutes. But when your clock is ticking, you're playing a rapid time control. It's just impossible to pick it up.
Interesting. All right, now with g3 on the board, what an interesting imbalance. We have 2 against 4, and then Then we've got a kind of outside pass pawn. I mean, what on earth is going on here?
And Blue just got extra 5 minutes. I mean, he got at the wrong moment. Oh my goodness. Because he could have got the extra 5 minutes. Where was this once again? Okay, that's move 25. He would have really found it useful here. These extra 5 minutes. Now, might be not enough. A4.
A4, okay.
Well, it's quite obvious that Magnus now wants a draw, nothing else from this game, because that would secure him the... What would it secure him? It would secure nothing, because it's the first game of round 4. What I'm talking about. It secures nothing. Okay, I guess he just wants to make a draw.
Well, I think so. I think he's going to be relatively happy with a draw here. He's had a bad... I think he experimented. It didn't go quite right. And he looks fairly confident that he's going to make this draw. Right. What do we think about the Fedoshev against Hikaru game? Has there been any... over to that? Yeah, let's jump over there. Has there been any more action there?
At least we are not getting any moves. So we also have this great bird's eye view on all the games.
Yes.
So here you see that, again, this unfortunate finish of Wesley having thought that he can actually cast a short. This is why he lost. The entire sequence was wrong. Fedoshev is walking. Where's he walking? His game's running.
That's a draw then. Another draw between these two. Absolutely astonishing stuff, actually. Because we've had just, 3 draws, basically, between these guys.
Right. So he didn't find a way how to capitalize on the extra pawn. He felt his king is too weak, and it's a match strategy. I mean, okay, draw is a draw, but there's more games against Hikaru.
For sure, there's more games.
So he was not going to risk it. So which game do you want to choose, Lawrence?
Well, let's go back to Carlsen, because that's really the only one left, isn't it, actually? Nepomniachtchi has beaten...
no, but Abdusattorov is still playing.
He is?
Somehow.
Oh, excuse me. I thought it was mate already. I saw a king on h5, and I thought,
there's
goodness.
a mate. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I thought it was mate already, and it doesn't.
No. He's winning. He's winning, yeah.
Yes.
You're right.
Okay, so Abdusattorov is winning. Let's go back to Carlsen. It's really the only game left of interest. And you can see that Abdusattorov has taken his stuff. He is out of here. We expect this one to be a draw. The problem is, of course, that even if Magnus does push the pawn, at any moment, Matthias Bluebaum can sacrifice the knight for the pawn, and he's in no danger at all, of course. He's never in any danger here. So, that's quite
I guess
interesting.
He's going to have to play knight c6 at some point. The question is which moment. Maybe, what if I play it right now?
Yeah,
knight
he
c6,
did.
Yeah. Take, and a6, right? a6, king f8. I guess you bring your king closer, king e7, king e3, king d6. And now the million-dollar question is, can I win this? Okay, not really sure. But this is actually on the board. All I showed was actually being played, because it makes perfect sense.
Yes. Yeah. I guess it's going to be a draw. Yeah, it's going to be a draw. It's going to
be a draw for the sole reason. So you need to handle this pawn. The black knight cannot remain on a7, because without the knight you can't win the game. And when you bring the king to the pawn on b6, most likely your king side is going to fall. Most likely. So Magnus is going to play something like knight e4, knight g5, or knight e3, knight e4, knight h5, with the help of the king, with the help of the knight, with the help of the pawn. I don't think that black is going to have the luxury to take the pawn and be just in time back at the king side. That's why it's a draw.
Yeah. Alrighty.
I mean, doesn't mean you can't play it.
No, of course. I mean, and he should play it. So but it is going to be a draw. Of that, I'm pretty confident. All right. What else have we got going on?
Not much. This is the only game.
This is it, right? And
Yeah,
I do
this is
expect
it, and then we
no,
have
G5, yeah.
one more game.
Yeah, and then we have the last game of today. And this is a really simple draw, because now, for example, after f6, you can take on h7, and then you can go after king b6 or this, whatever it is.
Yeah, and they're playing it out pretty quick, and
Yeah.
of course here Blue Bomb has no illusions that he's going to win this. Of course, again, the body language says it all. But
absolutely.
Again, he had some minor chances. There was pretty much the only mistake that Magnus did. Again, we would have to go back. Maybe after the game is going to finish, I'm going to show this moment.
Yes.
Just a small chance.
Indeed. Indeedy.
With a king on g8, this is also a draw, by the way.
Yeah.
But king with a king on a6.
Yeah. King anywhere is a draw, probably, right?
Maybe not on g4. I don't know.
Okay, oh, yeah, that's true. Sorry, yeah, I'm being a bit pedantic there. You're right. You're absolutely right.
97. And now, actually, Blue Bomb is securing a draw, knight f5, knight g3.
Yeah.
So that he doesn't miss anything. Magnus finishes the game with an extra knight. Congratulations.
Not enough, though, for Magnus Carlsen. Mateusz Bluebaum with a draw with the black pieces. That'll give him some confidence going into game 2, where he's got a chance now with white. Poor old Gretarsson just spoiling a beautiful position. And let's have a look at what happened in that first round. Well, we'll get the scores just in a second, but effectively it is a win for Abdusattorov. Can't do anything wrong. Even when he's losing, he's winning. Quite spectacular stuff.
It's just luck of a winner, if I dare to speak. I mean, when you are playing good, it's great, but when even luck is at your side, it just adds more confidence, and Abdusattorov is super confident at this tournament.
He absolutely is. Wesley So with a misunderstanding of the rules, as far as we can tell. Thought he could block a check, thought he could do something, couldn't. And it was the end of the game. So Jan Nepomniachtchi gets off to a great start. Wesley So needs to win. And we are going to go to a break now. Of course, this is the chess.com coverage of the Fischer Random Chess Championships, brought to you by Brave. We'll be back for the second game in just a jiffy.
See you.
Yeah, so basically you do this, and this cannot move. I'm gonna go knight f6, and I'm gonna put the duck in the most inconvenient place for my opponent to move. No bishop, no queen, so no Londons. Can permanently stop the London.
Capture the opponent's king to win. Oh, wow. Oh, there's no stalemate. Wait, there is stalemate. But the stalemated player wins. Ooh, if only that was real chess.
I think I'm getting the hang of this game now. I think I actually am getting the hang of it. I think this works. Oh, that's a horrible blunder. Oh my god, I just blundered.
I have to move something else first, then dark, and knight will take my king. This is the best way to lose the dark chess.
Those some real bullet skills right there, boys.
This is the first time winning duck chess. That's so exciting.
Oh no, mouse slip. No. I won! Yeah! Duck chess champion. Give me those points, baby. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the chess.com coverage of the Fischer Random Chess Championships brought to you by Brave. And we're going to have a quick look at the scores so far in the second round of matches today. A bit more of a balanced round. Magnus Carlsen drawing with Matthias Bluban. Good performance there by Matthias. Probably missed a chance to even get the win. Nakamura Fedoseev was, again, a really tough one to decipher. Looked as though Fedoseev had great chances, but Hikaru, ever so resourceful. Very, very difficult to beat. Wesley So with a complete meltdown and misunderstanding of some of the rules. Even the best can sometimes do it in this new format. Losing to Nepomniachtchi. And Abdusaturov with a lucky win is an understatement. He was toast against the local hero, Gretarsson, but just made a huge blunder and allowed Abdusaturov. You cannot give Abdusaturov a tactical chance like that. Meaning that Gretarsson is on 0 points for the day. He's actually now lost 5 games in a row. Really tough for him. And he's got black against... he's got white now, I beg your pardon, against Abdusaturov. The last game of the day coming up. And perhaps we can have a look at the scores for each group as well. That would be great. Group A.
Right.
Abdusaturov crushing.
What's happening here? So Abdusaturov, I think, it's still 6 points, but he having scored 1 victory. This means that he is about to score 8 points out of 8 so far. Nepomniachtchi, Wesley So are divided 3 points each, but again, for Wesley's chances, the previous game took a big blow because, that was very, very bizarre turn of events. Gretarsson should have scored his first victory, but At the moment, he's still at 0 points. And as we already discussed, Nakamura, Carlsen are spearheading the Group B, and Fedoseev is still within the contention. And Bluebaum, well, he's just slightly behind.
Yeah, and let's see what these guys are fighting for. It's not just for the title of World Fischer Random Chess Champion, but no, have a look at these prizes. 150,000 US dollars, first prize. 85,000 for second. 55 for third, 40, 25, 20, 15, and 10 going down the list. That's serious cash, even for these guys. So, they're going to be fighting tooth and nail to get through. And remember, today is day 2. Tomorrow is day 3. There are 2 groups, and the top 2 from each group go through to the next phase. At the moment, in Group A, of course, it's all Abdusaturov. But Nepomniachtchi, Wesley So have got a little battle going on there. That's the key matchup, those two. Nepomniachtchi are just slightly ahead at the moment. 32 years old, Jan Nepomniachtchi. We all know him by now. He played Magnus Carlsen for a world title match. Came up short, but has been given another chance. He played a phenomenal tournament at the Candidates, winning it with ease. He'll now play Ding for the World Championship title, a natural talent, and defeated a number of top players for third place in this tournament in 2019, including Fruja and Caruana. And, so talented, so creative. You would expect Jan to put on a show here. In Group B, things are far less clear because they're tightly packed. And with the exception of Matthias Bluebaum, pretty much it's a 3-horse race. Nakamura, Fedoseev, Carlsen. Which of these players is going to get the top 2 spots? Is Bluebaum going to play the spoiler? And for example, imagine Matthias now beats Magnus with the white pieces. All of a sudden, it's all up in the air. Very, very, very tough little tournament. And of course, thank you for everybody tuning in, watching us with your nice comments. It's a pleasure being here. The next game coming up is the last game of today. There'll be more action tomorrow, though, at the same time. So we'll be back. A view from the playing hall there, Arturs, and looks very nice. Looks like a nice little playing hall. Looks very Icelandic.
I would love to be there. Yeah, it looks very cozy, very nice atmosphere to play chess. And obviously, we're not in Iceland. Would love to be there. We have been there. And here we go. I think the final game of today is going to start in a moment. And again, the players are facing the same opponent. This time, Matthias Bluebaum is going to have white color against Magnus Carlsen. There you see them on the screen. Now, this is probably going to give, for Bluebaum, perhaps some extra confidence because in the previous game we just were following, he did have some chances against the world champion. And that's all you need.
Yep.
By the way, as Lawrence said, big shout out to all the viewers. We are watching what you're saying there. Thank you for your support. Some of the funny comments there, I like them. And I hope you're enjoying it as much as we do. We are commentators, but also chess players. We are enjoying these games really, really very much.
And the games have kicked off, and well done, Arturs, for kind of guessing that in this particular construction. And once again, if you've just joined us and you've missed the action today, this is Fischer Random Chess. So the pieces are shuffled on the back rank. There are 960 different versions of that shuffle. And today, it seems as though in this particular configuration of pieces, the move c4 seems to be the move of choice by white in the majority of games.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
Lawrence.
I'm
just dying of laughter here.
Tell me.
I see 2 possible trolling openings.
Yes.
One of them is obviously c4 a5, right? So this is like a direct resemblance to what Fedoseev was trying to do to Hikaru. But then I had a glimpse what is happening in Nakamura against for the save. I remember I was going through all the possible moves at the opening phase, and I was saying like every single move has sort of a purpose, perhaps maybe except of F4, right? Because F4 opens the king, and there's no need to do that, and then Hikaru plays F4.
F4, exactly.
Right. I love
that. I don't understand anything. So about the opening stage, it's such a mystery. But that's what makes this also very beautiful. Original position. How often do you have a bishop on a5 after 2 moves? Not very often, right? By the way, bishop a5 is just such an insane move to me. Honestly, this move, it's beautiful. And Fedoseev is so perfect for this event because he's so creative. Bishop a5.
This is some sort of a psychological warfare, right? Because in the first game, Fedoseev played a4 and got a great position. Now Hikaru says, if you can play against me a4, I can play against you f4. And now f4, b3, c3, b4.
Yeah, it's
just looks weird. Well, I mean, what can I say? It just looks weird. It makes no sense, right? I mean, the bishop on a1 is stuck looking at the pawn on c3. So this is some kind of psychological warfare between these two. Like they're just battling it out. Who is going to be the most creative player here today?
Yeah, it's a battle of the artists. Nakamura against Fedoseev. b4, bishop b6. Right. I don't like f4. I weaken my king. I don't get it. It's not an intuitive move to me at all. But who am I to question Hikaru Nakamura? I much prefer your c4 and Bluebaum with a solid position at the moment against Magnus. Nothing much going on there. And believe it or not, in Abdusaturov, we have something a little bit similar. If you want to take a look at the Gretas and Abdusaturov game.
That's what we can do. Oh. So the bishop is not on a5, it is on b6. But white has done slightly better here compared to Hikaru's game. He has managed to take over the center.
Much better.
Although, you know, Lawrence, I really want to play c4 here, if I could. For example, white plays knight f3, c4. And I just ask you a very direct question. So, what are your career plans for the bishop on a1? Right?
I probably have to go. I probably have to go b3, right?
Right. Yeah. b3,
maybe
bishop b2.
Yeah. slowly move it out. But you're right. You're completely right. That this is very interesting. We didn't get any of that.
And that's why I guess he took on c5, so that there's no idea to play for black c4, but it doesn't help for the bishop on a1.
Yes, it doesn't. And the bishop on b6 stands mighty here, and I don't like what Gretarsson is doing here. I don't like it at all.
Again, I mean, it's a psychology, right, Lawrence?
Yes,
because,
yes.
You just have this previous game in your mind, and again, you can't really compare the same player he was, for example, at the start of the tournament with ambition, well prepared, rested, etc. And then it's exactly the same player, let's say, at the end of a very long day after suffering a major loss in a completely winning position. Okay, maybe he didn't know it. Probably somebody said to him, listen, I mean, you had a completely winning position there. I'm so sorry, right? So it's very tough, and you have to swallow that bitter pillow. So it's very, very tough sometimes to play, and it really matters when you play. So I think that in Gretarsson's mind is still this previous game.
Yeah, it's very difficult to rebound from a game like that. You really just you can't bounce back easily. It's just you need the mental toughness that's really only exists. I mean, there are only a few players in the world, Arturs, which can I think of players that suffer a huge loss and can just robot bounce back immediately. Very, very few players can just do it emotionless. One of those is Fabi, actually. I think Fabiano Caruana is one of the top guys in the world for a quick bounce back. But, you know,
right,
it's very tough. And White's position here looks horrible. Let's go to... where should we go? Should we go to So Nepomniachtchi?
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Okay. There's a very menacing battery.
Yes. It is.
And that's it. And that's it. So there's no knight g4 ideas, at least not immediately, because the bishop on d8 protects the knight on f6. Otherwise,
Yes.
it would be an idea, right? Yeah. So,
Yes.
What do you make of this position, Lawrence? I'm not.
I like
I'm not
White.
Really sure. You like White?
But 94 is very interesting. No, it's kind of saying I don't want to be too passive here, so I'm going to hit your queen. Okay, so queen c2 will be played probably. The queen doesn't. Queen e3 looks
Queen
wrong.
e3.
Yeah, queen e3 looks interesting. Looks wrong to me.
Looks wrong. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because I think can't you just kick the knight and then c4 hang? No, but no, d7 is hanging. This is very weird. But he went back to c2. This is clearly a Wesley So move. Queen c2. Much prefer this.
And if
so
I play something like knight c5.
Knight c5. Yeah, maybe I just have to take the center now. I don't know. d4, yeah, for example. Take.
And...
Knight d7?
Oh, look at that, knight d7.
No, bishop c6, bishop c6.
Yeah.
Bishop c6 and I lose. Yeah, rook e8, knight f6 was my plan, but bishop c6 is good.
Great idea.
Yeah, it's cute.
Okay.
Okay, so queen c2, knight c5.
Yeah, black looks pretty solid, and actually after knight e4, black has also ideas to play bishop f6, which is not only defending the pawn on d7, but applying some counter pressure against the knight on e5 to the bishop on a1, which is not defended, by the way. So it's a great move. I like it. So great vision by...
Yeah, it might be a great move. It might just be is white even worse now? Because my bishop feels wrong. My knight's landing on c5. If the two bishops start to work here, white could just be a lot worse.
Maybe. But then again, I'm not sure. Probably this queen e3 will have to be played. I mean, queen e3 so that I keep the bishop, because I have a feeling I want to keep the bishop pair to look at the white king. And what do you do, I guess? Oh, wait, it's not even under attack. There could be some bishop g5 ideas.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah. This is good. Gf4. Now. So knight d7 doesn't work here, right?
Knight e7, your bishop on a1 is.
Your bishop on a1 is hanging, and yeah, this is.
At least I see that here Nepomniachtchi has a chance to force white to play 4, which Hikaru did voluntarily, right? He didn't need to be forced; he just played it himself, and this is definitely an option here. So either queen e3 or queen whatever, queen d4. I don't understand this position.
No. How many times have we said that today? I don't understand
every
this
game.
position.
Every game. Yeah. I just don't understand it. I mean, it's an honest answer, right? I mean, just don't understand it. There's a million ways to play this out. There's just no normal pattern which applies to this position. So we can just guess. We're looking at this, we're guessing. We're pretty good guessers normally, but...
True.
Okay, let's move on.
All right, let's move on. Let's go to something also a little bit exciting. Let's go to Nakamura Fedoseev. Let's go there.
All right.
What
is this?
So what is going on here?
The bishop on a1 is still... Wait, it's actually... I thought it's the same game, Lawrence, but also Gretterson is having the bad bishop syndrome on a1.
Yes. There's
it's also Hikaru. I mean, it's just pretty sad.
This position looks bad for white, no? Because you can never go d3 because e3 is hanging. So how do you actually get your pieces out here as white? Like,
well,
the bishop on a1 is just dead forever.
I mean, until you play d3, c4. So maybe you have to start with the idea you need to secure the pawn on e3. I mean, how do you do it? How
Queen
do you do
c1?
Rook e1? What?
Rook e1?
Queen c1.
Queen c1... doesn't feel right.
It
Bishop e4?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, bishop e4 looks great.
Bishop c2, perhaps, but then in the worst case scenario, we can do something like maybe taking is a bit too. We're just giving white an easy time here. I wanted to do like takes, queen takes.
Actually, it makes perfect sense, Lawrence, because after bishop c2, queen c2, still you don't have the idea.
Exactly.
Of
so now I can go. Yeah.
Exactly. Hikaru's position is pretty bad.
Yeah. It's bad.
It's bad. So again, I don't know. He had some very deep idea here, which apparently never materialized, right? I don't know what it was, because it was pretty obvious that black is not going to take it. So I think it was like part of this psychological warfare he's fighting against Fedosseev. He just didn't quite work for Hikaru.
Yeah, I don't really get it though, because he's in such a dogfight for this, for qualifying, that I don't think this is the time for psychological warfare. I think this is a time for, a move like 1c4, not weaken the king, try not to be too creative with a guy that can put you under pressure. We saw it in a lot of games already. Even the first game of this particular round, Fedosseev had a great position. So Hikaru in huge trouble. And if he loses this, he's in deep trouble. He could really struggle.
He loses the match, right?
Yeah, he loses the match. Now, he does play Bluebell tomorrow. This is what I think he's thinking. And Fedosseev plays Carlsen. So I think he's thinking, okay, I've got some insurance here because I should beat Bluebell. But you never know.
I don't know. Okay, he's still within this game, of course. So I don't think that Hikaru has given up on this game just yet. But okay, bishop f3. Look at that. Actually, this makes sense. Maybe the idea is to play queen e1 and d3. And also the queen on e1 is ready to jump somewhere to g3. I just desperately try to imagine how Hikaru is. I'm failing all the time, but I guess queen e1. This has to be the move.
Yes. Feels like the move does, and he has played it. Exactly.
I guess that.
We got one.
I got one. Yes.
We got one. All right, so queen e1. Okay, still a precarious position. A4 is the move, of course.
And then white is going to play like knight c1, knight e3, knight e5.
Yeah, but I'm not that scared. Somehow A4, knight c1. Can we go e5? Or is it not a move we want to play?
You mean after a4 or immediately?
Yes.
Probably after a4.
Yeah. Yes, a4, knight c1, e5.
Oh.
The point being after f takes e5, knight takes e5. For the moment, your knight is dead on c1. Your bishop is dead on a1. I might, you take, queen takes a8. I play queen e4. Next, I try and occupy the squares. I can even play f5.
Queen d5.
Queen d5. Looks
yeah,
logical,
great centralizing
right?
move.
Yes.
And this bishop might never even see the sunlight because there's always knight c4. Oh my goodness, this is just so bad. Yeah, this is a brilliant point, Lawrence. A4, E5. There might be some other choices as well, but
I'm sure it's not the strongest, but yeah.
Let's move on maybe because
okay,
it's just pretty difficult to watch what's suffering here. So your suggestions? Where do you want to go?
All right, let's go. Let's have a look at Bluebound Carlsen.
All right.
Let's have a look at Bluebound Carlsen.
And this looks pretty normal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Rook c1, white is ready to castle. Knight g3, black is going to do the same. Black is slightly suffering, it appears to be.
Yeah, a little bit of suffering here, actually. And of course, this is a very relevant game right here, because if Mateus does the unexpected and beats Magnus, the group is wide open. Even Mateus can still qualify if he wins this particular game, I think. Okay, Bishop e7 played by Magnus, covering the knight.
There's actually a very interesting comment in the chat. All whites are suffering. I didn't know
really?
this.
Interesting.
All white colors are suffering in this round. Sometimes this happens, except maybe of this game. But here white is doing pretty much all right. But all of the other games, white is suffering. Yeah, sometimes this happens. Sometimes there's some weird coincidences.
That's very interesting. Okay. Yeah, very rare, isn't it, for that to happen? We saw a round, was it the last round or the round before, where actually it was nearly 4 white wins. Very close. Right. To get 4 white losses would be, well, it would be very, very unusual. Okay.
So bishop e7 is played. I guess Magnus's idea is again to play rook a8, short castle, play a4, establish the weaknesses here. Why I really like white's position here, because it just visually looks better. So knight g3, short castle, maybe d4, e4, take the center with potential, go for the king side attack, because the bishop on a1 potentially could, with the help of the knights, with the help of a pawn center, could do some good. That's why I'm saying that white looks better, but maybe it's not much.
Okay. All right, let's go to somewhere with a bit more action then. And let's go back to Grytarson against Abdusattorov. Never failing to give us pure entertainment, these two. And what is going on? What are we looking at here?
I'm sorry, but this just makes no sense.
Yeah, B4
at all.
I don't understand it.
I mean, from a strategical point of view, Lawrence, you're going to back me up here, right?
I am backing you up.
From a strategical point of view, you're looking at the bishop on a1, right? And you're very happy where the bishop is, right? And you're probably thinking, white is going to probably play c4 at some point to bring the bishop in the game. So why play b4 yourself? It just doesn't make any sense.
Yes,
What's the big idea here?
It's not my. I'm just not on the same level as him. I mean, what can I say? I just don't know.
Lawrence, maybe the idea is somehow specifically Queen A7 idea, because from a strategical point of view, it doesn't make any sense at all. Maybe the big point is after C4, there's some sort of shot. Like
this looks like a really good Sicilian for black, right? Some kind of Khan or something like that.
Right.
With a bad bishop on d3 and pressure on f2.
Yeah.
So I don't like c4. Did he play? He played c4. Okay.
No, he first played bishop b2. No. Bishop b2.
Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon.
Yeah. Bishop b2, knight e7. But of course, Abdusattorov knows what he's doing. It's just I'm just telling from strategical point of view, right? You're not supposed to play b4. You're not supposed to open this bishop, and he's doing it. And that's why sometimes in chess you're making weird moves, because specifically in that position it's a great choice. Still, that being said, I don't think b4 is a good move, right? It just can't be, because white is going to play c4 himself, and if you really badly want to play queen a7, why don't you play queen a7 right away? right? So, which is still a very legit idea. I'm just not sure how b4 helps you to play queen a7. So that's it. But okay.
I simply don't know. Is the answer? is the honest answer? I don't understand what's going on.
I don't know the reasoning. Yeah, I don't know the
Yes.
reasoning why it had to be played.
All right. Let's keep the show rolling, and let's go back to Nakamura Fedoseev. That was such an interesting position. There has been some changes in the dynamics here, and it looks as though things has got a lot better for Hikaru. The bishop on e1 now has life. He's got a stable knight on d4. There are ideas of queen g3 very quickly, and all kinds of pressure on the black pieces and black king. What happened? Looks as though
he sacrificed a pawn. I'm sorry. Yeah, he sacrificed a pawn. So this was exactly what we were having a look at on this line before, and Hikaru said, "Here, you take it. I mean, take my pawn. At least I'm activating the bishop. I don't want to suffer." And now he activates his pieces, knight f5, rook f5, and I think Hikaru is fighting for the draw here with all of his activity. A pawn is a pawn. I don't see what he has for it.
But I like his decision, actually, because I think the other position was so bad that he had to do something. But you're right, a pawn is a pawn.
A pawn is a pawn, right? But again, Hikaru definitely is a very creative player, so to take him down just like that, it's easier said than done, right? And I think he I'm sorry, yeah.
No, I think please.
I think he probably suspects that he is worse. He should suspect that he's worse, but I don't think he thinks he's losing. And he probably thinks that, okay, I give up my pawn, I activate my pieces, I'm probably worse, but I'm not losing. And this is, by the way, very important that I can try to salvage this game because of I'm leading an active defense. So I think he's doing everything right. And also Fedoseev is doing everything absolutely correct. It's a brilliant pawn sacrifice. Look at this, Lawrence. Bishop e5, d takes, rook e5.
Yes. And now what does he want?
There's whatever, I don't know. I mean, some sort of an active move like rook d8, maybe. And white has some.
White can castle. White can castle. Don't forget.
Oh, how do I do that?
No, maybe white can't castle. Maybe white can't castle. Sorry. Can white castle?
By the way, I should be able to castle. No?
Yeah, I think.
I just don't know.
And he has castled on the look on the live board. He did castle.
Yeah, I should be able. I just can't castle. I don't know why.
All right.
Okay.
Well, on the live board he has. So let's just go straight there. Let's just bring that to the main board. Won't let you, huh?
It's just not letting me.
It's just not letting you.
No.
Wow.
I can't castle.
All right. Something we're going to have to work on. But can you bring up the main board, and probably that position will be...
Yeah. Just a second. Let's sort this out.
Okay. All right. While you sort that out, I'm scanning the other games. Pretty level everywhere from what I can see. Even Blue Baum, maybe even slightly better against Magnus. So some work for Magnus to do. Jan Nepomniachtchi has decided to punt Harry the H-pawn, only needing a draw.
All right, so you want to check over the game of Wesley against Nepomniachtchi, right?
Sure, let's do that.
All right, here we go. H5, here we go.
All right.
It makes sense, right? I guess h4, rook h5 is an idea at some point. You can always bring your rook in the game also like this.
Yeah, absolutely. I love it for black. I think it looks
Even
really
H4,
good.
H3.
Yeah, h4, h3. Yeah, why not? Yeah, and you don't need to ask Jan Nepomniachtchi twice to make queen h3. Knight f6. The queen in Really? I mean, that is an unusual square for the queen. Hate it. Don't get it, actually. Do you
Wesley
get it?
is not going to win. No, Wesley is
No.
not going to win this. I think it's quite clear. I think it's quite clear because he's just solely worse. Also in this position, he has no center. The bishop on a4 is striking empty. It's not doing anything. The knights on d3, they're beautiful. The queen on h3 is weird. I don't see how he's going to win this. And also, black has ideas like knight h5, knight f4, maybe rook h5. Okay, let me put it this way. Black's position is looking more normal, if that matters. And he has extra 9 minutes on the clock.
Wow. Yes, this is tough. This is tough to watch. We still can't castle, huh?
No, I'm trying.
We're trying.
I'm
We're trying to castle. Okay. Yeah, very, very bad second
it's my
match for Wesley. Abdusaturov, let's go back there. Black against Gretarsson. Quickly check in because.
Yeah, just a second.
Well, this is an interesting one.
So Gretarsson managed to revive his bishop, sort of.
Right.
Sort of.
Right. Right.
Although in c2 it's not doing much, right? Actually, this is one of those funny moments when you wish you didn't have the pawn on e4, because the pawn on e4 is gone. Now this bishop is pretty strong, and you have a very nice control of the light squares, but it is there. So I think white wants to play something like knight h4, knight f5. Black is probably thinking about rearranging the bishop on e6 to extra control the light squares. I can easily see black taking over this game. So
yeah, definitely.
I'm a bit surprised how it's equal. I mean, I would prefer black.
I would take black all day here. I have no idea why this is equal. I mean, it just feels like black has got all the trumps, but maybe white is just solid enough just to hold, basically. You know,
look at the clock, Lawrence. 15
Yes.
minutes versus 6. So Nepomniachtchi's speed is a young Uzbeki grandmaster's approach as well. Rook d1.
Right. Yes. And
rook d5, come on, you have to do it. If you don't play rook d5, I'm going to be disappointed.
Well, it's the classic. I mean, he will play rook d5. I mean, there's just no question.
You simply have to. So,
and maybe this is the key concept that allows, yes.
This has to be. I mean, there's just no other way. There's just no other way. And I think that Gretarsson probably played rook d1 here, the previous move, to play rook d5. There's just no way he was targeting the pawn on d6. So rook d5, I mean, this should be blitzed out. What else? What else?
I really don't see any other move.
Maybe he's doing with some other the moves, like knight h4 first, and then rook d5. Yeah, rook d5 played immediately. So this is one of the most famous maneuvers by Tigran Petrosian, the former world champion back in the 60s, maybe in the 50s, I don't know. He used to play this maneuver, sacrificing the exchange, many memorable games. And the idea, of course, is to open the bishop. So clearly, Gretarsson has studied the classics.
Oh, no doubt about it. The rook is a great blocker. And with the light square bishop able to come alive, I actually don't think you're supposed to take this rook, believe it or not. I think you're supposed to just pass.
Yeah, no, I don't think Abdusaturov is going to take it. Not here.
No.
Maybe he's going to put the bishop on f7, king h8, or bishop g8, and then at some point he's going to take on d5, but not right now. It's just your gut feeling. You feel there's something on those light squares. You just don't want to test that. It's just whatever. Do something else. Not take the rook on e5.
Yeah. All right, let's keep on moving. Where else can we go? That's interesting. Let's see here. Feather save. Let's go back there. Nakamura feather save.
All right.
Of course, a very interesting battle there. And what have we got going on here? So Hikaru tried to get active. And
Hikaru, there's a lot of activity here, right?
Yes, yes, indeed. And well, who would you take? I might be tempted to take white here. I know I'm a pawn down, but got knight f4. Knight f4 is screaming out
Lawrence.
to be played.
Yeah, I agree. And suddenly, when you look at this position, it's amazing how the position changed, right? Because if we just step back after the opening, I'm just going to show you very quickly this position.
Yes.
What was this weirdness? This weirdness. I mean, it's quite obvious that white is just significantly worse. The bishop at a1 is disconnected from the game, and there's some logical weaknesses, etc. That's why the c4 was such a great positional sacrifice to activate the bishop. And now you look at the position which we have right now. I mean, the bishop on c3 is great. The knight on e2 has some squares. The rook on a5 is attacking the queen, the king. The queen on g3 is attacking the king. And black in return has sort of some chaotic placement of the pieces. Okay, maybe still pretty good, but it starts to feel that white has a compensation here.
Definitely doesn't feel that good. The piece placement, as you said, I'm not at all loving it.
From the black's perspective.
Yeah, from black's perspective.
Oh yeah, maybe not rook h6. Yeah, it's pretty weird.
By the way, did he go knight f4? Wait, what? Did he play knight f4?
Yeah.
Did he miss knight f3 check?
What? Oh. There's knight f3 check? What?
Knight f3 check.
And the rook is under attack. Wait.
And the rook is hanging.
Are you sure? So, wait. And if I take, there's no discovered attack, no nothing, right? Maybe some queen.
Okay, but this is just queen b7, bishop c5, and anything.
And some knight d5. Yeah, but I do agree. It's a bit strange, right? I mean, one would expect that you would take the exchange. So knight e5, queen something, e6, an exchange is an exchange, right? Like a pawn is a pawn.
But this is a huge exchange to take this. This gives you amazing...
I agree.
Now the rooks start and everything starts to work.
I agree. That is actually a bit surprising. But knight f3 is a bit unusual check.
Yeah, and he played queen f7 immediately, but I mean, with this time on the clock, you would expect him to find this. Now, he might still be doing well, but it's not completely clear.
I'm not really sure. Was it like a mutual blunder? Maybe it was.
No idea.
Maybe Hikaru missed it, and I mean, you know, one thing, Lawrence, it's also quite difficult to notice is that to spot a combination which is not there a move ago. And it's very, very difficult because, I mean, you look at this position, are you even looking at knight f3? I mean, no, I mean, what knight f3? You're just not even looking that direction. Your opponent plays knight f4, your queen is under attack, your mindset says, okay, I need to guard some weaknesses, and then you play queen f7. So it's very easy to miss like tactical shots like knight f3, which were not available to move before. And we have seen this happen all the time, right? So, but still, I do believe this is pretty obvious.
Right.
You're right.
Okay, and now h4, bishop c7, e4. Feels as though, you know, black is going backwards here somehow. Feels very, very negative by Fedoseev. And Hikaru now with a grip on some squares, the knight's coming to d5. This is night and day from what we saw just a few moves ago. What an incredible recovery by Hikaru.
Yeah, definitely white is having a full compensation here. I wouldn't really say that white is better because, wow, that is really passive here. I was expecting Bishop
C7, Bishop D. I mean, what are we watching here? This is just so negative. I don't like any of it.
So I guess he wants to play G6. And if I play 95?
Exactly.
G6. Ah, that's his idea. He wants to trap the rook. Rook F2 is Bishop B6. Oh, wait, there's Knight F6 ideas. No, wait, there's no Knight F6 ideas. Rook F2, Bishop B6 just wins the exchange because Knight F6 is Queen F6. So you can't do that. You can't take the queen. So maybe his big idea is Rook F4 and then could be some... I don't know what. F5?
Oof. Rook takes F5?
I was looking at some Queen A7 ideas, but I guess it's silly. Yeah, engine is like, ha ha, ha ha, ha ha.
Yeah.
But they're looking at... No, it's ridiculous. I don't know what's the idea.
Yeah.
This must be the idea. I mean, try to play G6, but then again, let's check this. So 95, G6, and Rook F4. I don't like this bishop on D8 anymore because had it been standing on B6, C5, at least I see something. What's it doing there? Okay.
Very, very, very strange. Meanwhile, let's go to Gretarsson against Abdusatorov. How is the Icelandic Grandmaster going to score even just 1 point? He's lost 5 in a row. And his position... I mean, he
You're
managed
gonna love
to...
this.
No, he gave up that exchange, but what a fantastic version he did take. Okay, but he just found a way to... this move.
He did take it. I mean,
Yeah.
wow. Knight G6, not Knight F5. Okay, that's a bit strange.
And E4.
So, yeah.
E4 cutting the pieces was really good. And yeah, now you don't have the kind of counterplay you want. Feels good for black.
Yeah, this is definitely great for black because now you have nothing for the exchange. Okay, maybe we could argue that white has enough compensation. But again, to remind you, dear viewers, the tournament system, this is like a giant tournament of double round robins at the group stage right now. The best will qualify for the knockout stages. And Gretarsson lost the previous game. This means he has to win this one. So for Abdusatorov, draw, okay, whatever. So, okay, fine. Let's make a draw. I think that if Gretarsson would offer a draw, I think Abdusatorov would just agree, right? So he wins the mini-match, he gets 2 points, and he solidifies his lead in the tournament. So that's why it's pretty much bad news for white. He has to win this.
Talking of bad news for white, I tell you what, Wesley So has not been present for the past 2 games. Look at the state of his position here. Piece down, and I don't know, it looks losing to me.
Oh, wow.
Have a look. Have a look at this one.
Where's this piece?
Sorry?
There's I'm looking, where's his piece? I mean, there's a couple of pawns.
There's a bishop on A8. A knight on F6. So...
Right. I'm just trying to figure out where his piece went missing.
Okay. He probably sacked it because his position was so bad that he felt like he needed to have some liberation. But this position is not good. I mean, you're losing.
If he trades queens, that's it. And also, Lawrence, also here is this exactly the same situation as in the previous matchup, Abdusatorov against Gretarsson, because again, Wesley needs to win this. He needs to win this, and maybe actually for him, losing this could be pretty much over because he loses to his direct competitor to qualify for the knockout tournament, and Abdusatorov is crushing everybody. He goes 100%, so he loses to his direct competitor for the second place. So it's going to be very, very tough for the American Grandmaster to try to still reach the knockout phase and defend his title.
Correct. Blueband Carlsen is a relatively mild affair, some strange positioning of the knights, but...
Do we go there?
We can have a quick look. It will certainly... I mean, it's not the most adrenaline-inducing position, that's for sure. But we can have a quick look.
Yep.
I would play d4 here as white, that's for sure. To try and push d5.
And knight c5 as well is also an idea, and d4 is played.
Yeah,
great move.
Yeah, it feels like a natural move. And as you said, knight c5. Maybe Magnus is actually feeling a bit of pressure here. Maybe Magnus is feeling just a little bit of pressure.
I guess he has to play knight a6. He needs to stop knight c5. d5 is also an idea. Ah, wait, knight a6. I just dropped the pawn on a5. I can't.
Yeah, you can't go knight a6. I like d5. I like d5
From black's
trying. Yes, going d5 here exactly.
d5, right? And if I play knight d5, knight d5, just take on e4 probably. And if I take it, can I? You can't really play c6, right? I guess there's some background issues.
Yeah, knight cb6 looks very bad.
Engine says it's equal.
Look at this. It's
I don't
equal
get
to
it.
rook c8 bishop f8.
Yeah,
But
it's
from
nothing.
afar, this looks so bad.
It's nothing.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I would probably play e takes on e5. And then you have weakness on c6.
95. This looks very tricky. No, this looks very, very tricky. I think Magnus is genuinely worried here. I think Magnus is thinking, yeah, he should be worried.
Oh, what just happened here?
We don't interpret positions like the engine.
Just a second. Let me. Oh wait, I lost it. The game's gone.
Okay. Let's
check another game.
Another one, yeah.
So maybe let's go to Hikaru's game against. Vladimir Fedoseev.
Okay.
All right.
In fact, yeah, let's actually have a bird's eye view of things. Let's get a close up of these guys, Carlsen and Bluebaum.
Well, if you're looking at the Bluebaum's position, like we already discussed, it appears to be that he's slightly pressing. And then we look at Hikaru's game against Fedoseev. I would actually go as far and say there's just no way Hikaru is going to lose this. It's amazing how we come to this, because this knight on d5 is so strong that if somebody can misplay this, I have a feeling it's only black, despite the fact it's equal position. Wesley is unrecognizable today completely. I don't know.
Yes.
I mean, so
Wesley completely unrecognizable today.
Gretterson is suffering. So I think it's pretty much, again, psychology all over. Gretterson is suffering from the previous game's missed win, and Wesley is suffering because of previous game's unfortunate attempt to castle short. Which was, pretty bad.
Yeah.
So
I think we can go to a game now. Can we go to...
Which one?
It's a tough one. Let's go to Nepomniachtchi. Let's just see how he decides to do this one.
Yeah, but Nepomniachtchi doesn't even need to win this. That's the greatest problem that Wesley has. So he can just play some call moves. I think, of course, Nepomniachtchi is going to try to play for the win. He doesn't need any stress. He doesn't need to prove anything. And if he's going to find a forced draw, I'm pretty sure he's going to take it. So why go for something? There's no extra points for the small points, right? As far as I know, it's just 2 points for the for the victory. Yeah.
He just needs a draw to win this match.
Just make a draw. Okay, maybe then in the long run, right? You calculate that maybe Wesley. Oh wait, but they already played it, didn't they? Yeah,
no, I don't think the long run matters.
No. If
so
they would
much.
meet again, that maybe it would matter really what was the result of the first mini match. But I mean, I think that Nepomniachtchi simply from the position of strength, if he can, he's going to make a draw. But of course, he's going to try to play for the win.
Right. Abdusaturov closing in on that victory. What a horrible day it's been for Gretarsson. Just had his chance, couldn't make it work, and now he's just close to, oh well, this is just losing. You're in exchange down, your king is wide open.
Right.
Yeah, it's just not really too much to talk about here. It's just immediately over, basically.
Yeah, Rook H4 is killing. Of course, Gretarsson has to play it out, and also you can see in the clock 1 minute against 13.
But he has got the 5 minutes already, right? So,
I think so. I'm not really sure though. Not totally sure about that. So G3 is played to stop.
Yeah, G3 to stop Rook H4. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, still some work to do.
Yeah, but I think even something like Rook F8, Rook E8, apply pressure against the pawn on E3 makes perfect sense. As long as Black keeps an eye on some 97 checks. Oh, wait, by the way. It doesn't work. Rook F8. I was thinking Queen E4. Some funny ideas. Knight E7, King H7, Rook F8. And if only I could play Knight G6 and Rook H8 checkmate. But of course. Queen E2, Queen H5 just seals the deal.
Yeah.
So no surprises here.
No.
Which game do we select now?
I think we go to Carlsen because he had that interesting moment and he went for D6 instead of D5. He went for D6 instead of D5.
So that was after D4, D6.
Yeah. And he's managed to get some stability, but he's still worse, in my opinion. He's still worse.
I don't know.
What do you think?
I don't know. I go back to this position, and I would be thinking if Bluem really had to push D5, because I see the pawn on C6 as a weakness. So essentially what he does, after playing D5, he trades it. He trades a weakness. He opens the C file, which he can't really use. There's a knight on C4. But apparently he was toying or bluffing with the idea that there's going to be knight B6. And Magnus just cold-bloodedly calculated. There's nothing. There's just nothing. And maybe that was part of Bluem's idea that knight B6 is going to work. And then he realized, oh my goodness, it just kind of doesn't work. And that's why he played this knight E7. I'm not so sure that this is what he wanted, to be honest. Because if you don't go there, then just play something else. I don't know, try to press the pawn on C6. Maybe play, I don't know, knight D3 with the E5. Try to get the C5 square. The knight on A4 is pretty sad. But it's pretty tough to tell because still this is a rapid game and you have to make those decisions very quick. So... And Magnus is doing Magnus things.
Magnus doing Magnus things. How often we've heard it, yet we still can't work out how to do it ourselves. Back to Nakamura for the save. Why not? And Fedosave maybe made a little bit of progress. Got in the F5 break. I like it. Trying to get a bit of breathing room for his pieces. I do like it.
I'm trying to calculate the pawn count. I think Black just lost his extra pawn. So I think it was here. G3 and for the save sacrificed the pawn. He gave up the pawn to dislaunch the rook and went for a counterattack.
Yeah, but I like it. And now it's not so clear.
I guess the threat is just play king g7 and f4 at some point and
Yeah,
try to capture this rook.
This rook on h6 is suddenly in a world of pain. Hikaru down to 4 minutes. They've passed the 31 move mark, so they will be getting more time.
And if I play h5, what happens? Nothing happens, right? I don't
Bishop
know. I mean,
g5? Bishop
what?
g5?
Bishop g5 is rook g6.
Queen g6.
Oh wait, I tried to figure out.
I'm no, but here I take on g6.
Okay.
Take on, yeah.
No, rook g6 is 97, but I tried to figure out if this is a playable line.
Rook e4,
yeah, it's not a playable line. I was just trying to try to make this work. This h5, so h5 is not an idea. There's also a queen a7 idea at some point. Oop.
Queen a7. Wow. Rook f7, queen b8, rook f8, and repeat. That would be a cute repeat. That would be a cute repeat.
And now I play h5.
Wow.
Oh, I don't understand a thing. So the bar just drops and increases. But I think queen a7 looks perfectly legit, right? Not sure what black is supposed to do against it. I mean, rook f7 looks normal. Maybe there's something else. So what do you do after queen a7? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. I could go queen f7.
That's actually a very good point. And now you're still trying to play king g7 trapped rook.
Exactly, or queen g7. So you might have to take.
Yeah, queen a7, by the way, is on the board. So made perfect sense.
Queen a7 is on the board. I expect queen f7 here. It feels like a tidy. He went rook f7. We could get that repeat. We could get that repeat.
If Hikaru wants it. Because why should he want it? Because he's playing with white. He managed to climb from a terrible position right after the opening. He's ahead on the clock. Oh, wait, he's not on the head on the clock. He's below on the clock.
No, he's not.
No, he's not. Okay. So maybe then he wants it. I don't think so, though. He's going to try to push it. He could never repeat it and then make a content out of it. He has to play.
Whoa!
What? Rook d7, rook f5?
Whoa!
He missed
rook takes
it.
f5. He missed it. He blundered rook f5. He blundered rook f5.
That's all she wrote. Yeah, if you miss something like this, that's it. That's it. You miss it. So Fedosev's idea was he takes on f5, queen d5. This is impossible. He simply blundered rook e5.
Wow. And now knight f6 check is a huge threat.
What about king g7? Wait, it's still not over.
King
so there's
G7. There's something strong here.
Something really strong. I don't see it yet.
Let's test. What about knight f6 anyway? Because bishop takes f6, queen h8 will be mate. Oh, that's the one. That's the liver shot. Oh goodness.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, no,
so maybe this is what he missed actually. Maybe he saw rook 5. Maybe he saw it. Maybe this is the only move which actually wins for white. And now rook h7, rook h8, rook h7. Now this is a pretty bizarre way to connect the rooks, but it works, right? And I'm pretty sure about now Fedoseev has realized that. I mean, usually it's very quick. I think that you probably agree on this, Lawrence, is that when you play it, normally and you press the clock, that's the moment when you see.
Oh yeah, always.
That's the moment.
It's that moment like, you press the clock. Yes.
Yeah, that's there's this. It's just like a sudden revelation, right? You immediately see things which you could not see before making physically the move. I don't know how to call it.
Wow.
So Hikaru is gonna win this after an opening. Let me just show it to you. After this opening. After this position with the bishop in a1 It's just incredible. I mean, how does it do it? How does
Just
it do it?
amazing. Just a magician.
Yeah.
Yeah, Abdusattorov completely winning now. Nepomniachtchi easy win. And this one looks like it's going to be an easy win as well.
And this also means that it's a major blow for Fedosev's chances to qualify for the knockout stage, because Hikaru is the leader, right, of the group.
Yes.
And this means essentially for Fedosev that he has to beat Magnus, which might be still not be enough. So.
Yes. It's going to be a big day tomorrow. It's going to be a huge day.
I think that's
still nothing. Fedosev just can't make a move. He's too shocked that he blundered this, I think.
Right. He just probably already realized King G7 is Rook H5, which is amazing tactics. Now he's just trying to come up with some unexpected resource. But of course, Hikaru also is not just sitting and waiting, and he's also calculating all the potential follow-ups that Fedosev could do. Maybe, what about Rook D5 here? Oh, C3, there you go. So I was looking at Rook D5 here. Rook D5, why? Rook D5, you just take it. And the bishop on D8 is unprotected. Yeah, you can't do it.
Why can't I just take this pawn DC?
Yeah, I think you
can. Just say, okay. And what? I'll just take a pawn. Thanks very much.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. I don't really see how it changes anything at all. The pawn on D2, pawn on C4 don't matter. Unless it weakens the king for some checks. But yeah, the bar is mercilessly saying there's nothing. Do we watch this until the end? By the way, there's a result. Abdusattorov has managed to win against Gretterson. So that is official. 2-0.
Yeah. A miserable day for Gretterson, who had his moment, but with that loss, since the first round where he drew with Wesley So, has lost 6 games consecutively. When you play with the big boys, sometimes you get a beating. This game here, let's go. We've had some action. So Queen B6. Okay, Fedosev trying to manufacture something, because this rook on H6 is still... Yeah, but if you go rook there, aren't you running into some Queen B1?
Yeah, perpetual check. That's what I wanted to say. It's a perpetual check. Because these rooks in H, they're not helping you at all. It should be perpetual check.
Yeah.
Right. It's a pretty great idea. So Fedosev came up with something. So don't look at the bar. He came up with something, but essentially it comes down to this. He's down in exchange, down a pawn. No, wait, how many pawns? 2 pawns.
Yeah, he needs to find something. But while we'll stir on this, let's go straight to the Magnus Carlsen game, because is Matthias Bluebaum going to pull off an upset against the world champion? Possibly.
No.
This position.
I don't think so.
No?
There's D5. D5, bishop A3. Magnus is never going to lose this.
D5, bishop A3.
Yeah.
I missed that.
Yeah, so maybe D5, knight E3, bishop A3, knight E5, knight E5, rook D5, bishop E4. Magnus is trying to evaluate, can he try to win this? And we see that on the camera.
Wait, Nakamura Fedosev is a draw? So he didn't find a way. Wow.
What?
Wow.
What? Wait. How it's a draw?
Well, now after rook G5, he just takes Queen B1, and it's just perpetual, right?
Okay, we just jump back to that game a bit later, but it just didn't look like it's a draw.
Crazy.
I don't know what happened there. Very, very strange. Just as Fedosev was already done, I mean, the game was lost. Hikaru had done everything. Black blunder, suddenly a draw. I don't get it.
Yeah, me neither. And the position that you said in the Carlsen game has appeared on the board. As you said, you don't think Magnus ever loses this.
Now Magnus is pushing for the win.
Yes.
So the knight on a4 is disconnected. So Magnus is saying, listen, your knight on a4 is disconnected. The pawn on the5 is slightly weak. So he's trying to make something happen here. And also for Magnus, this is very important because if he doesn't win this means this match is tied, right? It's just 1-1.
Yes.
So it's not enough. And he's racing with Hikaru, although Hikaru just drew, but I don't think he knows that. Okay,
Blue
okay,
bound.
so
Let's go. Let's have a look here. Blue bound. Only probably like 15 seconds left on the clock. If knight e4, you've got rook f takes f5.
he just blundered that. You could see. Yeah, you could see from the body language. He realized that knight e4 is not a move. He's like, what? What did I just miss?
Unbelievable. Magnus Carlsen finding another trick. 5 seconds. Oh!
Rook 5? Check. How many moves is it? Okay, he gets
96.
extra 5 seconds.
All right. And he's decided to go for the double rook ending. And as we say in French, souffrance et douleur is awaiting the German Grandmaster. This is a position of your worst nightmares. Pawn down, double rook ending, no time against arguably the greatest endgame player of all time.
Might be still a draw, by the way.
Probably still a draw, but is he going to
Probably.
make a draw? That's another question.
It's very difficult. It's very difficult, but he could have played pretty much a safe endgame. Now he's down a pawn again. Again, in the mind, it's the it's the what happened before, right? And sometimes it's not easy to get rid of that. So that's why I really admire players who are just not thinking about what happened before and they're just moving on. I could never do that. I always carry it with me and rook f6.
Okay.
So the critical moment here, very quickly, I'm going to have a peek. I'm just looking at what's happening in Wesley So games against Nepomniachtchi. I think that...
Oh, wow.
I think that it could be a draw. I mean, Nepomniachtchi, there's no way he's going to lose this. So pretty clear that Nepomniachtchi secures the victory against Wesley So as it was predicted. So this game is still wide open, meaning either a draw or Magnus wins.
Yes. Let's stay with this one. Is Matthias Blubam on increment going to be able to save this? Rook f3.
It's very difficult. Very difficult. So normally 3 pawns against 2 and rook each, it's a draw. So that's why Magnus is desperately going to try to keep the pawn on a5 alive. And he's going to try to keep both rooks alive. I think he should do it. Not trade the rooks at all.
No, he traded rooks.
He did?
Yeah, but I think he's going to just bring the king in now. King f6, precisely. And rook a6, king f5. And then you go king e4. He wants king f5, rook h6. This is king e5. So
he's just running to the b3 pawn.
Now you can just take rook takes b3, rook h5, f6.
I'm not sure if this is winning at all. I'm not sure at all. So
Maybe
if
not.
I play rook h8, rook a8, how do you
No,
win
this is good, rook h8. Okay, I put my pawn on the third, right? I guess.
Right.
Rook a8, a3.
And the king runs to b2, right? King d4,
Yeah.
king c3, king b2. Okay, this is a race, so you need to calculate very fast. h4, h5, h6. What happens there?
Let's see. Oh, he gave a check. That looks unnecessary. GH, king c3, h5, king b2. This looks, or king c3 immediately.
Looks like black is winning.
Just winning.
I'm not sure why the check was necessary. I mean, my gut instinct says this should be winning.
No, the check. Now he wants to calculate whether the rook and... No, but he already has the king cut.
That's winning.
Really simple, yeah.
Yeah, that is winning. The king is too far away, and by now I think already Blue should realize he's completely mistaken.
Yeah, king a2, yeah, rook a5, king b2. Fairly simple endgame.
Brilliant
king
technique
is cut.
by world champion. Yeah.
King,
He just
King
shows how it's
G2,
done.
Rook A3, yeah. He has to take King G2, he'll play. And then you just keep the king card and... Oh, and devastation on the face of Matthias Bluebaum.
I mean, he did it himself, right? I mean, he was doing all right for most of the part of the game, and Magnus just used the chances.
King C4, Rook D4 is also good.
Yeah, pretty painful, but that's what it is. I mean, the world champion doesn't forgive you any mistakes. So G5, you can't play. Yeah, and the king comes closer.
Yeah.
This is it. Yeah. That's what the pain looks like.
Wow. Yeah, Nepomniachtchi ended up winning that game, by the way. So he didn't even draw it. He ended up winning. And a massive win there for Magnus Carlsen to take the second match when really Matthias Bluebaum will be kicking himself for not at least drawing. He had a good position out of the opening. His middle game was okay, but he blundered a tactic, furious with himself as he storms out of the playing hall. I know that feeling too well.
Right. All of us, we have been there.
All right.
Yeah,
so
we've been away too many times.
way too many times. Magnus Carlsen leaving now should be happy. He's now got a great position in his group. Let's quickly look at the results of the second match. The second match today. Matthias Bluebaum losing to Magnus Carlsen. 1-1, just 4 draws in Nakamura Fedosei. 4 incredible fights, but all draws. Wild, wacky draws. Wesley So, just he had an accident today. He just didn't turn up. Jan Nepomniachtchi winning the match there, and Abdusaturov beating Gretarsson after Gretarsson couldn't recover psychologically from a great position. And that means the groups are as follows. In Group A, well, we have, I beg your pardon, the standings, I should say, are as follows. Abdusaturov on 8 points. That might need to be changed because he's on 7.5 out of 8, so these might not be completely accurate. But oh, I beg your pardon. 2 points for a win. It is correct. 8 points for Abdusaturov. Nepomniachtchi now with daylight versus Wesley So. Gretarsson not really performing. And in Group B, it is tied at the top. Carlsen and Nakamura sharing the lead with 6 points, but Fedoseev, he's going to need a miracle tomorrow. He's playing against Magnus Carlsen. He's going to have to beat Magnus at least once to have a chance at qualifying. Tomorrow is the final group matches day. Same time, same place. It's been a wild, wacky day as you would expect with Fischer Random Chess. Highs, lows, arters. It's been... I mean... there have been so many moments today where I've been just asking, what just happened? It's very confusing, but very enjoyable.
Yes. Sometimes this happens, but yeah, a bit strange from a strategical point of view. Also, this very strange draw agreement of Hikaru Nakamura against Vladimir Fedoseev. You know, I really wanted to check it because there was something that I just couldn't understand how Hikaru managed to agree to a draw in the final position against Vladimir Fedoseev. And here, if we could pull it up. Here Hikaru played Rook G5, which was quite surprisingly played a draw. And apparently, I mean, according to the mighty engines, King G2 was the move to be played. And here, Black has no perpetual check. And the big point is, after King G7, now you have this very beautiful Rook G5. So by doing this, you secure the Rook on H6.
Oh, wow.
Because Rook G5 is H takes, and after Bishop takes and G5, you simply play, I guess, at some point Queen H8 check, right? So alternatively, Hikaru here, I guess, could have played also H5, which also looked pretty logical. H5 and then threatened to take on G6. So that's why I slightly didn't understand this Rook G5 at all. But a bit strange misstep by Hikaru.
All right, let's take a look at tomorrow's matches then. We've got Wesley So against Gresserson. It's going to be critical for Wesley to win both of those. Jan Nepomniachtchi against Nordebek Abdusasrov. That has got the makings of a firecracker. That really will be an exciting match. Nakamura against Bluebaum. Well, Hikaru has to try to win both matches there. Fedorseev Carlsen. That one is going to be also very, very interesting. Two creative players, Fedorseev as well. So resourceful. I've been impressed with him, disappointed with him. I've had all the emotions with Fedorseev today. Guys, it's been an absolute pleasure. Remember to check out... Oh, and then there's one more round of matches. I beg your pardon. Then of course, we've got Carlsen Nakamura in round 6. So it's different today. They played each other today twice. Tomorrow's not the same. Carlsen Nakamura for all the marbles tomorrow could decide who goes through in that group. Bluebaum Fedorseev, Abdusasrov So, Retarsen, Nepomniachtchi. What a day we've got tomorrow to see who advances. Arturs has been great. Everybody, thank you so much for joining us. Do remember to check out Brave. This broadcast has been broadcast by chess.com, of course, but brought to you by Brave. Private browsing, so much more. Go and check them out. It's brave.com/chess. And do bear in mind that also the women's candidates tournament is currently taking place, and we've got coverage of that as well. Some of the top women players in the world participating. Do check that out. I'm out of breath. I don't know about you, Arturs. I need a breather.
Me too. I mean, it's been a very long day, and actually, since we said it at the start, I was at the last month replaced Robert, who is feeling slightly under the weather. So we wish Robert the best of luck to recover. So he's going to be back, one of your favorite commentators, to provide action for the Fischer Chess Random. From me, I say goodbye. It was an absolute pleasure to be here, and I hope you enjoyed it. And come back tomorrow, watching the decisive day of the group matches, and it's gonna be fun.
All right, see you. Take care, guys. See you tomorrow.
Goodbye.